After 3 years, fiancé dumped me for being too poor. Then I found her laughing in parents' living room with brother. So I let them sink in debt. My mother said the family party had been cancelled, but when I arrived, they were celebrating without me. So I surprised them with something they would never forget. Logan, 29, works as an EMT in Minnesota. I don't have the most glamorous work, but it pays the bills and saves lives. I am not trying to sound like a hero. I am simply presenting facts. For 3 years, I was with Samantha. This marketing executive I believed was the one. We were engaged, and everything was fine until it wasn't. Samantha dropped this bomb on me around 8 months ago. I don't think this is working anymore. When I asked her to explain why, she evaded the topic for about an hour until we had a few shots in us. At last, she told the truth. I just don't see myself with someone who's, an EMT forever. I thought you'd go to med school eventually. My friends are all with doctors and lawyers, and I'm with, well, you. I'm not going to lie. That hurt. I mean, I was thinking about paramedic school, which would increase my compensation, but medical school was never an option. I told her this from the beginning. But, whatever. People want everything they desire, correct? Here's when things get tangled. My family, including my older brother Brandon, the golden child and investment banker, my younger sister Tessa, daddy's beautiful princess, and my parents were all quite supportive. She wasn't good enough for you anyway, Logan. You're better off without her, son. Now you can find someone who appreciates you. They even urged me to break up with her before she could end things. Dad gave me a long speech about being a man and ending things on my terms. So I did. I officially ended things and moved out of our apartment. Moving back to my old room at my friend's house sucked, but at least I kept my dignity, right? That's what I thought anyway. However, in the weeks following the separation, small details began to feel odd. I'd mentioned Samantha in passing, like how I still needed to remove her name off the apartment lease, and my mother's voice would sound strange, strained, as if she didn't know what to say. Tessa once joked, well, Liv's always been good at landing on her feet. But when I inquired what she meant, she quickly changed the subject. I did not give it much thought. And for months afterward, I continued to pay my parents $500 every month to help with my father's medical expenditures. He has diabetes but refuses to treat it correctly, always eating whatever he wants, skipping appointments, and working. I'd care Tessa's child, Riley, twice a week so she could maintain a social life as a single mother. The kid is 4 and really cool. It's not his fault that his mother is a piece of work. I even helped Brandon move into his swanky new downtown condo, taking 2 days off work to pack and lug his belongings while he was too busy closing deals. My back was sore for a week after that. But the relocation day resulted in more than just sore muscles. When we finished, Brandon ordered takeaway for everyone as a reward, or so I thought. Brandon, Tessa, and a handful of his co-workers sat around his beautiful kitchen island. One of his buddies joked, "Hey Logan, do you get a discount on an ambulance ride if we pass out from all these drinks?" I laughed it off, but Brandon did not. He leaned back in his ridiculous fancy chair and said, "Nah, Logan's just the guy who drives the truck. You need a real doctor for discounts. Maybe in his next life, right bro?" It was a joke, but not really. Everyone laughed but me. Tessa laughed the hardest, as if it was funny that her brother saves lives yet isn't successful enough. I wanted to say something, but what was the purpose? It would merely make me appear sensitive. So I swallowed it, smiled, and released it. But I did not forget. Brandon had made me feel like the family charity case before, but it was the first time it felt like I wasn't just the EMT brother, but the inferior brother. The person who drives the truck. But I continued to be a decent son. The reliable brother. The helpful uncle. Just like I had been since I was a child. And this is how it has always been, right? When we were younger, Brandon got new clothes and I got his hand-me-downs. Tessa received dance and gymnastics lessons, while I was advised that sports were too expensive after Brandon's baseball equipment depleted the funds. My parents skipped the high school science project award event because Brandon had a college interview. They have framed photos of Brandon in his suit at his finance job and Tessa at her graduation, but the only one of me in the house is from a family vacation when I was about 12. There was one incident that always stuck with me. Senior year, I was nominated for a statewide EMT scholarship. It was a significant deal that only 5 applicants from Minnesota were chosen for final interviews. My parents promised to come with me and show their support. But the night before, Brandon called. His employer was hosting a networking event, and he needed mom and dad to attend. I ended up attending that interview alone. I didn't even receive a good luck text from them. Later, I discovered that they had spent the night rubbing shoulders and fawning over Brandon's promotion to junior analyst. When I brought it up, Dad simply replied, "We have to prioritize, Logan." I suppose their priorities never included me, but I kept telling myself that this is how family is. Not everyone gets equal time in the spotlight. And to be honest, I was fine with being the steady, reliable one. The one people could rely on. I assumed that counted for something. Last Christmas, my mom sent me a message. "Logan, honey, we're canceling Christmas dinner this year. Your father's medical bills have piled up, and we just can't swing it. We'll do something small in January to make up for it. Love you." I instantly felt guilty. The holidays are Mom's favorite time. She goes all out with the decorations and cuisine, as if there are full-fledged Christmas explosions in that house every year. Trees, lights, and small village houses. Full mode. I called her back and offered to pay for the entire thing. Even host it at my home. It isn't big, but we can make it work. No, it's fine. We'll just have a quiet Christmas this year," the woman replied. She sounded strange on the phone. Distracted. A few weeks before Christmas, Tessa texted me, "We're still good for Thursday night, right? Bring the snacks." That was it. When I confronted her about it, she dismissed it and stated it was intended for a friend. Strange, but I didn't think much of it. Later, however, I continued to wonder. Thursday night, for what? And why ask me to bring refreshments when we weren't planning any gatherings? I brushed it off, but it stuck in my mind. A slightly odd note in an otherwise predictable tune. On Christmas Eve, I planned to stop by with some gifts and possibly takeout. I felt I could at least drop off gifts and maybe bring them some Chinese food or something. My parents reside in a small house in the suburbs, and I've been helping them maintain it since my father became ill. I mow their grass in the summer, shovel snow in the winter, and repaired their damaged roof last year. As I parked onto their street, I noticed something strange. Automobiles queued up along the curb, and not just any automobiles. Brandon's Tesla, for which he is underwater on payments but refuses to admit it. Tessa's Range Rover, which her ex purchased her, is another story for another day. My aunt and uncle's Audi. What the heck? I parked and cautiously walked up to the house, a sense of dread developing in my stomach, as if I knew I was going to see something I couldn't unsee. Through the large front window, I could see the dining room table set with beautiful china that they only use on holidays, the Christmas tree completely decorated, and people mixing with glasses in their hands. But that wasn't what made me stop dead. Samantha, my ex-fiancée, was there in our living room, laughing and stroking my brother's arm. And my sister was right next to her, showing her something on her phone, and they were both giggling like best friends. For a brief moment, I felt I was hallucinating, as if I were experiencing some sort of stress-induced breakdown. But no, it was real. My ex, who dumped me for not being successful enough, appeared at my family's Christmas dinner, which was allegedly canceled due to financial difficulties. I must have waited there for at least a minute, trying to digest this treachery before ultimately ringing the doorbell. My mother responded, and her countenance changed from joyful cheer to, "Oh no," in just a second. "Logan, what are you doing here?" "I thought Christmas was canceled," I remarked, my voice strangely strained. "Money problems, right?" Over her shoulder, the gathering became quiet. I could see my father looking uncomfortable, Tessa and Samantha whispering, and Brandon, the arrogant jerk, smirking at me without even trying to hide it. "Oh," my mom said. "We managed to pull something small together last minute. Just family and a few friends." "Friends?" I asked, looking straight at Samantha, who had the grace to appear ashamed. "That's what we're calling her." "Now?" I could see my mother trying to figure out how to spin things. She's usually brilliant at rewriting reality to make the family appear good, such as when she told everyone Brandon received a scholarship to his private high school when it was actually paid for by my grandparents, or how she tells people I haven't found my career yet, despite the fact that I've been an EMT for 7 years and genuinely enjoy my work. "Logan, honey, why don't you join us?" "There's plenty of food," she replied, attempting to make things seem like a little mistake rather than a full betrayal. I looked past her to the table full of individuals who claimed they couldn't afford Christmas dinner this year. The table I was not invited to. I could hear everyone chatting quietly, my aunt asking my uncle what was going on, my cousin already texting someone about the drama, and Tessa leaning closer to Samantha as if she was sheltering her from me or something. Brandon stood there with that silly smirk, as if he had won some sort of reward. I've never felt so surprised in my life. I knew my family didn't regard me as much as Brandon or Tessa, but this was the next step. They basically omitted me from Christmas dinner in order to arrange a meeting between my ex and my brother. Who does this? My mother was still standing there with a phony smile, holding the door open as if I could still enter and participate in their little act. We could all pretend that this wasn't terribly messed up. "Logan, come in, it's freezing out," she pleaded, as if the temperature was the most serious issue here. I noticed she was wearing the earrings I purchased her for her birthday, which I had saved for 2 months. And my father was wearing the watch that I repaired for him after he dropped and damaged it last year. I spent hours watching YouTube tutorials to learn how to repair it myself because I knew he cherished that watch. All these subtle reminders of how much I had done for them, how much I cared, all while they were preparing to stab me in the back. Part of me wanted to turn around and walk away, retaining whatever dignity I had left. But another part of me, tired of being trod over, pushed forward. I needed answers. I needed them to admit what they had done. So I stepped inside, surrounded by the family that evidently did not believe I deserved to be part in their vacation. "Actually, I think I will come in," I responded, watching my mother's fake smile fade as she realized this wasn't going to go as planned. As I went in, I was overwhelmed by the fragrance of turkey and pie, all of which Mom prepares every year. Food she allegedly couldn't afford to prepare this year. I could feel everyone's gaze on me as I entered the dining room. Some appeared guilty. Some people appeared annoyed. But nobody seemed surprised. They all knew. Every one of them was aware that I had been purposefully omitted. That's when I understood that was probably not the first time. How many additional family reunions had occurred that I was unaware of? How many times had they gotten together without me, convincing themselves that it was fine because Logan wouldn't mind or Logan was too busy? The concept made me feel ill. All these years, I'd been adjusting my schedule and working extra shifts to aid them financially, but they'd been excluding me from their lives whenever it was convenient. And now they've invited my ex, the lady who had broken my heart, to Christmas dinner. I didn't just invite her. I also hooked her up with my brother. My own blood. The room was completely silent now. You know the awkward silence in movies when someone interrupts a party? It was just like that, but this was my family's home. That I helped pay for. "Someone wants to explain what the hell is going on?" I asked them. My father attempted to take control of the situation. "Now Logan, don't make a scene. We were going to tell you about this after the holidays." "Tell me what exactly? That you're hosting a Christmas dinner for everyone but me? That my ex-fiancé is apparently family now?" My aunt appeared uncomfortable. At least my uncle became really interested in his mashed potatoes. My cousin was obviously recording everything on her phone. Brandon stepped forward, one arm wrapped around Samantha's waist. "Look bro, Liv and I connected at the gym a few weeks ago. It just happened. You guys were over anyway." "A few weeks ago? We broke up 8 months ago." Samantha gazed down at her shoes. "Well, actually." And that's when it clicked. Brandon was continuously asking about my relationship troubles, how he unexpectedly began going to the same gym as Samantha around March, how my family pressured me to end my relationship with her. I inquired, my voice dangerously soft. "How long?" No one responded. My mother was looking at my father. My father was looking at the floor. Tessa rolled her eyes. "How long?" I exclaimed. I never yell, so when I do, everyone pays attention. Tessa rolled her eyes again. "God, you're being so dramatic. They've been talking since last summer before you guys even broke up. But it's not like they did anything physical until after. Last summer." Samantha kept hinting that the engagement ring I got her wasn't dazzling enough, so I worked double shifts to save up for a larger one. While I was busy helping accident victims and heart attack patients, she was texting my brother. My family knew. I looked at my parents. "And you knew about this?" My mother had the guts to say, "Honey, we thought it would be better this way. Brandon and Samantha have so much more in common. They're both ambitious. And you know how you've always struggled with, well, finding your path. I've been an EMT for 7 years. I save lives every damn day. I've helped deliver babies, kept car crash victims alive until we reached the hospital, performed CPR on drowning kids and brought them back. But because I don't wear a suit or make 6 figures, I'm struggling to find my path. So you excluded me from Christmas to set them up. To protect me from finding out. We were going to have a small dinner with you tomorrow, my dad told me. Just us. The leftovers. The afterthought. The consolation prize. Story of my life. My aunt attempted to alleviate the issue. Logan, honey, why don't you grab a plate? There's plenty of food. Are you serious right now? You think I want to sit and eat with these people? My backstabbing brother? My ex who's apparently been cheating on me with him? And my family who lied to my face about all of it? Don't be so sensitive, Brandon advised. It's not like you and Samantha were going to work out anyway. She needs someone who can provide the life she wants. And that's you? I asked, laughing. Mr. Up to his eyeballs in debt? The guy who's one bad quarter away from losing his condo? Yeah. Real provider material there, bro. Brandon's cheeks turned red. He despises it when people point out that his financial status isn't as stable as he claims. That's enough, my father said. But I was only getting started. Number I want to know. I want to know why my family decided I wasn't good enough to be included in Christmas, but my cheating ex-fiancé was. I want to know why you all lied to me. I want to know why, after everything I've done for this family, I'm still the one who gets kicked to the curb. I can't recall what I said next, but I know I let loose. Years of bitterness about Brandon getting a car for his 16th birthday while I received a second-hand bike. They attended all of Tessa's dancing recitals but missed my EMT graduation because Brandon needed to attend a networking event. How I've been paying their bills, babysitting, and helping out while they planned behind my back with the woman who dumped me because I wasn't successful enough. It all came gushing out like I had unlocked a fire hydrant. Years of feeling neglected. The afterthought. The backup plan. The person they only contact when they need something fixed or paid for. Do you know how many holidays and family gatherings I've attended after working a 12-hour shift? How many times have I driven straight from dealing with actual life or death situations to be here for you? I skipped my closest friend's wedding to attend Brandon's business school graduation, used my vacation days to assist Tessa with her relocation after her ex kicked her out, and refinanced my car to help with Dad's medical payments. So this is how you repay me. My mother began crying, which is her go-to response when she loses an argument. We never meant to hurt you, Logan. We just thought. You just thought I wouldn't find out? Or that I'd forgive you anyway because I always do. Because good old reliable Logan never holds a grudge, right? Logan's too nice to cut off his family no matter what they do? Brandon, the pompous twit, stepped up, his sneer still visible. Dude, chill. It's not our fault Samantha realized she could do better. Some people are meant to be workers and some are meant to be leaders. You've always been a worker. Nothing wrong with that. Something within me cracked. I lunged at him, grabbed his pretentious cashmere sweater, which I'm quite sure is phony, and pushed him against the wall. You entitled piece of, he tried to shove me away, but those investment banking arms weren't much use against someone who carried unconscious people out of burning buildings for a career. I wasn't actually going to hurt him. I just wanted to wipe the smug expression off his face. Get off me, you psycho, he exclaimed. My father attempted to separate us and received an elbow to the face for his efforts, not from me, but from Golden Boy Brandon, who was writhing around like a kid having a tantrum. That's when things truly got crazy. My father, clutching his bloodied nose, turned on Brandon. What the hell is wrong with you? You hit me over this? Brandon, Daddy's favorite, looked stunned. It was an accident. Logan attacked me. But my father wasn't having it. For the first time in my life, he looked at the problem with clarity. You've been seeing your brother's fiancé behind his back after all Logan's done for this family? I was just as startled as everyone else. My father never sides with me. Like, never. When we were kids and Brandon wrecked my things, it was always, Logan, don't leave your things where they can get broken. When Brandon got the automobile and I received nothing, it was, Logan, your brother needs reliable transportation for his internship. You can take the bus. My mother leaped in, always prepared to defend her darling firstborn. Don't act like you didn't know, Robert. We all agreed this was for the best. Brandon and Samantha are perfect for each other. And just like that, 30 years of marriage ended there in front of the Christmas tree. My parents began screaming at each other. Apparently my father had only grudgingly agreed to this entire arrangement, and now he was furious that my mother had organized it all and made him complicit. I never wanted to lie to Logan. This was your idea, Margaret. Oh, now it's all my fault? You were fine with it last week when I suggested it. I was not fine with it. I said we should be honest with him. I backed away from the turmoil, and everything became crystal clear. The yelling continued, with my aunt trying to mediate and my uncle looking like he wanted to be anywhere else. My cousin was still recording everything on her phone, perhaps thinking about how many likes she'd get on social media. Samantha stood awkwardly to the side, as if she were regretting all of her life decisions. Good. She should. Tessa was, of course, making it all about herself. Great. Now Christmas is ruined. Thanks a lot, Logan. Typical. I didn't lie, cheat, or exclude anyone from Christmas dinner. But somehow reacting to it makes me the bad guy. I just stood there, watching everything unfold, feeling strangely disconnected from the situation. As if I were watching a film about someone else's chaotic family. My aunt attempted to salvage the situation. Maybe we should all just sit down and have dinner. Everything seems worse on an empty stomach. Aunt Linda believed that eating could solve any problem. This was not something that mashed potatoes and turkey could solve. My father grabbed his coat from the hook by the door. I'm not staying here. This whole thing was a mistake from the start. My mother looked stunned. Where do you think you're going? Out. I need some air. It's Christmas Eve. I'm well aware of what day it is, Margaret. I'm also aware that we just destroyed any relationship we had with our son, and you don't even seem to care. He stared at me then. For what seemed like the first time in years, he looked at me intently. Logan, I'm sorry. I should have put a stop to this from the beginning. Too little, too late. But at least it was something. He walked out and slammed the door behind him. My mother stood there, startled, as if she couldn't believe he had truly left. Now look at what you've done, she told me. Because obviously this was all my fault. Brandon, always the opportunist, saw an opportunity to be the hero. I'll go after Dad. Make sure he's okay. Tessa joined in. I'll help you clean up, Mom. Logan clearly isn't going to stick around to help. They were immediately altering the narrative. They were acting like good, helpful youngsters, while I was the troublemaker who destroyed Christmas. It was so predictable that I nearly laughed. You're right, Tessa, I'm not sticking around. I looked at my mother. And I'm not coming back. Don't be ridiculous, she remarked. You're upset, I understand, but we're still family. No, we're not, I replied gently. Families don't do this to each other. I walked away, ignoring my mother's calls. Ignore Samantha's pathetic apologetic effort, ignoring everything. Outside, I spotted my father sitting in his car, staring straight ahead. For a split second I considered approaching him, but what could I say? He may have eventually stood up for me, but he had gone along with the whole thing until it blew up in his face. So I got in my car and drove away, leaving behind the debris of what I had thought was my family. When I came home, I turned on my phone just long enough to send a text to my supervisor requesting some extra shifts for the holidays. Then I blocked everyone's numbers save my father's. I wasn't ready to talk to him, but I also didn't want to cut him off totally. I spent Christmas working a double shift at the hospital. Helped save a child who choked on a new toy. I held an elderly woman's hand as she took her final breath. I cleaned up vomit, blood, and other bodily fluids. And you know what? It was still preferable than spending another minute with individuals who claimed to love me but treated me as if I were nothing. That night, I returned home to my dingy flat and ordered Chinese food. I ate it on my couch while watching Die Hard, which is a Christmas movie. And for the first time in years, I wasn't under constant pressure to be available, to aid, to improve things for everyone else. It was just myself, some lo mein, and Bruce Willis. And it was the nicest Christmas I had in a long time. The texts and calls continued for the next few days. I did not read or listen to any of them. I was not prepared to deal with the inevitable gaslighting and guilt trips. My father did send one SMS, which I read. I moved out. Staying at the Marriott downtown for now. I'm sorry, son. Truly. I did not respond. But I did not block him either. The following few weeks were a storm. My parents parted, and Mom blamed me fully. If you hadn't shown up unannounced, everything would be fine. Brandon and Samantha were officially dating now. Tessa propagated reports that I had rage issues, which was why Samantha left in the first place. The calls and texts began to come in steadily. I did not respond to any of them. Instead, I made some of my own calls. To the mortgage firm, cancel the automatic payment from my account. To my credit card company, deleting my parents as authorized users. To my lawyer, ensuring that my name was removed from any loans I had assisted them in repaying. Then I sent a group message. You can now kiss your personal ATM goodbye. Figure your own stuff out from now on. The reaction was nuclear. My phone blew up with calls and messages. You can't just abandon your family after everything we've done for you. I need that money for Riley's preschool. Your father's medical bills won't pay themselves. I must have received 50 messages inside the first hour. I've read them all. then blocked them all. Every single one. It was honestly rather liberating. The flying monkeys began to emerge from the woodwork. My aunt called to tell me how upset she was with my actions. My uncle texted that I needed to be the bigger man. My cousin posted a vague Facebook status about family is everything that was definitely intended for me. I also blocked them. 2 days later, Tessa and Riley arrived at my flat, evidently expecting me to accept my nephew. Even she thought using a 4-year-old as a shield was a little low. She explained that she needed me to watch Riley that weekend because she had a date with a guy who could be the one. I crouched down, handed Riley my phone to keep him happy, and then turned to Tessa. I reminded her that when I worked night shifts and requested for help relocating, she said she was too tired from being a mother but then posted club images the same night. She rolled her eyes, dismissing it as just one time. I brought up how she ignored my concerns about Samantha, told me I was being paranoid, and then helped Samantha and Brandon hook up without my knowledge. She snapped that it wasn't fair to claim they had a genuine connection. I kicked her out and warned her not to use Riley as a prop again. It was horrible. On her way out, she took one final shot at me, calling me mentally unstable and stating she was worried about me. Tessa's style is classic. She'd been gaslighting me since we were youngsters, damaging my Xbox controller and blaming me for leaving it out, using my credit card without permission because I owed her, and telling Samantha about my insecurities as just girl talk. The next day my father called. I almost didn't answer, but I did anyway. He seemed exhausted, stating he wanted to apologize for Christmas and everything. He acknowledged that he and my mother had split and were filing for divorce. I was aware of this before to his statement, yet it threw me off guard. 30 years together. I never imagined he would truly depart. He claimed Christmas made him understand what he had been ignoring for years, how my mother treated me, how she favored Brandon and Tessa, and how he had tolerated it for far too long because it was easier than battling. He was not asking for forgiveness. He just wanted me to know that he was trying to improve his therapy and figure out how he got here. At least he was truthful. He said my mother was telling everyone that I abandoned the family and cut her off financially out of malice. He corrected her, saying it wasn't out of spite, but rather my setting boundaries. It astonished me. Dad sticking up for me was not something I was accustomed to. He apologized again, claiming he had not been the parent I deserved. I wasn't sure how to answer. Part of me wanted to forgive him, but another part remained too raw. I informed him that I needed time, and he understood. He asked if we could have coffee when I was ready. Maybe, I said. But no promises. After we hung up, I sat on my couch, thinking about everything. I wasn't ready to accept any of them back into my life, but I chose not to block my father's phone number. It was not much, but it was something. A month after Christmas, I received a registered letter from a lawyer. I had a brief moment of terror, thinking my family was going to sue me or something. But it was really about my grandmother's estate. She died 5 years ago, and left me a tiny bequest, which I had no idea about. Apparently my mother had been handling things for me. My father had engaged a lawyer as part of the divorce proceedings. He discovered that my mother had used my inheritance to pay for things like Tessa's automobile and Brandon's business school. I was enraged yet again. It wasn't a large sum, perhaps $155,000, but it was the idea of the thing. My grandma intended me to have the money, but my mother stole it to give to my siblings. I called the lawyer and gave him permission to retrieve what he could. Then I called my father. "Did you know about Grandma's money?" "No," he replied. And I believed him. "I only found out when we started splitting up the finances. Your mother had an account I didn't know about. When I pressured her, she admitted what it was. She stole from me, Dad. From her own son." "I know. I'm so sorry, Logan. I've told her she needs to pay you back, but she doesn't think she did anything wrong," I said for him. "Because it's always been like this. What's mine is theirs. But what's theirs is theirs." "I'm afraid so," he said. "But I'm going to make sure you get what's owed to you even if it has to come out of my half of the divorce settlement." That made me weep up a little. For the first time in my life, my father prioritized my needs over those of my brothers. "Thanks, Dad," I replied. Maybe something good could come out of this whole mess after all. It had been 4 months after the Christmas catastrophe. I moved to Colorado in search of a better paying job with a mountain rescue squad. I purchased a modest cabin that needs work, but it is mine. I'm dating a veterinarian called Rachel, who thinks what I do is awesome and proudly introduces me to her friends. My family's financial position appears to have collapsed in the absence of my help. My aunt called the only family member I hadn't blocked to inform me that my mother needed to downsize to an apartment. Brandon was irritated that he had to loan her money. Tessa had to find a full-time job rather than the part-time job she'd been doing while I offered free childcare. Oh, and Samantha dumped Brandon after 3 months when she discovered that his investment banking career was not as prominent or lucrative as he had led her to believe. It turns out he's merely a glorified account manager who lied about his salary and position to impress. The karma is real. But Samantha popped up on my porch in Colorado last month. I have no idea how she discovered my address. It was most likely through a mutual friend. She was in tears, mascara running down her cheeks, and looked nothing like the polished marketing executive who dumped me for not being successful enough. "Logan, I need to talk to you," she said, sniffling. "It's important." I was going to close the door in her face when she blurted it out. "I'm pregnant, and I think it might be yours." I laughed in her face. "We broke up almost a year ago. Try again." "No, you don't understand," she exclaimed, desperate now. "I'm about 3 months along. I was going to tell Brandon it was his, but we only slept together twice and I used protection both times. But you and that last night before we broke up." "Let me get this straight," I responded, crossing my arms. "You cheated on me with my brother, dumped me because I wasn't successful enough, dated my brother, and now you're pregnant and want me to believe it's mine after 9 months? I know how it sounds." She started crying harder. "But I did the math and did you also do the math on how many guys you've slept with since me? Like your boss, maybe?" Her face turned white. "How did you?" "Brandon called me last week, drunk off his ass. Seems he found some interesting texts between you and your boss. Quite detailed from what he said. Something about a weekend in the Poconos 3 months ago, right around the time you'd have gotten pregnant, by my math." She switched strategies quickly. "Logan, please. Brandon broke up with me. My boss won't acknowledge the baby. I need help with child support at least." "Not my circus, not my monkeys," I replied, borrowing one of Rachel's favorite lines. "Good luck with the paternity test." I closed the door and returned inside, where Rachel waited with 2 drinks and a sympathetic smile. She'd overheard everything. "You okay?" she inquired. "Never better," I declared, and meant it. Rachel is the complete opposite of Samantha. She's down to earth, laughs at foolish jokes, and believes that saving lives is more important than having a fancy job title. We met during my second week in Colorado, when I brought in a dog that I had found hit by a car on my way home from work. She saved the puppy, I got a date, and the dog we called Lucky is now living with us. We moved in together last month. It turns out that when you don't have to support your entire family financially, you can afford to treat yourself. My crummy studio flat and her 1-bedroom made little sense when we could pool our resources and purchase the cabin we both desired. Brandon texted me the next day, following Samantha's unexpected visit. "Thanks for the heads up about Samantha. Dodged a bullet there." I did not respond. He might have been appreciative for this one gesture, but it didn't erase years of him treating me poorly. My father is the only person I still periodically speak with. He truly apologized for how things went down. He stated that he had always preferred Brandon because he reminded him of himself, and he had taken me for granted because I never caused problems. He's currently trying to rebuild his life by better managing his diabetes and improving his relationship with me. It's a start. My aunt keeps me informed, even when I don't want her to. Apparently, my mother had to work as a receptionist at a dentist's office. Brandon returned back home when he was unable to make his condo payments after losing his job. Tessa is having to manage full-time job and being a single mother without a free babysitter. A part of me feels horrible for them. They are still my family, and I do not wish them harm. But another part understands that this is exactly what they needed. They needed to learn to rely on themselves rather than on me. The inheritance situation was also settled. My father ensured that I received the whole $115,000 plus interest as part of the divorce settlement. I used it to purchase a better truck for the mountain roads around here. Every time I drive it, I think of my grandmother and how happy she would be that I finally have what she wanted. Looking back, my entire youth was spent preparing to be used and abandoned. The middle child was supposed to help with everything, but never complain, demand attention, or ask for anything in return. And now? I'm happy. I'm actually happy. And if you're reading this and seeing your own life reflected back at you, and you're the dependable one, the forgotten one, the one who provides and gives while receiving nothing in return, know that you deserve better. Sometimes the family you were born into is not the one you require. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for yourself is to walk away. I'm Logan, the forgotten son, the reliable brother, the helpful uncle. And for the first time in my life, I am putting myself first. Rachel and I are now engaged, and she helped me choose the ring because she is great like that. Still no word from Mom, Brandon or Tessa, but Dad is coming to visit next month. Oh, Samantha's baby daddy turned out to be her boss. The paternity test was confirmed. Her job is in ruins, so she's moved back in with her folks. Living is the most effective kind of vengeance. My dad threw me out at 16 for defending my brother at dinner. He called me ungrateful, then said he was proud in front of strangers. I'm Riley, a 16-year-old stuck navigating his boot camp vibe with my mom and little brother Derek, who's 10, and already better at staying on Dad's good side. The rules were unbreakable. Home by 9 p.m., dishes done before bedtime, no backtalk. My friends called him the General, and I was half joking, half terrified. I'd always wondered if there was more to him than the tough guy act. Growing up under Dad's roof felt like living in a pressure cooker. He wasn't cruel, but he was relentless, and if I brought home a C, he'd sit me down for a lecture about owning my future. I got my answer last summer, but it came at a cost. It all began with a fight that shook our house to its foundation. If I missed a soccer practice, he'd make me run laps in the backyard until my legs burned. Life's not a free ride, Riley, he'd say, his voice like gravel. Mom would try to smooth things over, saying he just wanted us to succeed, but it felt like he was training us for a war we didn't sign up for. Derek got off easier because he was younger, but even he knew to keep his head down when Dad was in a mood. I didn't hate him, but I wished for a moment when he'd just be normal, maybe crack a joke or tell me he was proud without a butt attached. Deep down, I wondered if he even liked us, or if we were just his responsibility. Things were already tense the summer I turned 16. I'd been working part-time at my father's business, hauling mulch and trimming hedges under the July sun. It was grueling, and Dad didn't cut me any slack. You're not here to goof off. He'd snap if I took a water break for too long. I was saving up for a used car, dreaming of the freedom it would bring. But every paycheck felt like a drop in the bucket. At home, Dad was extra edgy because his business was struggling. A big client had bailed, and he was scrambling to cover payroll. Mom kept trying to cheer him up, but he'd just grunt and disappear into the garage to tinker with his tools. Derek and I tiptoed around him, knowing one wrong move could set him off. It all came to a head one muggy evening in late July. Dinner was quiet, just the clink of forks and Mom's nervous small talk about her garden club. Derek was rambling about a science fair project, something about building a model rocket, when Dad cut him off. Focus on eating, not yapping, he said, not even looking up from his plate. Derek shrank back and my jaw tightened. I couldn't stop myself from muttering, maybe he'd talk less if he didn't shut him down all the time. The room froze, Mom's fork caught in midair, and Derek's eyes widened. Dad's head snapped up, his gaze boring into me. What have you said? He asked, his voice low and dangerous. I knew I should back down, but something in me broke. I responded, you're always on us. Derek was simply excited. And you act as if it were a crime. You treat us as if we are failing you every day. Mom gave a gasp. Riley, honey, let's not. But Dad lifted his hand, silencing her. He leaned forward, his knuckles white around the glass. Do you think you can talk to me like that at my place after everything I've done for you? Is this everything you do? I laughed bitterly. You mean treating us like dogs and pretending we're never good enough? I'm working hard for your company, but all I receive is criticism. My voice was shaking now, and I could feel Derek's gaze, but I couldn't stop. Dad rose up, towering above the table. Riley, you're out of line. You don't understand what it takes to keep this family afloat. Maybe I would know if you ever spoke with us, I shouted while standing. You're not a father. You're the boss. The words remained in the air, and for a split second, I believed he might hit me. Instead, he pointed to the door. Get out now. I did not think so. I simply grabbed my footwear and rushed out, slamming the front door so fiercely that the windows rattled. The night air was thick, and crickets chirped as if nothing had happened. I strolled down our street, my pulse racing, remembering the fight. Part of me felt liberated, as if I had finally shouted what I had been holding back for years. However, another part was afraid. What if Dad never lets me back in? What if I burned down my entire family? I ended up at a park a few blocks away, sitting on a bench near an empty baseball field. My phone vibrated. Mom texted, "Please come from home, Riley." He didn't mean it. I didn't respond. I wasn't ready to face him. I sat there for hours watching the stars come out, trying to figure out why Dad was so hard on us. I remembered stories Mom told me about his childhood, how his own father walked out when he was a kid, leaving his mother to raise 3 boys alone. Dad had to work early, dropping out of high school to help pay bills, which would explain why he pushed us so hard, but it didn't excuse treating us as if we were never enough. Around midnight, I heard footsteps crunching on the gravel path. My gut wrenched, anticipating a cop to instruct me to move along. Instead, it was Dad. His work jacket was hung over his shoulder, and he appeared tired, not angry, but simply exhausted. He didn't say anything at first and simply sat on the bench a few feet away. I expected a lecture, but he simply glanced at the field, his hands clasped between his knees. Finally he spoke, his voice as gentle as I had ever heard it. "I used to play ball out here. Shortstop, wasn't half bad." I blinked, surprised. Dad never talked about his past. "Not like that. Why'd you stop?" I inquired cautiously. He shrugged, a faint sad smile pulling on his lips. "Life got in the way. Had to grow up quickly." He stopped and then added, "I didn't want that for you and Derek. This is why I pushed you." Perhaps I pressed too hard. I wasn't sure what to say. This was not the father I knew, who had just kicked me out. He seemed almost apologetic, but I was still angry, still hurt. "You didn't simply shove," I responded, my voice taut. "You made us feel as if we were failing you. Like we're not even your children, but rather projects." He flinched slightly, and I saw something flicker in his eyes. Regret, perhaps. He didn't argue or defend himself. He simply nodded, as if taking it all in. "Come home, Riley," he urged calmly. "We'll talk more tomorrow." I followed him back, not because I wanted to forgive him, but because I was too tired to argue any longer. The stroll was quiet, but not the typical strained silence. It seemed as if we were both trying to find out what happened next. When we returned home, Mom held me so tightly that I couldn't breathe, and Derek peeked out from his door, asking, "You okay?" I nodded, but my mind was spinning. Dad had shown me a crack in his armor, a glimpse of someone other than the general. But I had no idea what to do with it, or if it was even possible. The morning following our fight, I expected the house to feel like a battleground. I'd yelled at my father, called him out in a way I'd never done before, and he'd turned up in the park, not to drag me home, but to actually talk. That soft-spoken guy who mentioned playing shortstop wasn't the father I knew, and I didn't know what to think of him. Half of me wished he meant it, that he'd relax, but another half feared he'd revert to his old ways, yelling orders as if nothing had occurred. I sat in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering if last night was just a fluke or the beginning of something new. The kitchen downstairs was noticeably quieter than normal. Mom was frying pancakes, her normal cheerfulness cranked down, and Derek was scribbling on a napkin, sneaking glances at me as if I were a bomb poised to explode. Dad was sitting at the table sipping coffee, his work boots already on. I lingered in the doorway, half expecting him to begin a sermon on respect. Instead, he looked up and nodded quickly. "Morning, Riley," he remarked calmly, as if we hadn't yelled at each other 12 hours ago. I said good morning and slid into my chair, grabbing a pancake to avoid eye contact. Mom gave me a slight smile, but the air was dense. Everyone is waiting for someone to make the first move. Eventually Dad cleared his throat. "Got a job today at the community center," he added, without looking at any of us. "They need the garden redone. Could use an extra hand." He stopped, then asked, "Riley, you in?" I froze. Fork is halfway to my mouth. Dad never invited me to work with him. He's just told me. And after last night I assumed he would want me as far away as possible. Derek's eyes widened, and Mom's brows furrowed, but I kept my expression neutral. "Sure," I answered, attempting to seem casual as my heart was racing. Is this his method of making amends, or am I falling into a trap? The community center was a rundown brick facility a few kilometers from our house, with a patchy lawn and a garden that appeared to have been neglected for years. Dad's team was already there, unloading shovels and soil bags off the truck. I'd previously worked with them, but today felt different. Dad did not tell me to get moving or critique my technique. He simply handed me a rake and said, "Start over there by the fence." I nodded, waiting for the catch, but he moved away to chat to his foreman, Pete, about drainage plans. I set to work raking dead leaves and uprooting weeds. My mind is whirling. Is this his version of a peace offering? Or was he simply too tired to fight? As the morning progressed, I kept stealing looks at Dad. He was in his element, directing the crew with that strong tone, but he wasn't as severe as usual. He even laughed once when Pete tripped over a hose, a quiet giggle that I couldn't distinguish. Around midday, a woman from the community center emerged. Miss Rivera, who oversaw the after-school programs. She was short with a no-nonsense demeanor, yet her smile was warm. "This is looking amazing, Tom," she told her father. "The kids will love it," Dad said, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Just doing our job," he replied. But I noticed a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Miss Rivera turned to face me, her smile expanding. "You must be Riley. Your father describes you as a hard worker." I almost dropped my rake. "Dad said that about me?" I muttered a thank you, my face heating, and looked at him. But he was busy arranging a wheelbarrow and pretended not to hear. Miss Rivera continued to speak, describing the garden as a secure location for the children, where they could plant vegetables and learn about nature. "It means a lot to have volunteers like you," she explained. And I realized she assumed I was here by choice, not because my father dragged me along. I didn't correct her. But the fact that Dad had bragged about me to someone else, no less, stayed with me. We took a break for lunch, sitting on the tailgate of Dad's vehicle. The crew was joking around, but Dad remained silent, eating his sandwich and looking at the half-finished garden. I sat next to him, picking at my chips and trying to muster the bravery to say something. Finally, I went for it. "This place is kinda cool," I added, keeping things light. "Better than hauling mulch for rich people's lawns." He snorted, which could have been a joke. "Yeah, well, this one's pro bono," the lawyer replied. "Ria's been bugging me for months, saying the kids deserve something nice." I raised an eyebrow. "Dad, free work?" That was new. "Why did you say yes?" I inquired, truly interested. He did not respond right away. He took a gulp of water and continued. "Grew up around here. This center was all I had some days. Kept me out of trouble." His voice was low, as if he was expressing something he didn't normally say. I waited, hoping he'd continue, and after a moment, he did. "My brothers and I would come here after school. Mom was working. Dad was gone. They had an old basketball court out back. He used to shoot hoops until dark." He hesitated, his gaze remote. The place was a dump, but it belonged to us. I stared at him, attempting to picture it. Dad, who was only a few years older than Derek, used to dribble a basketball on a cracked court. He had never talked about his childhood in such detail before. Mom had mentioned his father departing, but Dad always dismissed it as unimportant. I am now hearing him talk about the community center. I caught a glimpse of another. Someone who had been a youngster with hopes, rather than the person who governed our house like a military outpost. "I had no idea you played basketball," I answered calmly, not wanting to scare him away. He shrugged, a little smile pulling at his lips. "It wasn't bad." "Too short for varsity," I joked, and for a little moment it felt like we were just two guys conversing, not father and son about to butt heads. But Pete called him over to verify some measurements, and the moment had passed. I returned to work, my mind ringing. Dad had opened up a little, and it was bothering me. I wanted to think he was trying, but years of his tough man persona had me skeptical. What if this was only a one-time occurrence, and he went back to yelling the next day? The afternoon became busier. Miss Rivera enlisted the support of a group of summer program participants, who primarily ran around, tossed dirt, and asked a million questions. Leo, a thin child of about 8, seized onto me and followed me around like a shadow. He said, "You're strong," as I hauled a bag of soil. "I bet you can lift a car." I grinned, flexing slightly. "Perhaps a small one." Leo chuckled and pointed to Dad, who was instructing another kid how to plant a seedling. "Is that your father?" I looked over and thought he was terrifying. Dad was stooped down, his large hands gently stroking the ground around a small plant. His face was concentrated, but not stern. "Yeah," I answered. "But he's not so bad." Seeing Dad with those kids seemed strange. He wasn't barking orders or yelling at them for messing up. He was patient, explaining how deep to dig, and even smiling when one girl splattered muck on his clothes. Leo started chatting, explaining how he came to the center every day because his mother worked late. "Miss Rivera is nice, but I wish we had a real garden," he stated. "My grandmother used to grow tomatoes." I nodded, recalling what Dad had said, and how this land had been his lifeline. Maybe that's why he came here, to give back what he'd lost. By the time we finished, the sun had fallen, and the garden was beginning to take shape. Clean rows of soil, a few seedlings, and a cleared area for a bench. Miss Rivera thanked us, her eyes beaming as if we had given her the moon. Dad only nodded, but I knew he was happy. On the way home, I expected him to say something about last night to clear the air, but he didn't. Instead, he switched on the radio. He sang an old rock tune that I didn't recognize and tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. It was the most relaxed I had seen him in months. When we pulled into the driveway, Mom was waiting on the porch. Derek kicked a soccer ball close. "How did it go?" she inquired, her tone hesitant, as if she were testing the waters. Dad said, "Fine," and then glanced at me. Riley did well. My jaw almost hit the ground. A compliment from Dad without a buttock attached. Mom smiled, and Derek dashed over to inquire whether I noticed any exciting tools. I ruffled his hair while still processing. Dad turned around before heading inside. "We're going back there tomorrow," he said. "You coming?" It wasn't a command, more of a question. I nodded. "Yeah, I'm in." That night, I lay in bed, repeating my day. Dad in the community center, talking about his childhood and laughing with the youngsters. It was like meeting a stranger who had my father's face. But I was not naive. One day did not erase years of him being harsh on us, making me feel like I was never enough. Still, something had changed, as if a door had cracked open. I wasn't sure if he'd leave it open, or if I'd have the courage to walk in. I only knew that I wanted to try for the first time. The next few days at the community center were like entering a parallel universe. Dad remained stiff, harsh, concentrated, and quick to call out anyone who slacked off. Yet there was an undercurrent. Something softer that I couldn't quite pinpoint. After our battle and that night at the park, I noticed a fracture in his armor. Working with him on the garden project was expanding it. He wasn't suddenly all warm and fluffy, but he was distinct, less like the general, and more like a guy attempting to meet me halfway. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for him to return to his old habits. But each day at the center eroded my misgivings, and I began to see glimpses of a man I'd never met. We spent every morning at the center that week, gradually beautifying the garden. The crew brought in new soil, constructed gravel roads, and created raised vegetable beds. I was on seedling duty, planting tomatoes and peppers under Miss Rivera's supervision. The summer program kids were constantly around, which made things crazy, but also enjoyable. Lo, the 8-year-old who had described Dad as intimidating, was my unofficial sidekick, talking about everything from superheroes to his grandmother's food. "You think these tomatoes will be as good as hers?" he inquired one day, digging at the earth. "Better?" I asked, smirking. "We're pros," he said, laughing. And I noticed Dad observing us from across the garden, with a slight look of approval on his face. That nod stuck with me. Dad didn't give out praise very often, and when he did, it was usually backhanded, like, "Not bad, but you could have done it faster." But lately, he's been different. The day before, when I figured out how to fix a wobbly trellis without being asked, he'd clap me on the shoulder and say, "Good thinking, Riley." The center wasn't just changing how I saw Dad, it was showing me a side of him. I'd spent years chasing his approval, and now that it was coming without strings, I wasn't sure how to deal with it. Miss Rivera pulled him aside one afternoon to talk about adding a small fountain, something about it being calming for the kids. I was nearby stacking bags of mulch close enough to overhear, and she said, "This place hasn't looked this good since I was a kid." Dad shrugged, His usual response, but he stayed, his voice low. "I'm just glad it's helping," he said. Miss Rivera smiled. "It's personal for you, isn't it?" Dad hesitated, then continued. "Yeah. I owe this place a lot." I froze, my hands motionless on the mulch bag. He'd hinted at his connection to the center before, but hearing him admit it to someone else felt different, like if he was telling her a secret. I wanted to question him more, but the time passed, and he went back to supervising the team, but his comments stayed. That evening, as we drove home, I took a gamble. "You said you owe the center." I started keeping my eyes on the dashboard. "What do you mean?" He tightened his hold on the steering wheel, and I thought he was going to shut me down. But then he let out a long, heavy sigh. "When I was a kid, things were difficult," he added. "My mother worked 2 jobs. My brothers and I spent a significant amount of time alone. This area used to be nothing more than a rec room and a busted court. It provided us somewhere to go and kept us from going wild." He looked at me, his eyes softer than usual. Miss Rivera was one of the counselors then. She wouldn't let me quit. I blinked, attempting to picture it. Dad. My tough-as-nails father. As a scrappy boy who required someone like Miss Rivera to keep him in line. I found it difficult to comprehend. "You never told us that," I said quietly. He snorted a half-laugh. "It's not exactly a bedtime story, Riley." But he didn't sound furious, just worn, as if holding that memory was more than he let on. I wanted to press to find out what else he'd withheld from us, but something urged me to let it go. For now, this was sufficient. Back home, things remained a little weird. Mom was thrilled. Dad and I were getting along, but Mom continued watching us as if she was expecting another fight. Derek was his typical self, alternating between homework and begging me to play video games. But even he sensed the change. "Dad's not yelling as much," he said one evening, stretched on the couch. I ruffled his hair and chuckled. "It's weird." Yeah, odd is one term for it, but it was also hopeful, which worried me. Hope made you vulnerable, and I wasn't sure I was ready to trust Dad's new side. The following day at the center, things were intense. The paving stone delivery arrived late, and the crew was hurrying to complete the paths before Miss Rivera's large community event the next weekend. Dad was in full foreman mode, but he wasn't snapping at anyone. Instead, he was moving quickly, double-checking measurements, and helping with the hard lifting. I was moving stones with Pete the foreman when he leaned over and remarked, "Your old man's different this week. You do something to him?" I shrugged. I am not sure how to respond. Maybe he is just in a good mood. Pete laughed. Tom is in a good mood. That is a first. But Peter was correct. Dad was different. When one of the younger crew members dropped a stone and broke it, I expected him to lose it. Instead, he simply answered, "He happens. Grab another one." The guy was as surprised as I was. Later, when Leo and a few other youngsters tried to help by carrying tiny pebbles, Dad didn't push them away. He crouched down and demonstrated how to properly lay the stones. His speech is patient, almost compassionate in this situation. "See?" he murmured, directing Leo's hands. "It needs to be strong." Leo smiled, and I felt a pang in my chest. This was the dad I'd always wanted, but watching him with strangers' children made me both jealous and proud. That afternoon, Miss Rivera served lemonade to everyone, and the youngsters raced around giggling and splashing each other. Dad and I sat on a bench to gather our breath. He remained quiet, watching the chaos with a faint smile. "Reminds me of the old days," he remarked almost to himself. "You and your brothers?" I inquired, sipping lemonade. He nodded. "Yeah, we'd make a mess and drive the counselors crazy, but they never kicked us out." He hesitated, then continued. "Made me believe that I could be more than simply another screw-up." His words struck me hard. Dad. A screw-up. The guy who ran a business, kept our family fed, never missed a bill. It didn't add up. "You're not a screw-up," I murmured, the words coming out before I could stop them. He gave me a shocked look before laughing softly. "Thanks, kid." But I got near. He didn't clarify, and I didn't press. But that moment, sitting there with lemonade and the sound of children laughing, felt like the closest we'd ever gotten. By Friday, The garden was practically complete. The beds had been planted, the walkways had been marked, and Miss Rivera was ecstatic about the event. A ribbon-cutting event with food and music. She kept thanking Dad, who simply waved her off. However, I could see he was proud. That night while we were cleaning up, Leo came up to me with a tiny tomato plant in a pot. Miss Rivera replied, "I could give this to you," and he put it into my hands for being amazing. I chuckled and ruffled his hair. "You are quite fantastic yourself." Dad was close, coiling a hose, and he looked over, his eyes crinkled at the corners. "Better take care of that," he responded. "Leo's counting on you." As I drove home, I clutched the plant on my lap, feeling strangely protective of it. Dad was humming along to an old radio song about rambling men. And for once, the stillness between us wasn't oppressive. I wanted to tell him I was delighted we were doing this, but the words seemed too huge. Instead I said, "Lo's a good kid." Dad nodded. "Yeah, reminds me of you at that age. Always curious." I glanced at him, my throat tightening. Was this a compliment? A memory? Whatever it was, it seemed like a gift. When we arrived home, Mom had dinner ready. Spaghetti, Derek's favorite. And the house felt warmer, as if the strain from last week had finally subsided. Derek was chatting non-stop about his rocket project. Dad actually listened, asking questions rather than dismissing him. Mom caught my eye, and her smile indicated that she too saw it. After supper, I placed Leo's plant on my windowsill and promised myself I would keep it alive. As I lay in bed, I reflected on my father, the child he once was and the man he was growing into. He was still harsh and hard-edged, but there was something more to him. I was only beginning to understand the layers. I had no idea what tomorrow would bring. However, for the first time, I was not terrified to find out. The garden at the community center had been completed, and the ribbon-cutting ceremony was scheduled for tomorrow. I had spent the entire week working alongside Dad, catching glimpses of a guy I barely recognized. Someone who joked with children, shared stories from his history, and even threw me a compliment or two without lecturing me. It was as if the battle we'd had, the one that sent me screaming out to the park, had sparked something in him. But I was not naive. Dad was still the one who dominated our house with an iron hand, and made me feel like I was never enough. As we approached the weekend, I wondered if this new side of him would endure, or if it would fade like a mirage once the project was completed. What I didn't expect was that the next several days would reveal more of my father than I'd ever seen, forcing me to determine what kind of son I wanted to be. Saturday mornings were crazy. Volunteers were busy setting up tables, stringing lights and transporting food trays for the occasion. Miss Rivera was everywhere, directing traffic with a megaphone and a smile, as children from the summer program rushed around, half helping, half causing havoc. Dad's crew was there putting the finishing touches on the garden, smoothing gravel walks, watering seedlings, and assembling a wooden bench as a surprise. I was tasked with putting up signs pointing to the new garden, my hands sticky with tape and sweat. Every time I looked at Dad, he was moving, carrying tools or talking to Miss Rivera, with a focused but relaxed expression. He seemed happy in a way that I wasn't used to. Leo, my pint-sized shadow, discovered me as I struggled with a crooked sign. "Riley, will you come to the party?" he inquired, bouncing on his toes. "Going to have cake?" I giggled while adjusting the sign. "Don't miss it, mate. Will you save me a piece?" He nodded sincerely, as if it were a holy pledge, before darting off to chase a butterfly. I watched him leave, feeling a strange combination of pride and protectiveness. Leo reminded me of Derek, full of energy and yearning for someone to acknowledge him. It reminded me of Dad, who had been patient and nice to Leo all week, something he rarely did with us. Why was it easier for him to express that side to strangers? The gathering began at noon, with music blasting from speakers and a swarm of neighbors, children and local officials milling about. Miss Rivera gave a speech thanking everyone, particularly Dad and his crew. "Paul Harper's given us more than a garden," she remarked, her voice shaking slightly. "He's given our kids a place to develop." The audience applauded, and I noticed Dad move uneasily, his hands tucked in his pockets. He wasn't a huge attention seeker, but I could tell he was moved. When Miss Rivera summoned him up to cut the ribbon, he tried to wave it off, but she persevered, and the audience cheered him on. I took a picture with my phone. Dad, scissors in hand, appears awkward, but proud. It was the first time I'd considered capturing him in that way. After the ribbon was cut, the garden was declared open. Children crowded in, touching the plants, running down the walls, and climbing on the bench. Leo grabbed my hand and dragged me to show off his tomato plants, which we planted together. "They're growing already," he added, pointing to small green shoots. I grinned and kneeled to have a better look. "You're a natural, Leo," he smiled, then dashed off to join his friends. I rose up, dusting off my jeans, and noticed Dad looking at me again, his expression soft. "You're good with him," he said, walking over. "He looks up to you," I replied, embarrassed. "He is easy to like." Dad nodded and said, "You're easy to like too, Riley." My breath caught. Was that affection from Dad? I stammered a thank you, my face flushed, and he clapped me on the shoulder before departing to assist Pete with cleanup. The remainder of the day was a blur, eating BBQ, playing games with the kids, and avoiding Derek, who'd arrived with Mom and was attempting to lure me into a water balloon fight. Mom was in her element, visiting with neighbors and stealing extra cookies for Leo and his friends. Dad remained busy, but I watched him slowing down, taking breaks to chat to others, and even laughing when Miss Rivera taunted him about his elaborate garden design. It was surreal to see him like this, as part of a community rather than just the guy who barks instructions at home or work. I kept thinking about what he'd said about owning the center, and how I needed a place like this as a kid. It left me wondering what else I didn't know about him. As the sun sank, the gathering came to a close, and the majority of the attendees dispersed. Miss Rivera drew me aside as I was stacking chairs. "Riley, I need a favor," she explained, her eyes serious. "Marcus is a kid who has been coming to the facility for years. He's 14. He's a good child, yet he is suffering. I could use someone to talk to. Maybe show him the ropes in the garden." I paused. I was not a counselor, just a high school student. But her expression was so genuine. And I thought about Leo and how much he looked up to me. "Sure," I replied. "I can try." She smiled with relief. "Your father said you'd be wonderful for it. He is proud of you, you know." My stomach flipped. Dad is quite proud. He had never said it outright. Not like that. I nodded, too astonished to respond, and returned to stacking chairs, my mind spinning. That night at home, the house felt strange. Warmer, as if the air weren't as heavy. Mom hummed in the kitchen. Derek was sprawled on the couch, while his father was fiddling in the garage as usual. I went out to see him, which I hadn't done in years. He was cleaning his tools, and the radio was playing an old country tune. I leaned against the workbench and watched him work. "Today was cool," I admitted, testing the waters. He glanced up and nodded. "Yeah, Rivera runs a good show." I took a deep breath and went for it. "You didn't have to do all of that, including the garden, for free. Why would you care so much?" He set down his rag, his hands quiet for a moment. "I told you I owed that place," he added quietly. "But it is more than that. Those kids, Leo, Marcus and the rest, act as if I'm not their father, and Mom is stretched thin. I didn't have somebody to teach me how to be a guy. We had to figure it out the hard way." He halted, his gaze catching mine. "I don't want that for you, Derek, or them." My throat tightened as I gulped. This was the most he had ever opened up. And it wasn't just about the center. It was about us. "You're doing okay with us," I said. The words, clumsy, but honest. He returned to his tools with a tiny smile that didn't require words. The next morning, I awoke early to see Leo's tomato plant still growing on my windowsill. I chose to return to the center, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. Marcus was there, a lanky lad with a reserved expression, kicking a soccer ball against the wall. I introduced myself, feeling embarrassed, but he nodded, and we ended up planting several more seedlings together. He didn't say much, but when I showed him how to space the plants, he paid attention and mimicked my movements. It felt wonderful. Like I was passing on what Dad had taught me, even if he hadn't intended to. Dad arrived later, dropping off the extra tools Miss Rivera had requested. He saw me with Marcus but said nothing. just gave me that nod again. The one who said more than words. I realized that this was who he was. Not just the tough guy, but the man who had tried to be better than his own father, who had planted a garden for children he didn't know, and who was trying to be there for me in his own unique way. I wasn't sure what happened next. School was about to start, and Dad's business was still unstable. But for the first time, I felt as if we were on the same team. Back at home, Derek was working on his rocket project, and I helped him attach some fins, laughing as he spilled glitter all over the table. Mom watched us with warm eyes. And when Dad walked in, he didn't yell at Derek for the mess. Instead, he sat down and asked, "That thing is going to fly?" Derek lit up as he described his plan, and Dad listened. Really listened. I caught Mom's eye, and she smiled, as if she knew we were all on our way. As I proceeded to bed, I noticed Leo's plant, its leaves catching the moonlight. It was little, frail, and growing. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My parents abandoned me. At 12, after I spilled a soda, years later, I attended my brother's wedding and turned their day into their downfall. My name is Thomas, and I am now 30. Some memories, however, fester rather than vanish. They get sharper over time. I don't talk about my childhood very much, not because I've forgotten, but because stating it out loud makes it feel real again. I feel like I'm 12 years old again, standing in the middle of that gas station parking lot. I was clutching a candy bar that I didn't have enough money to buy, watching my parents' taillights fade into the night. It happened in August, just before school began. We'd gone on one of those weird family bonding vacations that my mother believed we needed, but bonding in our house meant everyone pretending my father's rants were wisdom, and my elder brother Tyler's every lousy thought was a gift to humanity. I was the quiet one, overly sensitive, soft-spoken, and usually in the way. On that particular day, I had spilled Sprite in the back seat. Tyler, who was 16 and already an expert at deflecting blame, smirked and added, "I did it on purpose." Dad pulled over at the next petrol station off the highway, his eyes burning. "You're not a baby anymore," he exclaimed. "You want to act mature? You can find your own way home." At first I chuckled. I assumed it was one of his strange jokes, but suddenly the back of the SUV slammed shut and they simply drove. I raced after them for a second, crying out their names, but my voice cracked and vanished under the roar of motors and tires. A clerk stuck his head out of the gas station door, cigarette dangling from his lips, and looked at me as if I were just another stray who had been abandoned. That night, I slept beneath the station's garbage, cuddled up against myself, my heart beating with each passing car. I recall counting the hours. 80 miles from home, no money, no phone, no one to call. When I begged for aid, the clerk refused. "Ain't a daycare kid," he murmured. I did not cry. I believe a part of me froze that night, the portion that believed family meant anything permanent. The next morning, I found a payphone and contacted Mrs. Carter, a teacher I trusted. She was the one that picked me up and drove me back into town. I explained to her that my parents must have forgotten about me. I could see she didn't believe it because she tightened her grasp on the steering wheel. However, she did not press. She simply dropped me off, ensured I had food, and assured me I could always call her. Nobody seemed surprised as I walked through our house's front door. No one apologized. Mom looked up from her laptop and remarked, "Took you long enough." Tyler was on the couch playing video games and muttered, "Should have walked faster." Dad never addressed what had happened, simply nodding at me at breakfast the next morning as if everything was normal. That was the day I quit trying to fit in. I graduated high school like a ghost in the hall. Ate lunch alone and studied in silence. I left as soon as I reached 18, worked 3 jobs, completed community college, and then moved to a university across the nation without informing anyone. I changed my phone number, never left a forwarding address, and for the first time began breathing on my own. I've spent the last decade developing a life they don't know about. I became a software programmer and relocated to a city where no one ever repeated the words "man up," as if they were a cure for trauma. My friends describe me as grounded and loyal. I even got a rescue dog named Leo, a frightened little mutt who flinches at loud noises. We understand one another. I never expected to hear from them again, yet last week a letter arrived at my flat. There was no return address, but Mom's handwriting on the front was unmistakable, loopy and dramatic. I slowly opened it, partly anticipating a legal threat or another passive-aggressive note about leaving the family. But it was a thick envelope. Inside, Tyler's wedding invitation was embossed in gold calligraphy, all ostentatious and formal, the type of thing that screamed rented grandeur and artificial smiles, and tucked within was a folded piece of notebook paper penned by them. Thomas, we understand that things have been far between us, but Tyler is getting married, and your presence would be greatly appreciated by the family. He requested that we contact out to you directly. We hope you will come. We would love to reconnect. Mom and Dad are reaching out as if nothing has occurred. Like they hadn't abandoned me to rot beneath a gas station dumpster when I was 12 and never apologized. Like Tyler wasn't the golden kid whose shadow I was never permitted to escape. I sat there looking at the note for a long time. My fingers clenched on the paper's edge, causing it to wrinkle, and for a brief time I considered throwing it away. Almost. But then something inside me paused. I flipped the invitation over. Fancy setting. Outdoor ceremony. Dress code. Formal. There was even a QR code for RSVPs. As if I were just another distant relative. As if they hadn't already taught me the meaning of disposability. I looked at the note again. It would mean a lot to the family. It was interesting since I wasn't the same kid they discarded on the side of the highway anymore, and if they wanted me back in the photo, I had a few ideas for framing it. Let's just say I didn't RSVP right immediately, but I did begin arranging discreetly and meticulously, as I always do, because some debts are not paid in words, but in presence. Sometimes simply turning there is the loudest thing you can do. The instant I saw Tyler's fiance's name, Sophia R. Kensington, engraved in embossed cursive on the invitation, I knew what kind of wedding it would be. Upper middle class perfection, extended games, a live quartet, and bespoke cocktail napkins with their initials. The Kensingtons were local nobility in my area. Old money, gossip and grudges. Sophia was always dressed as if she was going to church or a job interview, even at the age of 15. The kind of girl who never had to compete for attention since it was bestowed upon her like an inheritance. So Tyler got her. Of course he did. The charming eldest son, quarterback smile, parents who surrounded him like he was the sun. My parents most likely wore their approval like jewelry. I searched her up online the same night. She was everything you'd expect. A dentistry school graduate, a groomed Instagram feed full of encouraging slogans and coffee art, and engagement photos taken under a tree that looked like everything out of a wedding magazine. A link to their wedding website was concealed in one of the post's tags. I clicked it. Tyler and Sophia's big day is 3 weeks away. Location, Stonebrook Vineyard and Lodge. Registry, Bloomingdale's, Crate and Barrel, and Amazon. Dress code. Black tie is optional. Please arrive 30 minutes before the ceremony starts. Shuttle transportation is offered from the guest hotel. We are very happy to celebrate with friends and family. Family, correct? There was even a section called The Love Story. Tyler wrote it himself, or at least from his perspective. It was all so professional, it could have been written by a public relations firm. I've always been the type of man who believes in fate. But nothing prepared me for Sophia, her grace, her kindness, the way she looked at me and saw more than just the person I used to be. You've grown into a different person than you were before. I read the line 3 times. And then I remembered him as a khaki-wearing bully and a liar with a halo. The same lad who shoved me into a pond at my 12th birthday party and informed our parents that I had slipped. I had to walk home, drenched while everyone else ate cake. They'd been laughing about it for years. I wasn't planning on attending the wedding. Not until I saw that line. Tyler was rewriting his own past, believing there was no collateral damage on his way to adulthood. And now the individuals who had left me behind, literally, were calling me family again. I did not RSVP online. That would have been too easy. Instead, I asked an old college buddy, Jenny, who now works in logistics, to send me a high-end formal suit in midnight blue, custom fit, with a vest that looked like it belonged in a James Bond movie. I even reserved a room at the same premium guest hotel advertised on the website, paying up ahead and using a little different name. I didn't want them to know I was coming. Not yet. I felt if they were going to try to pretend the past did not exist, I'd give them a taste of their own medicine. 2 weeks before the wedding, I sent one email to the RSVP address supplied. It was Sophia's saying, "Looking forward to the celebration. Please don't mention I'm attending. I'd like to surprise the happy couple." There was no reply, but it was marked as read. The week before the wedding, I cleared my schedule, arranged for a sitter for my dog Leo, and packed light. Just the suit, a pair of shine shoes, and one old photo, folded and weathered, of me at 12 standing outside that gas station with a rucksack and a blank stare. Mrs. Carter had removed it the morning she picked me up. She had printed it years later and mailed it to me with the simple message, "You survived." I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it, but it felt natural to bring it. When I arrived at the vineyard the day before the wedding, it looked like a movie set. Rolling hills, polished wooden beams, fairy lights strung through archways, wonderful weather and ideal people. Every aspect was planned to convey warmth and elegance, but in a way that excluded people like me by design. The rehearsal supper was in full swing. I watched from a quiet corner of the outdoor patio, sunglasses on, and a suit jacket draped over my arm. Nobody saw me at first, but then I saw her. Mom. She was thinner than I remembered, like a balloon that had gradually deflated but attempted to preserve its shape. Her hair was tinted a darker brown, almost reddish, and she wore a pearl necklace that contrasted with her sunburned neck. She was laughing, with that loud, brittle laugh that always sounded like she was trying to convince everyone she was okay. Dad stood beside her, wearing a blazer that most likely still had the same money clip in the inside pocket, the one he used to flick open dramatically whenever he wanted to remind us he was supplying. His face seemed puffier than I remembered, as if life had finally pushed back. They were talking to Sophia's parents, smiling, shaking hands, and praising Tyler with the same saccharine tone that used to make my skin crawl. I did not approach them. Not yet. But then Tyler turned, and for the first time in nearly 2 decades, we met eyes. And his face sank. Not enough to warn anyone else, but I noticed it. The flare, the implicit question. What is he doing here? That passed over his immaculately manicured expression. He raised a glass to me, hesitated, and then immediately looked away, as if he hadn't noticed me at all. But I knew he did. More significantly, I realized he hadn't informed them that I was on my way. I snuck out before the toast and walked back to the motel, my heart pumping with adrenaline. My hands were trembling slightly, not from fear but from anticipation. They'd asked me to come. They wanted me to rejoin the family. I was going to show them what that meant, and I hadn't even spoken yet. Mist and tension hung over the wedding morning. I stood at my hotel room's floor-length window, watching fog sweep across the wine hills like a scene out of a movie. I barely slept. Not from nerves. I wasn't nervous, but rather from recollection. My thoughts replayed everything like a silent movie. Cold pavement behind the gas station. Mrs. Carter's expression when she pulled up. When I arrived home, I found silence. I ironed my shirt carefully and painstakingly, pressing out each crease as if it were a scar that I might flatten. Then I reached for an old folded faded photograph. 12-year-old me stared into the horizon, eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief. I slipped it into my breast pocket, behind a silk square near my chest. The shuttle to the vineyard was packed with strangers. Distant cousins, longtime neighbors, and Sophia's college classmates. Everyone talked on the venue, the vista, and the attire. Nobody looked my way. I preferred it that way. When I stepped off the shuttle, the surroundings had changed. White chairs spread out across the grass like dominoes. A floral arch took center stage, adorned with ivory roses and pastel greenery. Classical music filled the air, as servers carried around glasses of Prosecco as if it were liquid gold. It was really amazing. I kept to the back. I saw them again. My parents are now seated in the front row, beaming at guests and shaking hands with the officiant. Dad laughed too loudly. Mom held a bouquet of white lilies that did not fit her at all. Tyler stood off to the side in a nice tuxedo, speaking to what I believed was his best man. Sophia hadn't appeared yet. That's when it occurred. An older woman approached me, with exquisite silver hair and a navy blue clothing. She glanced at me for a moment before smiling graciously. "You must be Thomas." I blinked. "I am. I'm Evelyn Kensington, Sophia's mother." "Of course." I straightened a little and extended my hand. She took it gracefully, but also with curiosity. "Tyler told us you might be here. I just wanted to say, thank you for coming." My guard went up immediately. "He told you I might come?" She nodded, her smile growing tighter. "He said there had been some distance, but he hoped this would be a step toward healing." I could have laughed, but I did not. Instead, I said, "He's an optimist." She smiled again, but more awkwardly this time. "Well, regardless, welcome. And if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask." I saw her go away, her heels biting slightly into the grass. Tyler had informed Sophia's side of the family but not mine. Interesting. The ceremony began like any other. Gentle music played, guests shifted in their chairs, the officiant cleared his throat, and Sophia appeared, glowing, gorgeous, and precisely as you'd imagine. The crowd's combined breath inhaled and held. She walked down the aisle to gentle applause. Tyler waited under the arch like a prince accepting his crown, while I watched from the back row, mute. The ceremony was quick, with typical vows and uneasy laughs. I do's were exchanged as currency. Then came the announcement, the kiss, and the applause. And with that, they were married. The reception was where everything started to unravel. The event was held in a big glass-walled hall that overlooked the vineyard. Chandeliers hang like frozen waterfalls. Every table had a centerpiece of orchids and floating candles. Guests were escorted to their seats using printed calligraphy cards. Mine did not exist. I calmly approached the table where my folks sat. There's an empty chair near them. The name card is designated for the family. I hovered. Mom's gaze fell on me. "Oh, you made it," she replied, sipping wine and not standing. "Apparently," I said. Dad did not speak. He glanced at me with an unreadable expression and leaned back slightly, as if I were a question he didn't want to answer. "I didn't see a seat card for me," I explained quietly. Mom shrugged. "Must have been a mistake. Maybe you're at one of the other tables. We didn't handle the seating arrangements." "Sure you didn't." I looked around. Tables were almost filled. Laughter came from all directions. And then I noticed Tyler across the floor, deep in conversation with Sophia and two older gentlemen in tuxedos. He saw me. He did not smile. Instead, he walked straight for me. "Hey," he murmured, his voice low. "Glad you could make it." "No thanks to you," I said. He exhaled. "Listen, I didn't think you'd actually come. But you invited me." "I asked Mom and Dad to invite you. That's different." My jaw clenched. "I figured you'd see the invite, toss it and move on like you always do," he told me. I truly looked at him. Tan, stylish, and confident. A man who has never fully paid for anything via blood or silence. "I came to see if you remembered," I explained quietly. "Remember what?" I didn't respond. I reached into my jacket and took out the photograph. I held it up and let it speak. His countenance changed. Subtle but real. Eyes flew to the photo, then to my face, then back. He swallowed. "That was years ago." "Yes," I answered. "And you never said a word. Never told them to turn back. Never checked if I made it home alive." He looked around in case someone overheard. "Thomas, it was one bad night. You were dramatic even then. I thought you were over it." "Over it." Something inside me stilled. "I'm not here to ruin your wedding, I told you. You can relax." He let out a brief, lifeless laugh. "Good. But I am staying until the speeches." He looked at me again, as if unsure whether I was bluffing. I wasn't, because the best retribution is not loud. It is surgical. And I had planned a toast that they would never forget. The lights in the ballroom dimmed as servers cleaned the last of the dinner plates. Guests were buzzing in a champagne haze, some leaning back with full stomachs and others dancing in nice little circles to a four-piece jazz band tucked away in the corner. Tyler and Sophia sat at a long head table, their names written in gold letters behind them. Everything shined, including the wine glasses, cutlery, and people. A man wearing a powder blue suit clinked his glass. The room became quiet. "It's time for a few words from the people who know the bride and groom best." There was polite clapping, and Sophia's father went up to speak first. His voice was smooth and practiced, a combination of money and warmth. He discussed Sophia's childhood, her dreams, and the first time she addressed Tyler. He even joked about Tyler's appeal, saying, "We didn't even realize he was trying to marry up." Everyone chuckled. The best man, Tyler's college roommate, then took over, keeping things light and amusing. Something about frat parties, Tyler's inability to cook, and his good fortune in meeting Sophia. It was the type of speech you'd expect. A little heart, a little comedy, and no rough edges. The MC then took the microphone again and looked down at a list. "And finally we have a special toast from Thomas." The room became quiet. Every eye shifted. My parents froze mid-sip. Tyler's jaw stiffened. Sophia blinked in confusion, and I got up. I moved slowly to the microphone, ignoring the uneasy shifting around me. Several visitors whispered. Some people appeared puzzled. Others just looked, confused who I was or why I was speaking. I tapped the microphone once. It rang throughout the room. "Good evening," I said with a firm voice. "I'm Thomas, Tyler's younger brother." Several heads turned sharply now. The words landed like a ripple on quiet water. I could practically hear murmurs start to circulate. "Has he got a brother?" "I wasn't sure I was going to come tonight," I explained. In fact, I spent the last few weeks thinking about whether I should. You see, I haven't spoken to my family in 18 years. Silence. Not the good kind. The kind that sucks the air out of the room. I got a wedding invitation out of nowhere. No call, no email, just a card and a note that said, "It would mean a lot to the family if you came." I let the words rest before pulling the photo from my pocket. This is me at 12 years old. I held it up with 2 fingers. The guests craned their necks to see. This was taken the morning after my parents left me at a gas station, 80 miles from home. I had spilled a soda in the car, and instead of scolding me, they left, told me to man up and figure it out. The crowd changed. Uneasy glances. The sound of a wine glass being gently placed. They didn't come back. They didn't call. I slept behind a dumpster. The only reason I made it home was because a teacher picked me up the next day. I never got an apology. Not from my parents. Not from Tyler. And until this wedding invitation arrived, I thought they were all perfectly happy pretending I didn't exist. I looked at my parents. Dad's face was paler. Mom's lips hung slightly open, as if she was attempting to elicit a response but couldn't find one quickly. "Now, I'm not here to ruin anyone's evening," I assured them. "Sophia, you seem lovely. Your family has been kind and welcoming. And Tyler, well, you've always known how to put on a good face." That line landed hard. His expression shattered for a brief period. But I think weddings are about honesty. About truth. And it wouldn't be honest if I stood here tonight pretending that we were ever close, or that I grew up in a house where family meant protection, not survival. The room was completely silent now. People were barely breathing. I was invited to this wedding to take part in a picture-perfect day. A prop. A brother-shaped placeholder. I turned back to Tyler. "So, consider this my gift to you." I placed the photograph on the head table directly in front of him. A reminder of what it's like to lose touch with relatives. Then I slowly turned and walked away from the microphone. No applause, only startled stillness and a few loud gasps. As I walked by my parents' table, I heard my mother hiss my name, barely audible. My father began to rise, but I did not stop. I did not glance back. I left through the side of the hall and stepped out into the chilly night. The music is now distant behind me. I was not angry. I was not shaking. I was free. But freedom is a funny concept. It doesn't always provide serenity immediately away. Sometimes it just leaves a silence, the kind that makes you wonder what will happen next. I'd made my move, but the consequences were still coming. The journey back to the motel was silent. There's no jazz band, no clinking drinks, and no theatrical laughing ringing off the marble walls. Only the sound of tires on gravel and the faint whir of my thoughts caught up with me. I did not return to my room right away. Instead, I took a walk down one of the vineyard trails behind the hotel, which wound through rows of dark grapevines beneath a starry sky. With each step away from that wedding hall, the tension in my chest dissipated thread by thread. I could still hear my mother's piercing gasp, see Tyler's beautifully arranged face crumble in real time, and feel the puzzled looks of passers-by attempting to link the piece of family that had been purposefully removed from the photograph. For the majority of my life, I thought I was the ghost in my own family. But tonight, I reminded them that I had flesh, blood and memories. And memory is a hazardous thing, especially when those around you depend on forgetting. I returned to the hotel to find a voicemail from an unknown number. "Thomas, it's Sophia." Her voice was low and calm, yet brittle. I am not sure what I expected, but I did not expect that. "I wish someone had told me. I just wanted you to know I'm not mad you said what you did. You deserve to, and I'm sorry." She hung up without leaving me a number to call back. That was the first apology I had received in 18 years. And it didn't even come from my family. I departed early the next morning. No breakfast, no long goodbyes, just a quick email to the front desk asking them to cancel the remainder of my reservation and send me the final cost. I didn't want to wait around for the aftermath. I knew my parents. I knew Tyler. They'd either pretend nothing happened or try to spin it as a misunderstanding. Perhaps both. But I knew the photograph was still on the head table when I departed. I kept the outfit, dumped the tie, and went home. And once I arrived home, truly home, in my modest apartment, where Leo greeted me with enthusiastic barks and a wagging tail, something unusual occurred. People began reaching out. First, it was my cousin Rachel. She contacted me on LinkedIn. She claimed she had heard about the speech from someone at the wedding and wanted to apologize for never inquiring where I went after I disappeared. Said she always felt it was strange that no one ever mentioned me again, but assumed it wasn't her place to inquire. We spoke for a while. She inquired whether she may pay a visit. I didn't say yes, nor did I say no. Mrs. Carter responded with a message. She still remembered. She still had the photograph that she had taken. "I've always wondered what happened to you," she wrote. "I'm so proud of you, Thomas." I hadn't sobbed in years until that night. It wasn't loud. It was a quiet, agonizing release, the sensation you get after holding your breath for too long and then breathing. I started sleeping better and waking up earlier. I discovered a new rhythm. My job seemed easier, and my code was cleaner. I took Leo on longer walks. I started writing again. Short tales, essays, anything to channel the chaos in my thoughts into anything coherent. A week later, I received an email from a woman who worked for a group that helps alienated adults, children who have been cut off, disowned, or abandoned. She'd learned about the wedding speech from a friend of a friend who worked the event, and she felt it was the most quietly powerful thing she'd ever heard. She inquired whether I would be willing to speak at one of their exclusive retreats. Not as a motivational speaker, but as someone who has experienced it. I said yes. That single event morphed into 2, then 4. Then came an invitation to speak on a panel at a university symposium about family separation and trauma healing. I didn't wear the suit to those. Instead, I wore a basic shirt, trousers, and, on occasion, a blazer to look more polished, but I always carried the photograph. I'd show it when I spoke and explain the narrative precisely like it happened. No exaggeration, just the facts. And every time someone approached me afterward and said, "That happened to me too," I knew I wasn't alone. I'd never been. My voice, which they had previously described as too soft, sensitive, and quiet, had finally found its volume. It wasn't vengeance. Not yet. But there was power. And with each person I assisted, story I heard, and hand I shook, I felt it expand. Not the rage, but the clarity and assurance. Tyler returned to his new wife and polished reputation, unaware of the ripple I had caused or the knowledge that I was far from finished. Because someone else from their side will soon arrive, asking for answers. It began with another email from Sophia, but this time it was not brief, courteous, or neatly written. This one was raw. "Thomas, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me. Did your parents really leave you like that? At 12? I asked Tyler. He didn't deny it. He just said, "It's complicated." But you didn't sound complicated when you told that story. You sounded clear, like someone who's been carrying something heavy for a long time. If it's true, I need to know more. Please. I looked at the message for a long time. Sophia had every incentive to close the door and go on. She could have disregarded me, seen it as family drama, and dismissed me as bitter or unstable. However, she didn't. She asked for the truth, and I was not going to waste it. So I responded. I told her everything. There are no dramatics or exaggerations, simply the facts. I told her about the gas station, the quiet when I returned, how I got through school, how my name was never spoken again, and how they rewrote the family photo as if I were a blemish they could remove. I did not blame her. I did not ask her to choose sides. I just told her the truth and let it sit. She replied the following day. "I believe you, and I need time to process this. They never told me. Tyler said he was an only child until we got engaged. They erased you. And now I'm wondering what else they've rewritten. Would you ever be willing to meet for coffee? Just the two of us." It was like watching a crack form in a window that had before been pristine. I knew not to push. I agreed, but I let her select the time and location. We met a week later in a quiet cafe 2 towns from her and Tyler's house. She wore no makeup, pearls, or bridal polish, just a hoodie and pants, hair pulled back, eyes bloated as if she hadn't slept. She sat down and didn't even say hi. She simply asked, "What else did they do?" So I told her. Not everything, not the minor humiliations, the 1,000 small cuts that never bled enough for anybody to see, but the major ones. Like when my mother forgot my birthday twice in a row and then blamed me for not reminding her, or when Dad refused to co-sign a minor student loan, stating, "You'll just waste it," while giving Tyler $5,000 for a trip to Cancun. Sophia kept her hands wrapped around her mug the entire time. She asked inquiries and made mental notes. She did not try to defend them. Instead, she listened. Finally she said, "They called you a ghost at the wedding." That's how Tyler explained. "He said you vanished when you were a teen. Said you always had a flair for the dramatic." I blinked. "They used the word ghost?" She nodded. I couldn't help laughing. Not because it was hilarious, but because it was so incredibly perfect. "They didn't lose a son," I explained. "They buried one." Sophia went quiet and leaned forward, her voice low. You know what scares me most? I waited. She muttered, what if they do that to our kids someday? And there it was. The shift. Tyler was unaware that uncertainty had taken root. Sophia stood before she could say anything else. She stated she needed time. She was thankful, and she wasn't ready to talk to him just now, but she'd be in touch. It was 3 days before I received a letter in the mail. As previously stated, there is no return address. But this time, the handwriting was not my mother's. This was my father's. Inside, a note was scribbled in tight, uneven letters. Thomas, I don't know what you think you're doing. This isn't helping anyone. You're bringing shame on the family. Let it go. If you keep stirring things up, there will be consequences. We gave you a second chance to be included. Don't make us regret it. Dad. There it was. No apologies or regrets, just a threat disguised as dignity. I sat with the note for a moment. Then I placed it next to a photo of myself at the age of 12. 2 items from the same legacy. And I smiled because I finally got what I needed. Proof. Words penned with his own hand, expressing who he was and is today. I scanned the letter, saved it in a secure area, and backed it up on 2 cloud drives. Then I took up the phone. I contacted a journalist who I had met at one of the trauma seminars. She once assured me, if you ever decide to share your story, I'll help you do it right. She answered the first ring. I'm ready, I said. But I don't want to just talk. I want to show them. She hesitated and asked, how far are you willing to go? I looked down at the note, photo and name on the return invitation that attempted to erase me. All the way, I said. The piece was titled, Left Behind. One man's quiet escape from a family that tried to erase him. It went up on Tuesday morning. By lunchtime, it had been shared thousands of times. Julia Myers, the journalist I worked with, had done her research. She checked every detail. She questioned Mrs. Carter, validated the gas station event, and even tracked down my old landlady, who attested that I had put myself through school without family support. The piece contained a photo of me when I was 12, standing beside a dumpster with a ripped rucksack and shattered sneakers. It includes quotes from my wedding speech. It included my father's letter, which was slightly blurred to protect my privacy, as well as Sophia's consent to state that she had contacted me thereafter. Julia was careful and exact. Nor a tabloid story, nor a scandal-baiting attack job. Just the truth, pure and unadulterated. And that is why it burst, because it was not loud, it was honest. Comments flooded in. People commented that it reminded them of their own estrangement, of being rejected, supplanted, or silenced. Others commended the restraint I demonstrated at the wedding. A few people speculated which vineyard it was, but I never confirmed it. But what mattered most were the private messages I received. Dozens of them from people who had been discarded, forgotten and labeled as problem children by families that refused to accept responsibility. But the best one came from a Kensington, Sophia's older brother. His name was Adrian, and he didn't mince words. I always thought Tyler was fake, too polished, too rehearsed. Now I know why. I'm sorry they did that to you. My parents are furious. Not at you, but at Tyler. They feel like they were lied to. Used. They're meeting with Sophia today. Thought you'd want to know. I didn't respond. I did not need to. Because Sophia sent another email 2 days later. Thomas, I read the article, I saw the comments, I showed Tyler, he exploded, he said you ambushed him, he said you made it all sound worse than it was, but you didn't even share everything. And that's what made me realize you're telling the truth. He asked me to choose. I chose. I'm staying at my parents' place for the time being. The marriage is being annulled. I'm sorry it had to happen like this. But thank you for not allowing me to enter that lie with blinders on. Sophia. I reread the message 3 times. Then I closed my laptop and sat in silence for a long time. Because I was not celebrating. I was not gloating. I was remembering. I remember standing in our hallway at 12 years old, holding a gas station candy bar and thinking, they have to come back. They have to. And now, some 2 decades later, the family that had abandoned me had finally experienced what it meant to lose control of the narrative. It was not over. Because 3 days after the piece was published, my parents called. I'm not sure how they acquired my number. Maybe from an old contact, or maybe they just started paying attention to the locations I'd spoken at. But when I saw unknown number, I sent it to voicemail. Then I listened. It was my mother. Her voice trembled. Not with sadness, but rage. Thomas, how dare you? We invited you. We tried to be civil and you humiliated us. You've ruined Tyler's life. Sophia's parents are threatening legal action over the gifts, the deposits, the reputation. You think this is justice? It's cruelty. Vindictive, petty cruelty. I hope you're happy. I hope you're proud of yourself. Then my father called. His voice was not angry. It was silent, nearly defeated. You always were too soft. I should have known you'd grow into the kind of man who'd twist a moment into a weapon. Congratulations. You've destroyed your family. Don't ever call us again. Then he hung up. I stared at the wall for a moment, wondering if the words would sting or resonate as they used to. However, they didn't. Because I did not destroy my family. They shattered the part of me that still required them. And that was the difference. I stood up, walked to my desk, opened the drawer, and pulled out the photo one more time. The 12-year-old boy who had no idea what he would become. I smiled at him. Then I put the photograph away. Not because I was burying the past, but because I had finally completed writing the conclusion. The consequences did not occur all at once, it arrived in bits. First, there were rumors. Mutual pals from my hometown have reached out. People I hadn't spoken with in over a decade. Some privately messaged me in disbelief, while others expressed guilt. I had no idea. I assumed you moved for college. Your folks always called you challenging. Then followed the social media changes. My parents, who had spent years crafting their online presence, suddenly went black. Family photos started vanishing from their pages. The banner, "Proud Parents of Tyler and Sophia," gone. The most telling sign. Tyler deleted his entire wedding album overnight. No explanation, just gone. Tyler had taken a leave of absence from his work, which I learned later through a modest LinkedIn update. The blurb stated, "Personal matters." But I knew better. Sophia had carried through with the annulment. She lived temporarily with her brother before returning to her studies. She left me a brief message weeks later. "I'm rebuilding. It's messy, but it's mine. Thank you again. I hope you're doing okay." I was more than okay. The nonprofit asked me to become a regular contributor. I started working with them part-time, coordinating outreach for other estranged young adults. I began writing not only articles, but a book. The working title is, "Ghost Son. What Happens If They Pretend You Never Existed?" I did not compose it for vengeance. I wrote it for my younger self. For the youngsters who are still silently packed a bag they won't open because they are worried their footsteps will be too loud. One day I received a letter from Mrs. Carter, not my parents or Tyler, still in her loopy, generous cursive. "Dear Thomas, I clipped your article, read it twice and hung it on the wall of my classroom, right above the desk where I keep extra snacks for students who never bring lunch. I sometimes tell them about you, not by name, but by your story, and how being kind isn't just about helping someone out, it's also about remembering them when everyone else forgets. I'm so proud of you. Love, Mrs. V." That one made me cry. Not the silent tears I was accustomed to. Real ones. The kind that caused something to crack open inside. Because for the first time in my life, I no longer felt the need to prove anything. I was not a shadow. I wasn't forgotten. I was here. I had survived, and suddenly I was alive. So, when people ask me how it felt to stand in front of my family and tell them the truth, I simply grin. Because the truth, the best revenge, does not include seeing them disintegrate. It's witnessing yourself rise in broad sunshine while they're still attempting to rewrite the darkness. And I have never looked back. "This isn't mashed potatoes, you idiot," my siblings laughed when I offered to care for Dad. Now they're suing me after learning I'm a millionaire. They called me a cafeteria worker and excluded me from Dad's care plan. Then my name showed up as keynote speaker at a 10K restaurant conference. Here's everything started. My family never let me forget that I was the ugly duckling. Every Christmas my sister Vanessa would find me in the kitchen, assisting Mom. "Julia, you need to think bigger. You can't hide in kitchens forever." My older brother would add, "At least get your degree first," while adjusting his Harvard clip like, "Thanks guys, I actually never thought about that one before." Their houses had security systems and 3-car garages. I rented a 1-bedroom apartment close to the railroad tracks and took the bus to work. They drove BMW vehicles with heated seats. When we went out for Mom's birthday, they'd order bottles of wine, while I'd stick with water. But here's something neither of them knew. I'd been running a restaurant consulting business from my flat. We started with one Excel spreadsheet and a calculator. It was built up through Instagram photos and word of mouth. Nothing fancy, just me researching food expenditures and developing systems until 4 a.m. My clientele consisted of 12 steakhouses and 3 large hotel chains downtown. I charged between $5,000 and $25,000 each assignment depending on the workload. I earned $340,000 after costs. Never told anyone in my family because, truthfully, I like being underestimated. Then Dad had a stroke. A huge one that rendered him largely incapacitated. Nobody told me about it. I found out when Mom brought it up during our weekly phone chat. Your siblings won't be available. They're trying to figure out what to do about Dad. Oh, what happened? I said calmly, knowing that losing it meant Mom would stop giving me information. That is when she said it. My effing siblings started a group chat without me. I promptly hung up and called Daniel. Hey, maybe this was an accident, but why wasn't I included in the discussion about Dad? He sighed as though he were explaining something to a child. Julia, we need to be realistic here. Good facilities cost $8,000 a month. If you can get someone to cover your little hair job, maybe you can visit once a month. I promised him I would take care of Dad myself. He actually snorted. Ha 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 ha. I know you're not talking about moving him into that shoebox you live in. Julia, Dad needs round-the-clock medical care. This isn't like scooping mashed potatoes onto plastic trays. Vanessa jumped on the phone. Daniel's right. We're talking about adult decisions here. Not something you can handle on a cafeteria worker's salary. Proper care. As if I'd simply prop Dad up with some tater tots and call it a day. That weekend, I did something that would make them regret their statements indefinitely. I drove around looking at homes for sale. Dad prefers ranch-style homes with spacious corridors and a ground-floor master bedroom, so we found a wonderful fit. Make a cash offer of $20,000 over the asking price. While my siblings debated who would handle Medicare, I hired contractors to construct grab bars and a roll-in shower. I interviewed home health agencies until I found the ideal team. All the while, my siblings shared links to gloomy care facilities an hour away from everyone. We moved Dad in. Didn't tell anyone, I just arrived at the hospital with the medical transportation that I had planned. Daniel was there, haggling with the social worker over a temporary placement. It's handled, I remarked as I signed the discharge papers. Dad's coming home with me. Vanessa chuckled her shrill, bitter laugh, which she had cultivated since childhood. Julia, stop. This is embarrassing. You can barely afford your own life. My younger brother Travis eventually spoke up. Let her try and fail. She'll come begging for help in a week when reality hits. I cared for Dad while running my business. He'd sit at my kitchen table, observing me, arranging papers, and telling me stories from his army days. My siblings made very seldom visits. Vanessa claimed she was too busy. Daniel stated that he didn't want to get stuck in traffic. Travis has stopped responding to texts. They did, however, continue to communicate via group chat. Mom would bring up their continuous disputes over long-term care institutions, as if they were waiting for me to fail. But then something lovely occurred. It appeared in the form of something large, heavy and dark. Vanessa's preppy little husband noticed my name on the speaker board at a restaurant business conference. It stated, Julia Mitchell, turning failed restaurants into million-dollar success stories. He took a photo and sent it to the family group chat, along with 3 question marks. I just laughed and turned off my phone. But when I woke up, my phone was inundated with dozens of texts and missed calls. The initial voicemail was aggressive. The second one was threatening. By the 11th, they were nearly asking to discuss it sensibly. Vanessa sent the first message that I opened. Pathological liar. With all caps. Then another. How dare you hide this from us while we worried ourselves sick about Dad's care costs? I laid my phone down and concentrated on preparing Dad's breakfast. My hands remained steady as I scrambled his eggs just the way he liked them. Creamy with a hint of cream. The phone kept buzzing against the surface, causing a steady vibration that made the salt shaker move. Dad noticed the rumbling coming from his wheelchair. His good hand groped for the phone, raising curiosity. Just the family having feelings, I said, setting his dish on the special tray attached to his chair. Nothing that can't wait until after breakfast. The telephone rang. Daniel's name appeared over the screen. I responded to the speaker while fixing Dad's napkin, knowing he would want to hear whatever drama was going on. Fraud! Daniel shouted across the speaker. Identity theft. Corporate deception. I have lawyer friends, Julia. This charade ends now. Dad's eyes expanded. His good hand grasped his fork tighter, but I maintained my voice level. I never lied to anyone, Daniel. I just never corrected your assumptions about my life. You let us think you were poor. You watched us stress about Dad's care costs while sitting on a fortune. I'll expose you, Julia. I'll tell everyone at Garfield Elementary exactly what kind of person you really are. They deserve to know their cafeteria worker is a con artist. The call went dead. Dad's eggs remained untouched, his visage more attentive than I'd seen in weeks. A knock on the door broke the silence. Mrs. Chen from next door stood on my porch, holding a casserole dish and looking anxious. "I heard shouting," she replied, looking beyond me and toward Dad. "Everything okay?" "I brought extra lasagna from last night." Mrs. Chen had been delivering meals twice a week since Dad moved in, rejecting payment and always staying to talk with him about their mutual love of old war movies. She was well aware of my dedication to his care, as she frequently commented on the medical equipment and adjustments I had installed. "Family drama," I said, accepting the meal. "But we're managing." She patted my arm. "Your father is lucky to have you. Not many daughters would do what you do." As she went, my phone displayed a new text from Vanessa. "On my way over. You'll explain yourself." I helped Dad finish his breakfast and then began preparing him for physical therapy. His therapist was scheduled to arrive at 8 o'clock, so I needed him to be ready. While I gathered his exercise bands, a car door banged outside, followed by another. Vanessa smashed her fist at my front door. "Open up, Julia. We're not leaving until you explain this sick joke." Through the glass I noticed Travis's car approaching Vanessa's. The three siblings fell like a storm. I opened the door to find them gathered on my doorstep. Travis held his phone up to record. "For evidence," he stated. "In case we need it for legal proceedings." They surged past me without permission, with Vanessa leading the charge into my living room. Their gaze ran across the hospital bed in the corner, the lift system put in the ceiling, and the rows of medical equipment organized on special shelving. Daniel paused at the bathroom doorway, gazing at the roll-in shower and professional-grade grab bars. "This must have cost a fortune," Vanessa exclaimed, turning toward the kitchen. Her attention fell on my desk in the corner, where business cards were scattered from yesterday's video call. She grabbed one and read aloud. "Julia Mitchell, CEO, Mitchell Restaurant Solutions." Her face was devoid of color. "Yo." Daniel's methods changed suddenly. "Obviously a scam. You've been defrauding vulnerable restaurant owners, haven't you? Taking advantage of struggling businesses during tough times." The doorbell rang. Dad's physical therapist had arrived just on time. I let Ellis in and saw my siblings move aside as she pushed her equipment past them. "Morning, Mr. Mitchell," Ellis said brightly. "Ready to work those legs today?" While she was positioning Dad for his exercises, I took out my laptop. My siblings watched as I accessed my business banking portal. "7 figures, Travis said quietly, pausing his recording to lean closer. "Vanessa, do you see the tax implications here? She's been hiding assets while claiming..." "While claiming nothing," I interjected. "I never asked any of you for money. Never complained about being broke. You all just assumed." Vanessa was already holding her phone to her ear. "Mom, you need to hear this. Julia's been lying to all of us. She's actually rich, been hiding money while we've been unaliving ourselves trying to figure out Dad's care." I opened our old family group chat on my phone and scrolled through months of communications I had been excluded from. There it was. They carefully calculated my share of Dad's expenses. Based on her hourly pay, Daniel wrote, "Julia can contribute $73 monthly." "That seems high," Vanessa said. "She has rent to pay on that dump, $50 max." Travis had agreed. "We can't expect more from someone in her position." I showed them the screen. "This is what you thought I was worth." The family meeting that no one asked for has turned into a surprise episode of Guess Who's Actually Rich. And watching 3 siblings find that their poor sister earns more money than they do together is providing me with secondhand happiness I didn't realize I wanted. $50 for Dad's care. Daniel took his phone and screenshotted my photo from Garfield Elementary's website. Within seconds, he had forwarded it to our extended family group chat with the following caption: "Our millionaire sister who's been playing poor." My telephone rang. The principal's name was displayed on the screen. "Julia, I'm getting calls about some kind of family emergency. Your brother said you needed to be pulled from the shift immediately." "There's no need for an emergency," I informed her. "I'll be in for lunch service as usual." "Oh good, you know we can't function without you, but Julia, is everything okay? Your sister also called, sounding quite upset." After I hung up, I received another call from my supervisor at the district office. "Julia, I just received a concerning call about financial irregularities. Someone claiming to be your family member said you've been involved in fraud." Vanessa didn't even bother to appear embarrassed. People deserve to know who they're trusting with their children's food. Ellis continued to work with Dad throughout, professionally disregarding the family drama while guiding him through his exercises. Dad's gaze shifted between his children, soaking in everything. I shut my laptop. I need to go see Mom. She deserves to hear the truth from me, not from Vanessa's hysterical phone calls. We're not done here, Daniel cautioned. But I was already taking my keys and leaving them in my house with Dad and his therapist, trusting Ellis to take care of things until I returned. Mom's place was 20 minutes distant. Vanessa's account of events had caused her to burst into tears at her kitchen table. How could you? She inquired. How could you let us worry like this? I brought out my phone and accessed 5 years' worth of company tax records. Set it in front of her, and watch her eyes expand as she processes the numbers. You paid more in taxes last year than Daniel makes in salary, she said quietly. I built this business while everyone thought I was failing, I stated. Started with nothing but determination and the skills everyone mocked me for having. My phone buzzed with texts from 3 separate restaurant customers. Hey, got a weird call about your family situation, is everything okay? Vanessa saw my conference speaker bio online. Public information is currently being utilized as ammunition. Another text from Mrs. Chen. Someone was taking pictures of your house this morning, thought you should know. Then, Dad's nurse. Your brother tried to question me about your real job during my visit. I told him nothing but wanted you to be aware. I showed Mom the messages. This is what they're doing, trying to destroy what I built because they can't handle being wrong about me. A notification appeared on my phone. A fresh review on my business's Google page, posted minutes ago by an anonymous account. Dishonest to own family. If she'll lie to them, what else is she hiding? Cannot be trusted. My biggest client contacted right away. Julia, I'm looking at this review. What's going on? I explained briefly and professionally without getting into too much details. He listened and then said, I'll post our testimonial today. Anyone who saved my restaurants deserves better than this. By the time I returned home, my siblings had left. Ellis was ending Dad's lesson, and he appeared fatigued but satisfied with his progress. 40% more range of motion than last month, she noted. Whatever you're doing, keep it up. The consistency of care here is making a real difference. After she left, I sat with Dad while he recuperated from treatment. My phone was bombarding me with notifications. Uncle Pete inquired if I needed bail money. Former classmates expressed concern about what was happening on social media. More clients have expressed worry. But Dad's hand grabbed mine and squeezed with his good side. His eyes were clearer than they had been before the stroke, and they met mine with understanding. I squeezed back. We're okay, Dad. Let them rage. We know the truth. The next morning, a new wave of attacks began. Vanessa's Facebook posts on familial betrayal and wolves in sheep's clothing acquired popularity overnight. Mutual friends were taking sides, with most not understanding the complete tale. I screenshotted everything, including posts labeling me as mentally unstable and pathological, as well as comments from people who had never met me but weighed in on my character. Evidence that I may need later. While serving lunch to 500 elementary school students at work, I noticed whispering among the parents assisting in the cafeteria. Some people stared. Others avoided eye contact. But Rosa, who had worked with me for 8 years, remained strong. Anyone who believes that garbage doesn't know you, she exclaimed louder than necessary. 15 years you've been here, never missing a day, treating these kids like your own. The principal came by during the service. HR wants to meet with you about financial disclosure concerns. I told them it was ridiculous. I understand, I answered, continuing to dish the chicken nuggets with a smile. When? Tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Julia, I want you to know I'm in your corner. Whatever's happening with your family, it doesn't change who you are here. That evening I put security cameras throughout my home. The garbage cans had been moved again, and all of the promotional flyers I had in my car for networking had vanished. Someone was going beyond angry texts. As I positioned the cameras, Dad nodded assent from his wheelchair. His speech treatment was advancing, and he was able to speak. Smart girl. That night, 3 restaurant owners called and offered to write letters to the school board regarding my ethics. One was the board president's favorite lunch spot. She saved us from bankruptcy in 2018, the proprietor informed me. Restructured our entire operation. I'll make sure they know exactly who Julia Mitchell really is. The irony was not lost on me. My siblings' attempts to undermine my reputation revealed how many people I had impacted through my job. People came forward with testimonials about how I helped them. I had been too humble to seek myself out. However, the attacks continued. Someone called Dad's doctor and claimed to be checking his medical state. The bank informed me of attempts to verify my power over Dad's accounts. Vanessa contacted my first client from 2009, looking for inconsistencies in previous services. Each attack caused bewilderment among those who knew me. My clients, colleagues, and neighbors all saw through the smear effort. However, it was tiring to play defense while attempting to maintain routine for Dad. The breakthrough occurred during a family supper with Vanessa present. Dad delivered his first intelligible sentence in months. "Julia, good daughter." Vanessa stormed away without saying a word. Daniel arrived to the elementary school the next morning, during my shift. I saw him through the serving window, standing in the cafeteria entrance, wearing his fine suit and scanning the lunch line like he was performing a medical examination. The kids noticed the tension right away. Several people stopped talking to watch this stranger who definitely didn't belong. As Daniel approached the counter, I continued to serve mac and cheese, keeping my movement steady. He leaned over the sneeze guard, his cologne masking the aroma of cafeteria food. I could see him planning how to maximize humiliation. He insisted that I share what he called the wealth I'd stolen from them, his voice echoing throughout the cafeteria, causing teachers to look up from their lunch monitoring. I simply shook my head and continued to portion food onto trays. Daniel's face flushed as he realized I would not engage in front of the children. The principal appeared at his elbow, professionally leading him to the exit. Daniel left, but not before loudly proclaiming that I would hear from his lawyers regarding the family assets I had hidden. A few parents exchanged looks. The damage was done. That afternoon, Travis's wife, Megan, texted me privately. She had no awareness about any of this, she stated. The message was brief but appeared genuine. I tucked it aside, unsure what to make of this schism in the familial unit. My conference organizer contacted while I was assisting Dad with his evening meds. Next month's keynote was still scheduled, but given my family situation, it may be moved if necessary. I told them that I'd be there. Dad nodded approvingly from his wheelchair. While reviewing the harassment pattern, I learned how crucial it is to keep professional commitments. My siblings had only contacted my job and neighbors, not my actual clientele. They had discovered my public speaking engagements, but had not delved deeper into my commercial contacts. Their attacks were superficial, based on what they could discover from Google searches. 3 restaurant owners independently offered to submit letters to the school board regarding my honesty. The owner of Morello's, the board president's preferred lunch location, was very demanding. He remembered how I had saved his family firm from bankruptcy in 2018 by revamping their entire operation just weeks before it was about to close. Rosa coordinated the cafeteria personnel without my knowing. They silently collaborated to cover my duties if I needed to deal with family emergencies. The principal noted the teamwork and commented on the loyalty I had fostered in my coworkers. Dad's physical therapist noted the finest progress yet during the morning session. Ellis ascribed it to a stable home environment and a constant care regimen. His range of motion has increased by another 15%, beyond all medical predictions. I chronicled everything, anticipating that I could need this information later. I continued to serve lunch daily while handling business calls between shifts. My phone remained silent in my pocket, but I could feel it vibrating frequently with fresh texts. Daniel arriving at the elementary school in his fine suit to confront someone serving mac and cheese is akin to wearing a tuxedo to a food fight, entirely missing the point while overdressed for the occasion. My ability to compartmentalize, honed during years of running a business while working full-time, has served me well now. Vanessa confronted me at the Kroger parking lot that evening. I had just finished grocery shopping for Dad's special diet when she came next to my car. I calmly got out my phone and began recording, making it clear that I was documenting the exchange. She complained about betrayal and dishonesty as I carried goods into my trunk. Then something unexpected occurred. Her voice cracked, and she confessed that she had always been jealous. The admission seemed to astonish her just as much as it did me. She hastily covered it up with more wrath, but the truth had leaked out. The local business journal editor contacted the following morning. They had heard about my tale through the restaurant association and wanted to include it in their success stories column. I agreed to the interview because I saw an opportunity to shape the narrative. Megan arrived that afternoon while Travis was at work. She appeared at my door, looking uneasy but resolute. She apologized for Travis's actions, stating that she had been kept in the dark regarding the family dynamic. We sat in my kitchen while Dad dozed, and she offered her thoughts on the matter. When I showed Mom my phone, she noticed the history of our family group chats. She scanned through months of texts, her face becoming paler with each one. They had distributed my contributions based on the minimal pay. They had talked about my restrictions and realistic expectations for someone in my position. They even said I wouldn't grasp the medical terminology used in Dad's treatment. Her hands shook as she handed the phone back. The proof that they had systematically excluded and devalued me was undeniable. She had participated in some of these chats, but she claimed not to have paid attention to the facts. My clients planned an appreciation meal without notifying me. When I arrived at what I assumed was a typical consultation, I discovered that 20 restaurant owners had gathered to demonstrate their support. They had all prepared testimonies about how my work had helped their businesses. The act shocked me more than any of my siblings' attacks. Daniel observed my automobile as he drove by the expensive restaurant. He surged in, pushing past the hostess and confronting me during the client dinner. The room grew silent as he accused me of showing off my money while our family struggled. My clients were surprised as he divulged more about himself than about me. The restaurant owner personally walked Daniel out. Several clients came me subsequently, telling me about family members who had resented their achievement. The incident really improved our professional connections. 3 Garfield Elementary families came out in support. They had learned the truth from restaurant proprietors in our community. One parent told me that their business came about as a result of my consulting 3 years ago. Their children went to the school where I served lunch, and they wanted me to know they supported me. Evan, Vanessa's husband, sent her an unexpected text. He apologized for the photograph that sparked everything. He had no idea it would lead to such pandemonium. The message was brief and was deliberately phrased, as if he was attempting to separate himself from the issue. Mom discovered a revelation that completely transformed her perspective. While digging through old cards, she discovered some that Dad had written to me over the years. "Proud of my entrepreneur," one of my siblings joked 5 years ago, insulting my cafeteria job. "My daughter, the business owner," another added. Dad knew all along and kept my secret. The security service I hired began the following week. Daniel had parked outside my house 3 times, just sitting in his car, checking on Dad. While legally legal, his behavior was disconcerting. The security company placed more cameras and started random patrols. The whole cafeteria crew signed a letter of support for me to the school board. Rosa had quietly orchestrated it, getting signatures from everyone who had worked with me over the years. Even retired employees have provided comments regarding my character and work ethic. Vanessa's Facebook outbursts were increasingly erratic. Her messages became longer and more meandering, full of contradictions and claims that made no sense. Mutual friends started distancing themselves, discreetly emailing me to apologize for first accepting her version. Dad reached a significant milestone throughout therapy. When the social worker visited for a routine check, he was able to write, "Julia stays," on the communication board. His handwriting was shaky, but legible. The social worker was impressed with the quality of care I provided, noting the professional equipment and meticulous care logs I kept. The essay was published in a local business journal. The headline stated, "L worker builds consulting empire while serving students." The post focused on my dual profession and dedication to both responsibilities. My phone burst with congratulations from clients and co-workers who had no idea about my cafeteria employment. I took out my employee handbook from the school district. 15 years of immaculate attendance reflected back at me from the pages. Not one sick day was taken. Despite working late hours and early mornings to create a business, the record demonstrated a level of dedication that my siblings could not comprehend. Mom's lease ended the following month. She asked to move in with me and Dad, acknowledging she had picked the wrong team. The plea brought tears and apologies. I accepted, seeing a chance to mend our connection, while also providing Dad with greater family support. The Restaurant Association board member disclosed something frightening. Vanessa had called to submit an official complaint against my business. She alleged that I was operating without legal permissions and scamming clients. The board member dismissed it instantly, knowing my reputation, but wanted me to be informed of the attempt. A scheduling clash required a difficult decision. Dad's essential neurology checkup coincided with my conference keynote. The choice was quick and unambiguous. I picked Dad and asked the conference organizers to webcast my lecture instead. My message about priorities resonated with the virtual audience. "Success means nothing without a family who truly supports you," I told you. The stream attracted more spectators than an in-person event would have. Following that, several additional clients contacted me because they were drawn to my real approach to work-life balance. Daniel's medical practice partners asked him about his familial status. His behavior at work had grown irregular, compromising patient care. He had been preoccupied, taking personal calls between sessions and leaving early to drive past my house. The senior partners voiced concern for his professional reputation. Following their investigation, the school board found no evidence of wrongdoing against me. The HR meeting I dreaded became a formality. The board president personally came, having heard about my integrity from several restaurant owners. They apologized for the inconvenience and praised my service to the district. Travis returned my spare key in person. He showed up at my home one evening, shuffling his feet like a disciplined toddler. He whispered an apology and barely made eye contact. "Megan made me come," he said. The interaction was awkward, but it indicated growth. Vanessa wrote what appeared to be a final desperate SMS. She said that I owed them for their years of assistance. The note was lengthy and rambling, describing every perceived affront and sacrifice she had made. The delusion was complete. She had rewrote history to portray herself as my benefactor. I replied with receipts. They assumed I was broke, so I paid for every dinner I had. Regardless of my claimed poverty, I had given every birthday gift. Every time I'd pay the bill as they moaned about my lifestyle choices. The evidence was overwhelming and clear. The siblings retreated for 2 weeks. The sudden silence seemed menacing rather than peaceful. No texts, no calls, and no unexpected visitors. Even their social media accounts became quiet. I knew better than to assume it was over. Dad's old pals began to visit. His former army mates, poker group, and church friends had heard of his progress. His former pastor informed me that they had always known I would succeed. They'd seen me work many jobs in high school and recognized my determination, even as a youngster. 3 new prospects approached me after hearing about my story via professional networks. One was especially intriguing in a country club restaurant where Daniel was a member. They required a comprehensive operational revamp and particularly solicited my expertise. After hearing about my business approach, I gave a presentation at the conference on how to create a business while working. The audience gave a standing ovation. My narrative of educating elementary students by day and advising for restaurants by night struck a chord with businesses who had encountered similar familial mistrust. I returned home after the conference to find my siblings' automobiles in the driveway. Through the window, I could see them encircling Mom in my living room. Their body language was hostile, with a leaning in and strong gesture. They were urging her to sell Dad's assets for his care. I stepped through my front door to discover my siblings in full manipulating mode. Mom sat on my couch, surrounded by Daniel, Vanessa, and Travis, all leaning in with documents on the coffee table. Dad observed from his wheelchair near the window, his jaw clenched in irritation. Daniel held up a document as I arrived. Legal papers about conservatorship. My stomach fell, but I maintained a neutral expression while setting down my conference documents. The next morning, I got a text from a legal acquaintance who had overheard Daniel talking about Dad's conservatorship at the country club. The warning gave me a 2-day head start. Daniel continues to park outside like a medical degree stalker, prompting security cameras and random patrols. That's taking house calls to an entirely new disturbing level that no one requested. I drove straight to the courtroom and filed for official caregiving documents, with Dad's delighted approval. His hand was solid as he signed, his eyes clear and determined. During our next therapy appointment, Ellis gave us a full assessment of Dad's care quality. She recorded his development, the professional equipment, and the constancy of his treatment plan. Her medical evaluation had weight that my siblings could not deny. Vanessa realized 3 days later that I had already filed the paperwork. She cornered me outside the courthouse after checking on their abandoned conservatorship case. Her face twisted in wrath as she yelled threats that this would not end. A local reporter, who was following a different story, overheard the confrontation and began taking notes. The anonymous harassment began the next morning. A message tucked beneath my windshield wiper stated that some people should remain in their positions. The handwriting was purposefully disguised, with blocky letters that could have been anyone's. Security footage from my new cameras captured a man in a hoodie, his face concealed, but the timing perfectly matched my siblings' alibis. My elementary school classmates became concerned about safety. Rosa set up a buddy system for walking to automobiles after shifts. The principal enhanced security patrols during lunchtime. The youngsters noticed the tension, but responded with the resiliency that children always demonstrate. While dealing with the harassment, I experienced a serious client problem. During a busy weekend, their POS system crashed, threatening thousands of dollars in missed income. I had to manage the emergency remotely while ensuring Dad's safety by coordinating phone calls and security company check-ins. The scenario required a difficult decision. I took a week off from primary school to prioritize Dad's security and my business commitments. The decision seemed like allowing my brothers to win, but Dad's safety came first. Garfield students responded by producing a big banner that read, "We miss Julia," and hung it in the cafeteria. Thanksgiving loomed with the weight of familial obligations. Mom insisted on hosting supper at my house, claiming that the family needed to confront reality together. No amount of logic could persuade her. She had already notified my siblings, who had no choice but to attend or suffer her disappointment. Vanessa arrived 2 hours early, ostensibly to assist with cooking, but truly to focus on Mom. I heard her in the kitchen, twisting the story of my deception while I assisted Dad with his morning ritual. Mom's reactions got shorter and sharper as Vanessa's influence became more apparent. Daniel arrived next, and he quickly pulled out his phone to look through old family group chats. He read them aloud, emphasizing every joke about my cafeteria employment and every contemptuous comment about my abilities. He seemed to have missed the irony that he was supplying evidence of their behavior rather than mine. Megan and Travis entered together, but Megan quickly took me aside in the corridor. Her palm lingered on her stomach as she announced her pregnancy. She wanted better for her child than the destructive dynamics that our family fostered. Her proclamation of support felt like a minor triumph in the greater conflict. The dinner table became a battleground for passive anger and barely restrained resentment. I concentrated on serving Dad, ensuring that he could eat comfortably despite the stress. My siblings picked at their meals, the weight of unsaid accusations hanging in the air. Then I did something unexpected. I volunteered to help them with their debt. The words hung in the air as a challenge. Daniel's cheeks became scarlet as he vented about not requiring pity money. His reaction confirmed what I suspected. He was overleveraged, wallowing in college debt despite his high pay. Vanessa broke down next, tears flowing down her cheeks. She admitted Evan had abandoned her. He had seen her Facebook rants and obsessive behavior and decided he didn't want any part of it. The divorce papers were filed the previous week. Her idyllic social media existence had crumbled. Dad chose that opportunity to deliver his most spectacular recovery statement to yet. He rolled himself to the dining room doorway and spoke firmly. All his children were successful. The words landed differently than intended. Success, he hinted, was more than simply money. Travis made the first sincere apology of the evening. He acknowledged to following our older siblings' lead and never questioning their assumptions about me. His confession lacked Daniel and Vanessa's dramatics, yet it felt more genuine because of its simplicity. I established one need for moving forward: respect for all sorts of work. I would keep my cafeteria position since those youngsters were important to me. Whether or not my siblings realized it, the job was dignified. My company's success did not decrease the importance of providing lunch to elementary pupils. Daniel finally admitted that his hatred originated from overwhelming college loans. He assumed I lived without financial constraints, whereas he struggled despite his large salary. The revelation explained years of disdain, as he had projected his own financial difficulties onto me. For the first time in decades, our family had an open discussion. Not comfy, not easy, but real. Years of assumptions and resentments were revealed over turkey and stuffing. Mom watched it all unfold with tears in her eyes, suddenly realizing the dynamics she had created. She declared that she was staying with me permanently. Her lease was over, and she had already transferred most of her belongings. She revealed that I was the only one who visited Dad on a weekly basis prior to his stroke, the only one who made time for family when there was nothing to gain. During dessert, my phone alerted me to a client SMS. For once, I turned it off without checking. Family came first, even a challenging family dealing with years of dysfunction. The company could tolerate a few hours of inattention. 6 months later, things had settled into a new routine. I continued to serve lunch at Garfield Elementary before afternoon consultations. The kids had welcomed me back with homemade cards and exuberant embraces. Their parents were now aware of my business, but their perception of me remained unchanged. I was still Miss Julia, who knew every child's name and preferred meal. Dad walked with a walker at my second conference speech. His improvement had surpassed all medical expectations, and his determination inspired the other stroke survivors in attendance. He sat in the front row, grinning, as I talked about achieving success without sacrificing your roots. Mom had become an unofficial part of my firm, handling scheduling and correspondence from her house. Her organizing abilities, which had previously been wasted on dealing with family dysfunction, proved useful in keeping my burgeoning customer base organized. Travis visited with his baby daughter on a weekly basis. Megan had given birth to a healthy girl who would grow up to value all effort equally. Travis had started therapy to overcome his follower attitude and accept responsibility for his actions. Daniel greeted me at a medical fundraiser and introduced me to colleagues as his successful sister without qualifier. The admittance cost him money, but he made it. We were not there yet, and we may never be, but public recognition was a step forward. Vanessa went through intensive therapy, addressing the envy and bitterness that had poisoned her outlook. We exchanged brief texts about Dad's care, but nothing more. Evan had been a calming presence in her life, and without him, she'd had to face difficult realities. The family was not flawless. We would probably never have pleasant Christmas parties or casual sibling bonds, but we had discovered honesty. The facts I'd presented had shattered their comfy notions, causing growth that should have occurred years earlier. My business thrived alongside my cafeteria work. Clients valued my dedication to both roles, viewing it as proof of integrity rather than constraint. Elementary school had become a selling factor. Someone who showed up every day for the kids could be trusted with their restaurants. Dad's recuperation remained the true victory. He had regained mobility and speech after receiving constant therapy and stable care. His eyes no longer bore the anxiety of those early post-stroke days. He was at home, surrounded by family members who had finally learned to see one another clearly. The respect I expected was not limited to my professional choices. It was about seeing people as they are, not as we expect them to be. My siblings had learned the lesson cruelly, publicly, and profoundly. The cafeteria worker they fired had been saving restaurants and establishing an empire they couldn't fathom. Some nights, as I reviewed contracts while Dad watched TV nearby, I reflected on the journey that got me here. Years spent working before daybreak, the delicate balance between two careers. The decision to remain silent while family members insulted my choices. Every choice has led to this point. Success on my terms. My family has finally seen me. And the awareness that respect was gained via action, rather than assumption. The truth had not set us free in a fairy tale conclusion. Instead, it encouraged us to face reality and rebuild something more honest. My siblings' attempts to harm me had simply highlighted the life I had created, and the people who actually cared. In the end, that was more valuable than their approbation ever was. My wife said, "It's not cheating if I tell you." So I dated her co-workers, took the house, and served her divorce papers at a pool party. My name is Ryan Brooks. I am 28 years old and work for a consulting firm. I have a master's degree in computer science. I am 5 feet 11 inches tall, weigh about 205 pounds, and have brown hair and eyes. I stay fit by going to the gym every day and running at 5 a.m. People have said I have a nice face. My wife Lily, also known as AITA, is 26 years old, measures 5 feet 5 inches tall, has a curvaceous but fit physique, and works out 3 times a week. Her blonde hair falls just below her shoulders. She has blue eyes, lovely legs, a small waist, and a 34-inch bust. Yes, her face is also breathtakingly attractive. We met during a college party. Her name was Lily Masters, and she was finishing her bachelor's degree in accounting, while I had already completed 1 year of my master's degree. We hit it off right away and continued to date throughout college. We married around a year after graduating from college, not high school, as others may imagine. I should point out that Lily does not always thoroughly consider the consequences of her decisions, particularly when she has a strong belief or goal. For example, she had feminist views and originally refused to take my surname. When we married, she insisted on choosing a hyphenated surname that included her maiden name and mine, such as Scott Whitt or Rodham Clinton. When I tried to address this and explain why I thought it was a bad idea, she became enraged, accusing me of being misogynistic and attempting to destroy her identity. She named accomplished women who had done this, as well as acquaintances who had no problem with it. She rants about how patriarchy enslaves women by forcing them to adopt their husbands' surnames. I attempted to explain that this wasn't my intention, but eventually I sat her down, had her read the hyphenated name 5 times, and pointed out how it sounded. I jokingly said that I wouldn't mind if she kept her maiden name, Masters, alongside Bader. She quickly gave up the idea and changed her name to Bader. I mentioned she's naturally blonde, didn't I? We've been married for more than 5 years and haven't had children yet, but we've started planning for them. We talked about trying for a baby on our 5th anniversary, which was just over 2 months away. Lily has troubles with the pill, so we constantly employ precautions. We intended to forego protection on the night of our 5th anniversary, making it a memorable occasion. This brings me to the start of a horrific catastrophe. With a beer in my hand, I sat across the table from my wife and heard 5 awful words that ignited my rage. "I just want to try something different." She said that for about a month before we started a family. She needed to get rid of everything before settling down to be a mother. I attempted to clarify. "So you want to date other men while married to me? You want to party and sleep with other men, completely breaching your promise to forsake all others. And you expect me to be okay with that? Are you crazy?" I was close to yelling the final phrase. She responded, "Look, it'll only last a month or so. I need to sow the last of my wild oats before we celebrate our special 5th anniversary as planned. Once this minor outbreak is resolved, I'll settle down and be a loving, faithful wife for the rest of my life. Not only no, but hell no, I responded. I've already made my decision. This is exactly what I need to do. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm just informing you, so I don't cheat on you. It's not treason if you're aware of it and the situation is open. It's only cheating if I hide it and sneak behind your back. That's not the case here. Besides, it won't happen every night, probably just Friday or Saturday, and I'll return home in the morning. We'll continue to make love a couple of nights a week and I answered, I'm confident I'll never worry about sloppy seconds because I won't touch you after you go on one of your dates. Where did this nonsense come from? What put this foolish idea in your head? I was certain I knew the answer, but I asked anyway. She said, I told Susie about our plans to start a family. Susie, her full-time divorced co-worker, had cheated on all 4 of her ex-husbands. Lily elaborated. She said I needed to clear my mind before starting a family, so I could fully relax and be a wonderful mother and wife without regretting anything I missed. She also said her experiences with other men improved her lovemaking by teaching her new techniques to delight you, potentially leading to a better quality of life. It was evident that Lily would go ahead with it regardless of what I said. I tried many arguments but was rejected each time. At last, I responded, It's evident you'll do this despite my wishes. When are you planning your first date? I don't have one yet, but Susie and I plan to go to a club tomorrow night, she said. Fine, but I warn you, bringing anyone here would end tragically. I'd never disrespect you like that. We'll go to his house, his hotel room, or back to Susie's. I'm not granting authorization, and won't agree to any of it. My opinion is clearly irrelevant to your decision. I won't touch you while this happens, and this could have serious ramifications for our partnership. There may not be a place for you here if you wish to return. What do you mean? I'm not going away. It's just 1 or 2 nights a week. We'll spend the rest of our time together. No, I won't allow this. If you're adamant, you leave to do it. I don't care where you go, but you won't live here while dating and fornicating with other men. Don't be silly. This is my house too. You can't just kick me out. Remember, this house belongs to my parents. They gave it to me before we married. This is my house. Perhaps you should move in with Susie. We called it a night. The next day, Lily tried to persuade me to sleep in another bedroom, but I claimed the bed was mine as well as hers. If she doesn't want to sleep in the same bed, she may leave. We avoided each other throughout the day. She walked downstairs at 8 a.m., wearing lace stockings, a garter belt, and 4-inch heels. Her hair was done, and she wore makeup and jewelry appropriate for a night out, while carrying a little purse. Have you forgotten anything? I asked. I have my phone, wallet, and ID. That's all I need. How about luggage, apparel, cosmetics, and toiletries? Oh, I am just leaving for the night. Why do I need all of that? I'll be back before morning. Not really. As soon as you leave, I will replace the locks. I told you that if you keep up this nonsense, you would not be able to live here. Don't act ridiculous. I know you love me enough to allow this. Clearly, you don't love me enough not to do this. You will not return if you exit through this door. Just as she was ready to speak, a car horn blasted in the driveway. That is Susie. I have to leave, but we can discuss this when I get home. What she didn't know was that I had placed many covert apps on her phone while she was getting ready in the restroom. I could now monitor her location, read her texts, record her calls, and even turn on her microphone and camera without her knowledge. I switched on her microphone as soon as she left the home and recorded her talk with Susie while they drove. I would listen to it later. First, I replaced the door locks with new ones that I had purchased earlier. Then I pulled her car out of the garage, reconfigured the garage door opener, and removed the remote control. Next, I put all of her clothes, toiletries, and cosmetics into boxes that I'd purchased in preparation. 2 hours later, I had loaded her possessions into the car. It was time to hear her talk with Susie. God, he's mad, Lily said. I warned you he'd be upset for about a week, but that'll pass, Susie responded. Just make sure to blow his mind for the next few days. When he learns how much better things are, he'll accept it. Men are like dogs. You can get away with anything if you compensate them well. The proper application of women's techniques will alter their outlook. I just hope the person you're setting me up with doesn't leave me too sore to have energy tomorrow night with Rob. Be sure to soak in the bath tomorrow. That should help. Now remove your panties and leave them in the car. You will not need them today. You are small. Lily laughed. They both chuckled. Let me describe Susie. She is a 5 feet 4 inches powerhouse with emerald green eyes, a stunning face and long fiery red hair that reaches her buttocks. She had a 38-inch chest, a slim waist, and the morals of a street cat. Her infidelity resulted in the breakdown of all 4 of her marriages, which is astonishing for someone who is just 26 years old and divorced 4 times before the age of 30. She had made it obvious that I was welcome in her bed at any moment, but I never took her up on her offer. This wasn't the first time she tried to coerce Lily into doing something foolish, generally by wanting to engage us in a threesome or more. So far I have avoided it. I listened a little longer, but the commotion inside the club made it impossible to hear anything. Instead, I started controlling our finances. By tracking her GPS, I was able to withdraw half of our bank account balance, pay off and cancel our shared credit cards, and transfer our whole savings to an offshore account. I opened a separate account in my name several years ago, and transferred roughly 70% of our money to it. I spotted her GPS shifting, so I turned on the microphone again. I heard a strange masculine voice speaking to her. Her telephone rang. Hello Susie, how are you? Hi girl, did you leave with the person you danced with? Yes, we are going to your house for some alone time. I hope you do not mind if we use the spare bedroom for an hour or two. It's not an issue, baby. I'll probably go there shortly with a friend. Let's have fun. I hope you need a shower once you finish so you may return home later. I thought so. I have put some shampoo and body wash in the spare bathroom for you. Thank you. See you later. I turned on the camera to get a peek of the man she was with. I only got a quick look as she put the phone away. He appeared to be about 30 years old, had thinning black hair, and was a little shorter than me. I turned everything off as they drove. When they arrived at Susie's, I listened until I heard them turn away from their phone. The camera was unlikely to work, and I needed her phone in the same room to capture audio evidence of her cheating. Lily called me. Hello, honey. How are you? Where are you currently? B and I are at Susie's. We'll rest for a while, and then she'll drive me home. I will be back in a few hours. We just turned on a movie. Fine. I just wanted to make sure you didn't get into a difficult situation. I am fine. Stop worrying. See you in a few hours. Fine. Goodbye. She must have been inebriated because she didn't notice I hadn't spoken anything affectionate, or told her I loved her. She also didn't realize I said goodbye at the conclusion. Miraculously, she brought the phone into the bedroom, most likely because she was chatting to me while walking there. Better yet, she placed it on the nightstand, leaning against the light, giving the camera a clear view of the majority of the bed. I'm sure I couldn't use this in court, but I didn't mind. Then I watched long enough to see they were intimate, then minimized the window and continued recording. If she was going out with other men, I saw no reason to sit at home and wait for her. What's beneficial for the goose also benefits the gander. Screw her. I also decided to have some fun and planned to rub it in her face. She did not return home and remained with Susie. I spent the weekend doing household maintenance and working on my 1972 GMC truck, which I had purchased cheaply years before. I'd added a custom 350 engine, a Borg Warner Super T10 4-speed manual transmission, a 12-volt rear differential, leather bucket seats, and matte black paint. All that remained was to connect the steel braided lines to the engine's fuel, radiator, and vacuum connectors. Work kept me distracted, particularly after I stopped speaking with Lily. I finished the truck and made it ready for the road. I also hired a lawyer and began drafting divorce documents. There was no way around handing her half of everything. The divorce rules in this state appear to have been written by hardcore feminists. Men are screwed in divorces, compelled to pay an adulterous spouse to support her philandering lifestyle. A man has few alternatives for self-defense. Friday evening came, and my truck was pristine. After showering, shaving, and applying cologne, I changed into new Levi's slacks, a black button-down shirt, and rattlesnake leather cowboy boots. I treated myself to dinner at a steakhouse, where the T-bone, baked potato, vegetables, and salad were all excellent. As I exited the restaurant, I looked up Lily's whereabouts. She and Susie had arrived at the club around 30 minutes earlier. It was time to carry out my plan, which I knew would drive Lily nuts. I parked a few spots away from her car, knowing she was the designated driver, which made my strategy easy. I came to the club with a strategy and a backup in case Susie had moral reservations. I found them easily. Susie, I didn't realize you'd be here, I remarked, approaching their table with a drink and waiting for Lily to dance with another guy. Rob, what are you doing here? Susie inquired warily. It's probably the same as you. Since I had just moved in, I decided to try this club and have some fun tonight. Want to dance? I came with Lily. How does this not hinder me from dancing with you? Besides, she is either in the restroom or on the dance floor. You've never backed down from dancing with me before. Her apprehensive visage softened into a grin. Sure, I'd love to dance. We danced to 3 quick songs before the slow one began. I drew her near for approximately a song and a half before Lily noticed us. I almost laughed as her surprise morphed into panic. She exited the dance floor after the song and returned to their table, gazing at me with barely contained wrath. You poor thing, I mused. I haven't even begun to make you mad. Susie gripped me tightly as we slowly danced like a bombshell. It didn't take me long to react physically. She noticed, grinned warmly, and drew closer. I looked at Lily and lowered my hand to Susie's rear. When the song finished, I led Susie back to their table. She invited me to join them, and I accepted. We stopped to order beverages, and I added all 3 to my tab. Ryan, what the hell are you doing here? Lily hissed. What do you mean? I'm doing the same thing as you, drinking, dancing, and having fun. Is that prohibited? Don't act innocent, she snarled. You're here to ruin my evening. Quite the reverse, Lily. I had no idea you would be here. We have not communicated since you moved out. I heard about this club from coworkers and went to check it out while you were not present. Do you mean this is natural for you but not for me? That is hypocritical. I turned to Susie and began speaking, disregarding Lily's outburst. She attempted to make me envious by dancing flirtatiously with as many men as possible. I grinned, monopolizing Susie's attention. When another guy approached her, I'd bring her to the dance floor before they got to the table. They eventually stopped trying, presuming we were together. After a few hours I realized it was time. Lily was on the dance floor, and Susie was open. Meet me at your place, I said quietly. Lily will get there soon. Does it matter? Susie said. She has her own room. To hell with it. She's driving. She can get home. Let's go. I held her close while driving. Her dress fell to the floor as soon as we walked in. She dragged me into her bedroom. The night was fantastic. She certainly had a lot of practice. Just as I looked up, the front door banged shut. Susie speaks loudly during personal moments, and her room is adjacent to Lily's, separated by a narrow wall. We passed asleep around 2 a.m. from weariness. Breakfast was weird. Our morning activities awoke Lily. When I walked into the kitchen, she was already there with coffee. Is everything fine? She inquired, grinning. I'll do it myself, I responded, retrieving a clean knife from the cupboard and stood near the Keurig while she filled her cup. There's no telling what was in her coffee. We had a small talk. Lily and Susie spoke briefly. Then I chatted to Susie. Lily recognized we were both gone from the club when she noticed my truck in the parking area. She yelled so loudly that the guy she had brought home left. She looked at me like a wolf at breakfast. Soon after, I departed. When driven, I can be tenacious. Lily collaborated with several attractive single women I met at her firm's events. I had their contact information and started contacting them. Within weeks I persuaded the majority to go on dates. Some were hesitant since Lily and I were still married, but when I explained that we had separated, they relented. My actions caused tension between Lily and Susie, and Lily fought with other single women at work. I spent a wonderful afternoon dining, dancing, and getting intimate with Lily's colleagues. I utilized her phone's GPS and spy apps to make sure I was where she was. Her colleagues brag about their dates with me, which irritated her. She kept going out with men, but she and Susie clashed more. I overheard Lily shouting at Susie, "This is not how it was intended to work. He was supposed to wait for me to sow my wild oats before welcoming me back to start our family. He was not supposed to date or spend nights with other women." Susie was perplexed. I did not expect it either. What are your plans? I've had my fun, and none of these guys can compare to Rob. Our anniversary is approaching, and we intend to start a family that night, Lily remarked, beaming. He knows how to send a girl into orbit. Susie understood, but screamed, "Why did you bring him here and keep my husband awake all night just to appear cool?" The next morning, I've wanted him for years. What was I supposed to do when he came at me like that? He turned it up and pressed all my buttons. I couldn't help it. He's my hubby. Show some respect. Fine. I apologize. He stopped calling me. I doubt we'll meet again. Besides, he's checked out all our single coworkers. It's time to reclaim what's mine. I'll call him later and tell him I'm ready to return and start our family, says Lily. I grinned while listening. She had no idea what was coming. I contacted my lawyer for final instructions. With just over a week till our anniversary, I planned a spectacular celebration. Lily called, begging to come home, but I declined, explaining that I had plans and was planning on a surprise for her homecoming. I suggested modifications which she mistook as turning a bedroom into a nursery. I never said that. I arranged for her to arrive on our anniversary as a surprise. On Saturday evening, I threw a barbecue pool party. Lily had no idea I had installed the pool during the last 2 months. We were joined by friends, relatives, and some special guests. The doorbell rang promptly at 6 p.m. I told Lily to come, and she spotted the automobiles in front. When she realized we were having a party, she appeared surprised and carried her luggage into the home. Everything's fine. The guest of honor has arrived, I told them. Rob, what's going on? I thought we'd have a quiet romantic dinner, she said to him. Number today is a major celebration, and I want all our family and friends to join us, I told them. Okay, sweetie, it just surprises me. I didn't expect this, she told me. Just place your suitcases here, we'll deal with them later. You've arrived in time for dinner. As the guest of honor, you and I will be first in line. Lily adjusted and started enjoying herself. We hadn't talked about her actions in the prior 2 months. We ate, drank, and laughed. After dinner, a light shone in the backyard, exposing the pool and other modifications. She hadn't visited the upper level, and hinted at wanting to see what I'd done, still believing I'd built a nursery. It was time for the final surprise. Could I have your attention, please? I have a few announcements for this great day, I cried out. The stereo came to a halt, and everyone crowded near. Thank you for coming. Ida, please join me. After she left, I went on. First, yesterday was my last day at work. My former boss was the only one who knew, as I gave him 1 month's notice and explained my plans. I'm now starting my own consulting company, giving me more freedom to spend time with my family. Lily grinned as I emphasized, family. As you know, today is our 5th anniversary. What most don't know is that we plan to start our family today. With that, I want to give Ida a special anniversary gift to commemorate our relationship. I moved aside and motioned to a hired woman near the group's edge. She stepped forward. Ida Bader, you've been served, the woman explained. What most don't know, I replied, is that 2 months ago, Ida told me she was going to date and sleep with other men. She didn't ask if I agreed, she just informed me and said there was nothing I could do. For the past 2 months, she's been living with her friend and taking different men to her home for intimate encounters. This is something I won't tolerate. To be fair, I also dated other women, but only after Ida broke her vows. No, Ida shrieked. For your actions, I'm giving you a divorce so you can be intimate with whoever you want. Rest assured, it won't be me. I told you I was renovating the house. You saw the pool and other downstairs upgrades. I also repainted the master bedroom, installed a larger shower and a jacuzzi tub in the master bath, and removed the wall between the 2 smaller spare bedrooms to create 1 large bedroom with its own bathroom. I did this for a specific reason. As I spoke, a red-haired mother and a 10-year-old girl approached me. I want you all to meet my lawyer, Tara, and her daughter, Simone. Tara is a single mother I met 2 months ago, on the Monday after Ida went to the club with her first guy. We've become very close, though we haven't officially started dating. We both feel there's something between us, and I get along well with Simone. Once the divorce is final, and she's no longer my lawyer, we plan to be together. Her lease is up soon, and Tara and Simone are moving in with me. I turned to Ida. As for your suitcases, take them to your car. You won't come back here. I told you I wouldn't stand for this, but you rushed ahead and ruined our marriage. Ida cried frantically. Her family yelled, and the majority of her pals fled. My family sat stunned. Tara and Simone quietly headed upstairs, bracing for this reaction. To be honest, Tara and I had not kissed. We dined together and spent evenings in their place, but we agreed to wait until my divorce was finalized. Tara left her spouse 5 years ago after discovering him cheating. She has dated since, but has never felt a spark. Everyone eventually departed. I do not know where Ida went. That day, I removed the spyware programs from her phone. I no longer cared about what she did. Could I have handled things differently? Maybe. Should I have included Tara and Simone? Probably not. Why did I do that? Simple. Anger. I was enraged at Ida's behavior and wanted everyone to know how her selfishness had damaged our marriage. I wanted her to experience the misery she had caused me. She destroyed my feelings for her and made me despise her. I wanted her to feel that grief and contempt. I could have served her at work or emailed evidence to everyone, but I preferred a public confrontation. It was immature and unpleasant, but I completed it. Ida spent around 2 weeks at Susie's before they clashed. She has her own tiny flat. I frequently encounter her throughout the city, her look swinging between despair and fury. She left her company due to stress from me dating her coworkers, and got another job. I see her family occasionally when I dine with Tara and Simone. We do not talk. They frown, but we ignore them. Ida attempted to contest the divorce but quickly realized it was hopeless. Tara intensified the pressure by continuing to meet with Ida's colleagues. Ida signed the papers after learning about my 4th date with one of her coworkers. When the divorce was finalized, Tara and Simone moved in. 1 year later, Tara and I married. Another year later, we ran into Ida at a street market. She noticed Tara's 6-month pregnant tummy, turned, and hurried away in tears. 3 years had gone since the dramatic barbecue pool party at which Ryan Brooks handed divorce papers to his wife Lily in front of relatives and friends. Ryan's life has taken unexpected turns. However, the echoes of that day persisted, affecting his new world and Lily's future in unanticipated ways. Ryan, now 31, has settled into life with Tara, his second wife, and their growing family. Their son Liam was a vivacious 1-year-old, and Tara's daughter from her previous marriage, Simone, was 13 years old and thriving. Ryan's consulting firm had taken off, giving him the freedom to work from home and be present for his family. However, the past was not completely behind him, and a chance encounter would soon force Ryan and Lily to confront unresolved wounds. It was a cool October afternoon in their little community, with golden leaves blanketing the walkways and the air filled with the promise of fall festivities. Ryan, Tara, Simone, and Liam attended the yearly Harvest Fair, a local institution featuring pumpkin carving competitions, gourmet food stalls, and live music. Simone was at a booth painting a ceramic cup, while Tara pushed Liam's stroller and talked with Ryan about their weekend plans. Ryan felt happy, in sharp contrast to the wrath that had engulfed him 3 years before. But as they approached a bend near the apple cider stand, he stopped. Lily stood there with a man he didn't recognize. She looked thinner, with her golden hair trimmed into a stylish haircut. Her blue eyes were framed by delicate lines that had not previously existed. She wore a navy coat and jeans, with a casual posture but a guarded gaze as she recognized Ryan. The man next to her, tall with salt and pepper hair and a fitted jacket, appeared to be in his early 40s. He grasped her hand, and Ryan noticed a ring on Lily's left finger. For a brief moment, their eyes connected, and time appeared to collapse, returning them to the sorrow and betrayal that had defined their final days together. Tara, noticing a change in Ryan's tone, followed his gaze. "Is this her?" she said, her voice calm yet protective. Ryan nodded, his jaw tightened. Simone, unconcerned, called out to show them her painted mug, disturbing the silence. Ryan mustered a smile but his thoughts were racing. He hadn't seen Lily since the street fair 2 years ago, when she ran at the sight of Tara's pregnant stomach. He'd heard from common contacts that she had relocated to a nearby town and changed careers, leaving accounting for a position in event organizing. Aside from that, he tried to let her go from his life. Lily, however, had not forgotten him. She excused herself from the man and approached gingerly, taking measured steps. "Rob," she whispered softly, pausing a few steps away. "I didn't expect to see you here, Lily," he said, keeping his tone calm. Tara stood close, her hand resting on Liam's pram, as Simone observed from the booth. "Looks like you're doing well," Lily added, nodding to the man browsing a nearby stall. "That is David. We became engaged last month. He's a good person. She runs a small construction company." Her voice wavered slightly, as if she was testing Ryan's interest. "I saw your family. They are gorgeous." "Thanks," Ryan replied, unsure how to continue the conversation. Half of him wanted to leave, but another half, the one that had once loved her fiercely, felt a tinge of intrigue. What had her life become? Had she changed, or was she still the impulsive woman who had ended their marriage? Tara, always alert, jumped in. "I'm Tara," she said, offering her hand. It's nice to meet you, Lily. Rob has told me a lot about your time together. Her tone was pleasant but forceful, emphasizing that she was Ryan's present, not his past. Lily shook Tara's hand, smiling tightly. Likewise, I'm thrilled for both of you. She turned back to Ryan. Can we speak for a minute? Alone? It will not take long. Ryan paused, staring at Tara, who gave a slight nod. Go ahead, she replied. I'll be with Simone. She steered Liam into the booth, leaving Ryan and Lily standing awkwardly by the cider stand. What is this about, Lily? Ryan inquired, crossing his arms. The festival swarmed around them, children laughing, a band playing in the distance, but the gap between them felt thick. Lily took a big breath. I owe you an apology. Not only for what I did, but also for how I handled every situation. I was selfish, Rob. I let Suze's suggestions and my own concerns about settling down cloud my judgment. I imagined I could have it all. Freedom and you waiting for me. I was wrong, and I have damaged you in ways I cannot reverse. Ryan examined her, looking for authenticity. Her comments seemed real, but they couldn't wash away the hours he'd spent repeating her treachery, or the public humiliation he delivered in response. Why now? He asked. It's been 3 years. You could have contacted me sooner. I wanted to, she said. Her eyes glistened. But I was embarrassed. I went into a downward spiral following my divorce. I stayed with Susie until we fell out. She accused me of losing you as a friend, which was ludicrous. Rob, I received therapy. It took a long time to realize how much I had messed up. Not just with you, but with myself. Meeting David helped me rebuild, but I couldn't move on without telling you this. Ryan's rage, once a roaring fire, had faded to embers over the years. He no longer hated Lily, but his trust had vanished. I appreciate the apology, he replied softly. But this doesn't change what happened. You broke something that cannot be repaired, and I've done things I'm not proud of. The party, how I handled it. I let my fury take over. I also hurt you. Lily nodded and wiped a tear. I deserved it. I kept hoping you'd wait so I could have some fun before we resumed our plans. Seeing you with Susie, then my coworkers, and eventually Tara, it broke me. I realized I'd lost you forever. You didn't just lose me, Ryan stated calmly. You've lost us. We planned our lives, the family we want. I have moved on, Lily. I have Tara, Simone, and Liam. Now they are my entire universe. I hope you can make peace with David, but we can't go back. I know, she whispered. I'm not asking for that. I just wanted you to know I'm sorry, and I'm trying to be better, for David and for myself. She stopped, then added, your son. He looks like you. I am delighted you received the family you wanted. Ryan softened somewhat. Thanks. I hope you and David develop something real. He looked at Tara, who was smiling with Simone, and felt grateful for his life right now. Take care, Lily. She nodded and took a step back. You too, Rob. She rejoined David, who placed an arm around her before disappearing into the crowd. Ryan returned to his family with a lightened heart but still analyzing the meeting. Tara lifted her eyebrow. Is everything okay? Yeah, he replied, kissing her forehead. She apologized. I believe she is trying to move on. Good, Tara said. So are we. She handed him a cup of cider, and they rejoined Simone, who proudly displayed her mug. The remainder of the day was spent laughing, playing games and enjoying the warmth of their friendship. Ryan's thoughts occasionally strayed to Lily's words. Ryan meditated on the apology for several weeks. He addressed it with Tara, who advised him to contact a therapist to go through any unresolved emotions. The sessions helped him see that his acts 3 years ago, albeit motivated by pain, were extreme. He regretted including Simone in the announcement and manipulating Lily's co-workers to provoke her. But he also forgave himself, seeing that he was reacting to a profound wound. Lily, meanwhile, resumed her quest. She and David married the next spring in a simple ceremony. She thrived in her event organizing business, finding fulfillment in bringing joy to others. Therapy helped her deal with her impulsivity and the effects of toxic friendships like Suze's. She never contacted Ryan again, but his forgiveness served as a subtle confidence that she might recover. Ryan considered his interaction at the fair to be a watershed moment. He let go of any remaining bitterness, focusing on his family and firm, He and Tara welcomed their second child, a daughter called Elise. The following year, Simone, now a confident adolescent, began referring to Ryan as Dad. A moniker that meant more to him than any victory over Lily ever could. The past would continue to be a part of their tale, but it no longer defined them. Ryan and Lily, once bonded by love and torn apart by betrayal, have chosen separate routes to healing. The Harvest Fair, with its fleeting moment of closure, became a memory they both treasured. Not for the anguish it evoked, but for the calm it promised. The narrative of Ryan and Lily is a raw, emotional journey that exposes the complexity of love, betrayal, and the human desire for closure. As I ponder on their story, I am struck by the intensity of their decisions. Lily's reckless quest for freedom and Ryan's deliberate revenge. Both acted out of strong emotion, but their decisions led to a circle of agony that neither really imagined. What resonates the most is how their journey matches real-life struggles. The temptation to prioritize selfish interests over commitment, the heartbreak of lost trust, and the difficult route to mending after a relationship fails. Lily's actions, motivated by impulsivity and toxic influence, demonstrate a universal truth. Unrestrained wants can break even the strongest ties. Her assumption that Ryan would wait demonstrates foolish entitlement, underestimating the depth of his love and the gravity of her betrayal. Ryan's reaction, while understandable in fury, borders on vindictiveness, particularly in the public humiliation at the anniversary party. His decision to involve Tara and Simone, particularly a child, in that time appears to be a mistake. One that put revenge over grace. This does not belittle his pain, but rather emphasizes how hurt can lead to behaviors we later regret. The expansion I created around their interaction at the harvest market provides a glimpse of redemption. Lily's belated apologies demonstrate growth, a willingness to accept responsibility for her faults. Ryan's willingness to accept it, if warily, indicates his own healing. Their contrasting paths, Lily with David and Ryan with Tara and their families, show that life can continue despite betrayal. Not as a fairy tale, but as a messy yet hopeful process of starting over. The story's impact comes from its refusal to sugarcoat. Love is capable of breaking. People are capable of inflicting significant harm on one another. Healing, however, is possible, however imperfect. From a broader viewpoint, this story parallels ideas I've spoken with others regarding relationships and betrayal. Ryan and Lily's story, like Daniel and Laura's and Jake's, emphasizes the value of communication, self-awareness, and the bravery to confront our mistakes. It also serves as a reminder that societal influences, such as media cliches about sowing wild oats, or poisonous companions like Susie, can distort our decisions if we are not grounded in our core principles. If you're in a relationship that has been stressed by betrayal or temptation, take a minute to ponder. First, prioritize open communication. Before acting on an urge, discuss your needs and anxieties with your spouse. Lily's refusal to fully hear Ryan's objections set their demise in motion. Second, seek advice from those who share your ideals, not those who encourage destructive behavior. Susie's influence served as a spark for calamity. Surround yourself with people who support your commitments. Third, if you've been betrayed, resist the temptation to retaliate in ways that undermine your integrity. Ryan's public show provided short satisfaction but long-term remorse. Instead, direct your energy toward healing, via therapy, journaling, or trustworthy confidants. For those rebuilding after a failed relationship, take incremental, deliberate efforts. Ryan found fulfillment in his family and career. Lily recovered via treatment and a new partnership. Your route may be different, but it begins with self-forgiveness and a desire to improve. And if you're single, as some of you may be, remember that your worth is not dependent on a relationship. Create a life full of friendships, hobbies, and purpose, qualities that will complete you, whether you are paired or not. I would like to hear your comments on Ryan and Lily's tale. What did you think about their choices? Have you reached a similar crossroads in your own relationships? How did you navigate them? Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My family said, "Don't guilt us," and chose a concert over my big night. Now I'm living my best life, knowing they'll never reach me. My name is Paul. I'm 27 years old and I've always played a supporting role in my family's story. I'm the quiet one, the responsible one, the one who never causes trouble but doesn't appear to deserve any credit. My parents and my younger brother Caleb had a habit of hovering around each other, noisy, demanding, and continually expecting me to take whatever position they assigned me. I used to convince myself I didn't mind because being overlooked allowed me to avoid the turmoil. However, being invisible in your own home eats away at you until it becomes all you think about. Caleb was always the favored child. He's 2 years younger, yet the moment he booted a soccer ball, he became the star. My parents attended all of his games, screamed from the sidelines, and threw celebrations for his accomplishments. When I returned home with good grades, they'd nod and say, "That's expected." When Caleb scored a goal, even if his team lost, it seemed like a celebration. The birthdays were the same. His would be a parade of balloons, cakes, and extravagant gifts. Mine were usually meals at home and possibly a sweater I did not want. It was not a shortage of things that hurt. It sent the notion that my efforts were ordinary, and his were outstanding. I attempted to play it off. I tried to be supportive. I did not want to be the jealous brother. But within, I felt a faint sorrow every time they brushed me aside. Nonetheless, I kept pushing myself through college, internships, and sleepless evenings working on projects that no one in my family ever inquired about. Caleb partied his way through university, whilst I worked hard. Even though they didn't notice, I knew it would be important one day. That day came when I received a nomination for an award in my field. It wasn't a little recognition either. It was the type of honor that could shift the course of my career. Months of hard effort, late nights, and sacrifices had culminated in this moment. For once, something significant had my name on it, and I wanted my family to be present. Against my better judgment, I reached for my phone and entered a message into the family group chat. "I'm getting an award tonight. It would be very appreciated if you arrived." I hesitated before pushing send, part of me knowing how this would end, but also hoping that they might surprise me. The typing bubble appeared nearly instantly. It was Caleb. He wrote, "We're going to a concert instead." Just like that. There was no hesitancy, no thought, and no question regarding the nature of the prize. A concert. Some band he probably won't remember in a month. My mother spoke up before I could even grasp how hurtful that was. "Don't guilt us," she typed, as if my request was a burden, as if I was forcing them to choose between breathing and suffocating. I focused on the TV, my chest constricting. I felt a surge of heat travel up my neck. I wanted to shout, to ask why it was always like this, why I didn't matter. Instead, I simply typed back 2 words. "All right." And I intended it. Not in the way they expected, and not in the way that said I would accept being sidelined again. Something within of me shifted in that instant. I wasn't a child anymore, hoping for their approval. I wasn't waiting for their applause or cheers. Who night, I'd stand in front of a throng who recognized me and acknowledged what I'd accomplished. And my family would be exactly where they wanted to be. What none of them realized was that this awards presentation was not a quiet backstage affair. It was supposed to be broadcast live, not just online, but on television, cameras, interviews, and the works. My name would be spoken, my face on the screen, and my narrative conveyed. And when the spotlight finally found me, the individuals who had spent years making me feel invisible would be forced to see me with everyone else. But before that time came, I had to deal with the usual sting of disappointment. I recall pacing my small apartment that afternoon, thinking about what I'd answer if they asked why I didn't push them harder to come. Should I guilt them again? Should I describe how much it meant to me? Should I let the silence do the talking? My mind went in circles. And yet, behind it all, there was a peculiar serenity, as if I was standing on the verge of something greater than the years of negligence that had passed. The prize was one thing, but the real change was occurring within me. For once I wasn't simply surviving their absence. I let it fuel me. Every contemptuous comment, every overlooked milestone, and every shrug at my accomplishment had all led up to this moment. Even though they had no known, I had already begun scripting the next chapter in our family's story. My phone buzzed again that evening, as I slipped into the outfit I'd purchased months before with money I had saved. Caleb had sent a picture of himself and his companions smiling outside the concert venue, holding drinks with the phrase, "Best night ever." Mom loved the message with a heart. Dad said, "Enjoy it, you deserve it." My hand clenched on the phone. Deserve. The word echoed in my mind. Caleb appeared to deserve everything, and I was supposed to just nod along. I put down the phone, took a deep breath, and walked out the door. I didn't realize it at the time, but by the end of the night, the image on their screens would have left them speechless in ways they had never been before. I sat in the back of the cab on the way to the ceremony, peering out at the city lights that blurred past the window. The world outside appeared alive, pulsating with energy, as if it were in tune with me for once. But inside, I felt heavy. The image of that group chat kept playing in my head. Caleb laughing at his concert, Mom cheering him on, and Dad piping in with words he hadn't used for me in years. That word deserve was repeated over and over like a drumbeat I couldn't shake. It wasn't new. It was not even unexpected. To be honest, I had seen it coming since I was a child. My parents had this habit of comparing everything I did to Caleb, and I constantly came up short. When I received a college scholarship, they remarked, "That's great, Paul, but don't brag. Your brother is still figuring things out." When Caleb joined a minor league team, they treated him as if he had just signed with Barcelona. I recall a Christmas that occurred many years ago. I'd saved up my allowance and part-time job money to get Dad a good watch, which I knew he'd been wanting. When he opened it, he smiled nicely and said, "Thanks, son," before setting it aside. Later that night, Caleb gave him a cheap gas station keychain with a soccer ball charm. And Dad chuckled, clipped it on his keys, and exclaimed, "Now this is special." Everyone applauded and teased Caleb for his thoughtfulness. I sat there calmly, suppressing the sting in my throat. The tendency only worsened as we became older. Caleb crashed his car once after a night out. My parents rushed to console him, bought him a newer model, and said, "Don't be too hard on yourself, mistakes happen." When my car broke down from wear and tear because I couldn't afford a replacement, Dad shook his head and said, "You should have planned better, Paul." No sympathy, no help, just disappointment. Nonetheless, I continued hoping that one day they'd notice me. That one day they'd sit in the audience, clapping till their hands ached, smiling as if they were proud of me. That's why the award was important. It wasn't just recognition from strangers, it proved that my life, my decisions, and my hard work were worthwhile. Proof that I was not the darkness they portrayed me to be. But when I thought about it, I understood they didn't want to see it. They wouldn't do it, not because they couldn't. Caleb's radiance was simpler to soak in. He was noisy, charismatic, and messy in an acceptable way. I was quiet and steady, a reminder of the duty they refused to face. That week before the wedding, I tried to test the waters. I mentioned the nomination to Mom over the phone. She hummed distractedly and inquired if I had noticed Caleb's new haircut. I informed Dad that the award was from one of the largest organizations in my field. He nodded and continued, "That's great, but have you considered moving back closer to home? Caleb could use your assistance with some bills." It seemed like every topic circled back to him. The final straw before the ceremony came when I went home a month earlier. I hadn't been in a while, so I figured we'd sit down and talk. Instead, I entered the living room and discovered the mantel covered in Caleb's trophies, medals, framed photos, soccer tournaments, birthdays, and other milestones. My own graduation photo was no longer there. When I asked Mom about it, she simply answered, "Oh, we had to make room. It's in the drawer." The drawer. Like my entire existence might be hidden away and forgotten. So, when I saw their comments in the group chat that night, I knew I had been holding onto a delusion. They were not arriving. They never would. The ceremony was not for them. That was for me. And yet, a cruel part of me wished they could see. Not simply hearing about it afterward. Not just blow it off when I mentioned it months later, but see it firsthand, with no way out. The cab arrived at the location, and I stepped out into a haze of light and noise. Reporters stood by the entrance, cameras flashing, as the nominees walked the carpet. My stomach twisted. This was real. This was my moment. As I walked forward, fixing my tie, I could almost hear Caleb's voice taunting me. "Don't guilt us." I could hear Mom add, "We're busy." And behind it all, Dad's word, "deserve." That term didn't sting as much anymore. Because tonight I demonstrated precisely what I deserved. But the building tension wasn't just because they didn't show up. Something else was stirring within me. Anger, pride, and a quiet plan formed in the back of my mind. I didn't know how yet. But I wasn't going to let this be another time they passed over. This time, they couldn't look away. And the timing couldn't have been better, because I had no idea until I arrived that the organizers had a surprise in store. The awards event was not merely carried on local television, it aired nationally. My name, face, and narrative were going to receive far more attention than I could have imagined. I smiled to myself, despite the agony in my chest. For years I was pushed aside, minimized, and treated as if I didn't matter. Tonight, everything would change. Not because they wanted it to, but because they didn't have another option. And while I stood in line waiting to check in, I took out my phone once more. I stared at the family group chat, at Caleb's concert photo, Mom's heartfelt reaction, and Dad's words. My fingers hovered above the keyboard. Part of me wanted to send them one last message, a last opportunity, something as simple as, "It's being televised." But then I stopped. Number allow them to learn in the same way that the rest of the country would. I returned the phone to my pocket, straightened my shoulders, and walked inside. The ceremony had a weird energy, almost dreamy. I had attended events previously, but nothing like this. Cameras raking through the throng, flashes of light, people in sharp suits and gorgeous gowns, everyone vibrating with excitement. As I checked in, they handed me a tiny envelope containing my seat number and a badge with my name in bold lettering. Paul Harrison is a nominee. I turned it over in my palms, allowing the weight to soak in. I should have felt ecstatic, but something gnawed at me. That gnawing became a sharp twist when I looked at my phone again shortly before the ceremony began. Notifications popped up in the family group chat. Caleb had posted a series of photos at the concert, showing him beaming with his arm around his companions while clutching drinks and plastic cups. Another photograph of the stage lights, another photo of him smiling with a band member who he undoubtedly asked for a selfie with. He titled one, "Best Night of My Life." I scrolled on. Mom wrote, "So proud of you, sweetheart," followed by applauding emojis. Dad went on, "You earned this, son, nothing like making memories." That was the moment. That was the knife. Not only did they not show up for me, but they were celebrating Caleb's night, as if it were a major accomplishment. I sat there in my fitted suit, months of preparation ready to pay off on one of the most significant nights of my life, and my own parents couldn't be bothered to notice. Worse, they were expressing their pride in him at a random concert, which was transitory. My chest tightened. I remembered every minor detail. Every instant I brushed it off. My graduation picture is packed in a drawer. The cheap keychain was treated as if it were a treasure, whereas my carefully chosen gift was ignored. When I told Dad I had gotten my first job out of college, he hardly looked up from the television before asking if Caleb needed assistance with rent. I had gently eaten it all, hoping that one day it would be different. But staring at those messages made me grasp the reality. It wasn't going to be different. The betrayal was not limited to their absence. It was in the manner they emphasized that no matter what I did, I would never be enough. Not compared to him. They didn't simply overlook me. They consciously opted to channel their pride, affection, and words of encouragement elsewhere. And this wasn't childhood anymore. I was not a youngster looking for approval. I was a man sitting in a room full of people who genuinely valued what I had accomplished, while my family cheered from the sidelines of someone else's life. The event began with lights darkening and music increasing. My focus should have been on the stage, the speakers, and the potential of hearing my name called, but all I could see was the group chat. My brother's grin and my parents' applause. Not for me, but for him. My hands trembled slightly as I placed the phone face down on my leg. I took a breath, but it did not settle me down. The sting developed into a burn, which evolved into something sharper. My trust in them, what little I had left, had vanished. That night, something inside me shifted abruptly and permanently. I wasn't simply disappointed anymore. I was finished. It was almost poetic in a horrible sense. At the exact time I was about to be seen by the world, the people who should have been my first and loudest supporters proved once more that they would never be. The contrast was terrible. It was like watching two versions of my existence collide. The one in which I was invisible at home and finally recognized outside of it. I didn't realize it at the time, but seeing my family shower Caleb with pride while I sat alone in that ballroom was the breaking point. I could never cross that emotional line again. From that moment forward, everything I did, planned, and anticipated was no longer about obtaining their approval. It was about something completely different. And as the announcer moved onto the stage, the cameras swept across the audience. I slumped back in my chair, my gaze locked on the dazzling lights overhead. My jaw stiffened, and a peculiar peace came over me. If they didn't want to see me, they would be forced to. The ceremony went like a dream, but within, I was drowning. I sat in a room full of strangers applauding speeches, the clink of glasses reverberating, and I felt torn in two. On the outside, I smiled as the cameras panned past, cheered politely for other victors, and nodded to the conversations going on around me. On the inside, I was spiraling. They then called my name. Yes, this is my name. I came onto the stage and took the prize with firm hands and a clear voice, yet I could barely hear myself. I recall flashes, the dazzling lights, the weight of the trophy in my hand, and the audience rising in a standing ovation. I must have said something comprehensible, because later others complimented me on how motivating my remarks were. However, my thoughts were elsewhere at the time. It was not based on the applause in front of me. It was the silence behind me, the absence of the only people who were supposed to be there. As I stood there holding that prize, a piece of myself broke off, like a rope snapping after years of tension. The little kid who wanted his parents to tell him, "We're proud of you," died softly on stage. The night ended with a celebration. There were photographs, interviews, and new contacts. Everyone smiled, shook my hand, and told me I had a bright future. However, when I returned to my flat, the walls were colder than ever. I placed the trophy on my desk and simply stared at it. It should have felt like victory. Instead, it felt like ash in my mouth. I opened my phone. Of course, the family discussion remained active. Caleb had posted additional concert recordings, and my parents were fawning over them, with Dad remarking, "Wish we could do nights like this more often." I clicked and scrolled, hoping to see even a fleeting mention of me. A query regarding how my evening went. A basic good luck message. There was nothing, not a word. I laid back on the couch, phone facing down, and stared at the ceiling. My chest felt hollow, as if the air had been pulled out of me. It struck me then. I was on my own. Not only physically, but emotionally. They'd never be the family I envisioned. That was my rock bottom. I did not cry. Not that night. It wasn't sad anymore. It was a heavier, more resigned silence, the kind that occurs when you finally stop disputing with reality. In that silence, something else sparked. Something sharper. I reflected on all the times I had twisted myself into knots attempting to gain their acceptance. During late-night phone calls, I would downplay my own accomplishments so Caleb wouldn't feel overshadowed. On weekends, I'd help Dad with housework while Caleb went out to parties, only to be admonished later that, "Your brother has so much on his plate, you should be more supportive." Birthdays, graduations, job offers, moments when I should have been celebrated, but I was constantly encouraged to keep it quiet and not make it about me. Everything replayed in my thoughts like a horrible highlight reel. Then came a conclusion that shocked me to the core. I'd squandered years begging for morsels of validation that would never arrive. That was when the planning began. Not consciously at first, but quietly, as if seeds were sowed in the dark. I hadn't considered how I could exact revenge. Not yet. It began simply. I wondered how I could step away. How do I create something so far beyond them that they can never touch it, reduce it, or store it in a drawer? The answer was not immediate. It was not even clear. But the transition had begun. I could feel it when I stared at the trophy on my desk. Not as a reward, but as a reminder. A reminder that I did not need them to make myself noticeable. That I could be seen, whether they wanted to admit it or not. The next few weeks were some of the most difficult of my life. Every family call I ignored, every group chat notice I turned off. It was like pulling muscle from bone. I'd been conditioned for years to want their approval, so turning away felt strange and terrible. But every time I reached for my phone to react, I told myself to stop. They did not notice. Not really. Mom texted a few casual messages, usually regarding Caleb's games. Dad forwarded items he believed I'd find useful, but never inquired about my work. Caleb flooded the chat with photographs of his night outs, new attire, and weird quips. No one asked how I was doing. Nobody mentioned the award. And in that blank, in that oppressive stillness, I began to construct. I immersed myself in work, not as an escape, but as fuel. I began attending meetings that I had previously avoided scheduling. I approached mentors whom I had previously avoided engaging. I agreed to opportunities that worried me. Every night I reminded myself, this is for me, not them. But deep inside, another voice whispered, one day they'll see. One day they won't be able to ignore you. That concept terrified me at first because it sounded harsh and spiteful. But the longer I sat with it, the more it seemed like clarity. I wasn't planning their collapse. Not then. But I was done shielding them from the reality. I'm done allowing their carelessness to define me. Done pretending that their preference didn't matter. Even though I couldn't see the whole picture yet, I knew one thing for certain. When the time came, I would not let it pass silently. The alteration in me did not occur overnight. It was mild, almost imperceptible at first. However, in the weeks and months after the award, I began to notice the changes stacking up like bricks, each one forming a wall between the old me, who lived for scraps of acknowledgement from my family, and the new me, who no longer need them. It began with opportunities that poured in following the wedding. The award had brought my name to the forefront, and doors that had previously been bolted shut broke open. Companies reached out. People I liked approached me about collaborating, and mentors who had previously overlooked me called me personally. At first I felt like an imposter, as if I didn't belong in these conversations. But slowly, I discovered something I'd never allowed myself to believe. I'd earned everything. I took on projects that worried me, projects I would have previously avoided for fear of failing and hearing my family say, "See, you're not cut out for this." But without their voices in my ear, I felt lighter. And my success was more than just a professional victory. It demonstrated to myself that I didn't need their approval to be successful. My life began to shift in ways they could not predict. I moved to a better apartment with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the downtown skyline. I began dressing differently, sharper suits, clothing that indicated the guy I was becoming rather than the quiet shadow I had previously been. My confidence grew, and people noticed. Strangers at networking events gravitated towards me. Colleagues looked to me for leadership, and mentors I formerly looked up to began treating me as an equal. Meanwhile, nothing changed in my family's environment. Caleb remained the focus of their attention, posting images of night outs and soccer games. Mom and Dad cheered him on with the same old fervor, as if each action was new. But from my new vantage point, things appeared different. For the first time I recognized it clearly. Not as a reflection of my inadequacy, but of their limitations. They had no idea how to value anything other than the simple, familiar glow Caleb supplied. I stopped craving their attention, and instead began to embrace a new type of power. Invisibility by choice. They didn't inquire about my life, therefore, I didn't elaborate. When Mom called, I kept our chat nice but brief. When Dad asked whether I could help your brother financially, apparently Caleb was behind on rent again, I simply replied, "I can't," and left it at that. For once, I didn't tie myself up in knots attempting to justify my boundaries. I didn't over-explain or apologize. I just let the stillness hang. They didn't press very hard. I believe they felt I was still quietly trudging along, the same dependable Paul who was always available when they needed something. They didn't realize how much had changed. And a part of me took quiet delight in the idea that I was creating something far larger than they could imagine right in front of their eyes. When you cease limiting yourself, success tends to multiply. Within a year, I had gained more than just respect in my area. People were starting to recognize my name. Invitations to speak at conferences poured in. There were articles written regarding the work I was doing. I was even requested to participate on panels alongside folks I had previously studied with in school. Every time I saw my name in print or was granted a microphone, I felt the weight of years of anonymity lifted. However, in the quiet moments, when the acclaim died down and I was alone in my apartment, I couldn't help but think of them. Not with longing, but with detached interest. What would they say if they knew? Will they finally see me, or will they try to make it about Caleb? The thought did not hurt as much as it did before. Now it only fuels me. The tipping point came when I was asked to a national event that was larger than the awards ceremony and anything I'd done previously. A televised gala honoring inventors and leaders from several industries. When I received the invitation, I laughed as I grasped the embossed envelope. Not because it was hilarious, but because it seemed like fate. I understood right away that this was it, a moment you couldn't avoid. The kind of illumination that can reach even the most difficult corners. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't going to simply step into the spotlight. I was going to own it. Nonetheless, I stayed quiet. I didn't mention it to my relatives. I didn't hint at the magnitude of what was coming. Let them continue to cheer Caleb on. Allow them to continue assuming I was just managing. When the night came, they'd find out alongside everyone else. And that's when I understood I wasn't simply climbing. I was prepared. Slowly, silently, I was laying the groundwork for something greater than achievement. Something that went beyond proving oneself. Because one day, they won't only have to acknowledge me, they'd have to address their actions, the years they'd spent neglecting, dismissing, and underestimating me. And when that day arrived, I wasn't sure I needed their apologies. What I wanted was for them to experience what I had, the pain of being invisible, the empty anguish of understanding you'd missed something significant. The invitation to the National Gala sat on my desk for weeks, its embossed letters catching the sun every time I walked by. I'd give it a casual glance, but within I could feel a hum of electricity. This wasn't your typical award or speaking occasion. This was the kind of platform that might solidify my place in the public eye, a spotlight so large and dazzling that even individuals who had spent their entire lives refusing to look at me would be forced to do so. However, the true setup for what was to come did not take place on the night of the gala. It started months ago, when the prospects from my accolades grew into something far bigger than I could have dreamed. One of the firms I collaborated with following my first major recognition was a media conglomerate with links in TV, print, and online. At start, it was simply a collaboration. I'd help them with their projects and offer my knowledge in exchange for visibility. But as time passed, I understood they weren't only interested in what I could offer. They were intrigued in my story, perspective, and ability to connect with an audience. It was unusual to go from being disregarded by my own family to suddenly being sought after by influential strangers. I recall sitting in a glass-walled office one afternoon, the city stretching behind me, when one of the executives leaned over and said, "Paul, people don't just respect your work. They relate to you, which is unusual. Have you considered what you could do with a larger platform?" That sentence stayed with me. A larger platform. Not only recognition in my field, but something beyond. Something public. Something apparent. And for the first time, I realized how years of quiet and dismissal could become fuel. If I leaned into it, if I told the world my tale, others could recognize themselves in me. Over the next 3 months, I began taking interviews for podcasts, magazines, and panels. At first, I kept my answers entirely business, discussing my career, projects, and aspirations. But gradually, I started to open up. I discussed resilience, being underestimated, and working in silence when no one believes in you. I didn't name my family, but I didn't have to. The message resonated on its own. The response stunned me. People inundated my email with messages, and I felt invisible too. "Thank you for expressing what so many of us have experienced. You gave me hope." It was humiliating, but also clarifying. I wasn't just advancing for myself anymore. My narrative, my survival in the shadows, helped others find their voices. And as I got more visible, I felt more powerful. Meanwhile, my family remained unaware. Calls continued to come in about Caleb, his soccer league, his new girlfriend, and his plans that never seemed to materialize. When Dad inquired if I was still doing the same work, I almost laughed. He had no idea I had been promoted twice, or that my name had been featured in big media. Mom complained that I didn't make enough visits, and that Caleb missed me. Every talk was a rehash of the same script. Their universe was too little to realize what I was quietly creating outside of them. And I let them remain blind. I did not correct them, gloat, or hint. Silence became my weapon. Then came the meeting, which changed everything. The organizers of the National Gala requested me not only to attend, but also to receive a unique recognition, a Lifetime Achievement Award, notwithstanding my age, for my pioneering work in the sector. I almost laughed as I read the email. Lifetime Achievement, at 27. The magnitude was ludicrous, yet it was genuine, and it would be televised live across the country. When I entered the gala planning session, I anticipated to talk about logistics, time slots, speeches, and costumes. What I didn't expect was for the director to lean across the table and say, "We'd like to feature your story as part of the televised broadcast. Not just your work, but your journey. We think people need to hear it." My chest tightened. For a brief moment, I imagined Caleb and my parents sitting at home, perhaps surfing through channels and stumbling onto me on their television screens. Hearing my experience, not as a family member to disregard, but as a narrative delivered to the entire country. Naturally, I agreed. But internally, I understood what this meant. The setup was completed. All the years of being minimized, all the invisible scars, all the swallowed words, they were about to be spoken out, framed in a way that no one could miss. The irony was almost too acute. My relatives had accused me of making them feel guilty for begging to be seen. They were going to hear the truth, whether they wanted it or not. They couldn't ignore it because it was delivered in a broadcast rather than a private plea. And while I had no idea how they'd react, I knew one thing for certain. At the end of the night, the balance of power between us would never be the same. The night of the gala arrived with a weight pressing against your ribs. I stood in front of the mirror in my hotel room, fixing the cuffs on my suit. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel like I was dressing up to impress others. Not my parents. Not Caleb. Not even the audience I was about to address. I was doing this for me, and in a way, for the younger version of myself who had sat silently at dinner tables while everyone else hailed Caleb's latest accomplishment. The setting was stunning, a cathedral of lights and silk. Cameras perched like hawks, ready to swoop. As I came down the red carpet, reporters leaned closer with their microphones, calling my name. I responded quietly and confidently, never revealing that my thoughts was elsewhere, half on the stage I was about to walk upon, partly on the living room I imagined at home. I could picture the TV flickering and my parents relaxing into the couch after a long day. Caleb sprawled with his phone in hand, and they were all expecting another average evening. And suddenly my face would take up the entire screen. The program flowed like a well-rehearsed play. Speeches, performances, and applause in the appropriate places. I waited, each minute increasing, the stress within me. When my category finally arrived, the announcer's voice echoed around the hall, describing my accomplishments, projects, and rise from obscurity. I could feel the cameras focusing on me and the heat of the lights pressing against my flesh. My heart raced, not from nerves, but from eagerness. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer finished, "please welcome tonight's honoree, Paul Harrison." As I came on stage, the applause rose like a tsunami. My shoes clicked on the glossy floor, each step heavier than the last, as if I were marching not just into the spotlight, but also into a confrontation. The presenter handed me the prize, which was sleek and sparkling. I shook his hand, smiled, and then turned to face the throng. 1,000 eyes peered up at me, and millions more through the cameras. The three faces I'd waited my entire life to see were somewhere among them, possibly at that same moment. I leaned into the microphone. My voice remained steady. "Thank you," I said, pausing to let the atmosphere settle. "This honor means more to me than just appreciation for my efforts. It symbolizes something deeper, what it means to be seen. After years of being invisible, I was finally seen." A quiet descended. My words were not technical or about my field. They were personal, deliberate. I grew up in a family that gave selective attention, where achievements were compared, measured, and frequently discarded. For years, I thought I wasn't good enough, that no matter how hard I worked, it would never be appreciated. I assumed invisibility was my fate. I let it dangle in the air. I did not give Caleb a name. I didn't bring up my parents explicitly. But the weight of my story dominated the room. "But invisibility," I added, "may be an effective instructor. It forces you to work in silence, to establish roots strong enough to withstand when no one is looking. It teaches you resilience. And when the time comes, when the light finally finds you, you're prepared to stand strong in it." The crowd changed. Some people nodded. Others leaned forwards. I could sense them connecting. I stand here tonight not because of what I've done, but because of what I've been through. Anyone who has ever been overlooked, rejected, or told they don't deserve to be recognized, please know that you do. You always did. And your time will come. Applause erupted, booming like thunder. The cameras flashed, but I didn't hear the audience in front of me. First, imagined the astonished expressions, the tightening jaws, the understanding that the son and sibling they'd overlooked was now speaking to an entire nation. The speech was not about vengeance in the loudest, most violent sense. It was quiet, measured, and almost gentle. But that's what intensified the hurt. I had not reacted aggressively. I had not begged. I had simply stated the truth, which they had spent years denying, and delivered it in a way that millions of people appreciated. As I stepped off the platform, prize in hand, I realized the job was done. The retaliation did not consist of directly humiliating them. It was about ensuring that when they stared at that screen, they couldn't escape reality. I had risen without, above, and beyond them, yet they had missed it. My phone was buzzing all night after the gala. Messages flooded in from coworkers, mentors, and even strangers who had seen the show. People told me my remarks had impacted them and that they recognized themselves in my narrative. Some described me as brave, while others simply said, "Thank you." For the first time in my life, I felt the full weight of being seen. And it wasn't simply recognition, it was resonance. Among the scores of bright notifications, 3 stood out. The family group chat. Initially, it was silent. I envisioned the astonishment in their living room when my face came on national television, uttering truths they'd been ignoring for years. Finally, a message from Mom emerged. "Paul, why didn't you notify us about the major event?" I stared at it, allowing the words to soak in. "Not that we're proud of you. We are sorry we missed it. Just the same deflection and inability to accept responsibility, as if it was my fault for not pressing them to care." A second message arrived, this time from Dad. "You made us sound like bad parents on live TV. Do you understand what others will think?" I laughed. Not bitter or angry, just a little, unbelieving laugh. Even today, their first thought was to care about their look, how they were perceived, rather than what they had done. Then Caleb joined in. "Wow, brother. Don't you think this is a touch dramatic? You made it sound like we've ignored you your entire life. Chill. It's not very profound. That was it. The final nail. I felt a strong clarity rush over me, almost peacefully. They had not changed. They never would. I didn't need them to. I did not respond to the group conversation. Instead, I entered 3 different messages. To Mom. For years I begged to be acknowledged. Last night I was. You had a chance. To Dad, you are correct. People will believe you were bad parents. That is because you were. And Caleb felt it was that deep. It always was. You simply never had to feel it. Then I silenced the conversation and put the phone down. For the first time I felt no shame, longing, or fury. I just felt liberated. Word circulated rapidly following the gala. Relatives who had rarely spoken to me before reached out to congratulate me and express their pride. Old instructors emailed, saying they saw me on TV and remembered the quiet youngster sitting in the back of the classroom. Even neighbors wrote comments, stating they had no clue I had accomplished so much. My parents couldn't avoid it. Their friends watched the broadcast. Their co-workers mentioned it. Even folks at church mentioned it. Their son could be seen everywhere they looked. They couldn't get away from the story of the son they'd disregarded. In the weeks that followed, they attempted to repair the rift. Mom called and left voicemails loaded with forced enthusiasm. Dad sent lengthy texts regarding misconceptions. Caleb, as expected, made a joke about it, claiming that I had exaggerated the negligence. But the difference now was simple. I did not respond. Silence born of decision, rather than loss. My life accelerated. New ventures, new platforms, new horizons, and each achievement increased the distance. The more the world cheered me, the smaller their justifications became. Months later, I returned home after another event and placed a second prize on the shelf next to the first. The city lights shone through my window, reflecting off the trophies and illuminating the room in gold. For a moment, I remembered the drawer at home, where Mom had stuffed my graduation photo to make room for Caleb's awards. I smiled. My achievements were no longer in a drawer. They were out in the open, for anyone to see. And the folks who had previously pushed me into the darkness were left blinking in the light, too late to shield their eyes. That was my vengeance. Not shouting, not vengeance in the classic sense, but living so fully and clearly that their years of negligence became their legacy rather than mine. I poured myself a glass of wine, stood by the window and let the silence of the city night envelope me. For the first time, I did not feel invisible. I didn't feel like I was waiting for someone to clap. My parents laughed when I cried in pain of brain cancer. So Grandma cut them from her will. 2 years later, they came begging for forgiveness. Hi there everybody, Patrick is my name. I am currently 32 years old and employed as a sales director for a Chicago-based furniture firm. I currently live in a 3-bedroom apartment in Lincoln Park, a peaceful neighborhood with tree-lined streets, with my wife Emma and our 9-month-old daughter, Ingrid. We spend our evenings with Ingrid and concentrate on our business during the week. On weekends, when work isn't too busy, our small family usually makes the trip to see Grandma Carol. About 30 minutes away from us, she resides in a comfortable home in Oak Park. When Grandma holds Ingrid in her arms and sings old lullabies quietly, it always makes me feel at ease. Right now, our lives are genuinely serene and tranquil. And I cherish every second I spend with my closest loved ones. Since I nearly lost everything just 2 years ago. My life wasn't the only thing at risk at that pivotal moment. It also revealed my family members' actual selves. Following that, my sister Katie, my parents and I lost any sense of connection and became strangers while having the same blood. Throughout it all, I came to understand that a true family is not defined by DNA. It is characterized by the people who support you during your most trying times. A little more than 2 years ago, in May 2023, the incident that altered my life took place. Emma and I had only been married for 3 months at that point. We were still in the honeymoon stage of our marriage, where every day was full of laughing and future dreams, even after dating for almost 5 years and being completely in love. After getting married in a little church outside of Chicago in the spring, we began to dream of starting a family. Emma would talk about how she wanted to decorate the nursery, and I would imagine myself in Lincoln Park, teaching our children how to ride a bike. We had even begun setting away finances for children that never existed to attend college. Then suddenly, a storm struck. All of our lovely plans were swept away in a single, tragic instant. It was a May Saturday. Emma and I were watching The Godfather together on the couch. Suddenly, like a bullet, a sharp, severe ache pierced my brain. As soon as I cried, I began to convulse uncontrollably. I saw Emma's frightened face just before everything turned black. Something was shouting from her mouth, but I couldn't hear it. After that, everything turned dark. I had to squint when I opened my eyes due to the hospital's glaring bright lights. It felt like someone was hammering inside my skull. I became aware that I was lying in a hospital room with medical equipment all about me as I looked around. Emma was sitting on a chair next to my bed, her eyes puffy and red from sobbing. She seized my hand as soon as she realized I was conscious and uttered my name in a shaky voice. "You're awake, Patrick. God be praised." When I asked her to explain what had happened a short while later, she simply shook her head and sobbed even more. She finally broke the quiet when I persisted. Emotion suffocated her voice. "Patrick, you have severe brain cancer." My ears began to ring as soon as Emma pronounced those words. The surroundings became hazy and seemed far away. What I was hearing was unbelievable. Aggressive brain cancer in a person aged 30. It meant I wouldn't have much time left to love Emma, pursue my goals, and lead the life I had just begun to construct while life was only getting begun. I cried like a child for the first time in my life as I lay there in that special care unit. If I disappeared, I pondered what would happen to Emma. I reflected about my aspirations and desires that might never materialize. However, confronting death head-on was the most horrifying aspect. I never thought it would happen so quickly. The door to my hospital room opened as I was still engulfed in gloomy thoughts, and a man in his early 50s named Dr. Peterson entered with a large pile of medical records. He turned to me and spoke in a steady, calm voice after examining the readings on the machines surrounding me. "I'm going to be honest with you, Patrick. If you consent to our experimental treatment program, you can still live." At those remarks, a glimmer of hope appeared in my eyes, but Dr. Peterson went on before I could allow myself to feel relief. "But even for the first round of treatment, the price is high. $1,350. Because it is still in the experimental stage, insurance companies will not cover it." Emma's voice was tremulous as soon as that giant figure was out of his mouth. "Is there anything else we can do if we don't have the entire $350,000? Dr. Peterson hesitated, clearly uneasy. We were silent for a few seconds before he gave us a direct response. "Palliative care is all we could provide. As a result, Patrick would be kept as comfortable as possible, but his time will be limited. He has no more than 3 months to live, according to current estimations." When I heard 3 months ago, I felt a new wave of anxiety sweep over me. The fact that death occurs isn't the most terrifying aspect of it. It's anticipating when it will occur. Following the room was silent as Peterson exited. Emma's sobbing next to me and the heart monitor's constant beeping were all that was left. I suddenly knew that $350,000 was the number that now determined my survival. A life or death figure that is overwhelming. That night, none of us was able to get any sleep at all. Faint, moving patterns were produced on the white walls by the hallway light that filtered through the crevice beneath the hospital door. Emma was sitting next to my bed, gazing up at the ceiling as though she was looking for answers. She spoke abruptly and resolutely in the midst of the silence. "Sell the apartment, please. I've already calculated it. We've saved up another $150,000. If we sell the property, we could receive at least an additional $500,000. For your treatment, that would be more than sufficient." I sighed and gave a small shake of my head. I remained silent in answer. Emma finally fell asleep at 11 p.m., due to sheer tiredness. My mind was racing with contradicting ideas as I lay awake in the dark. I kept wondering if it was worth it to continue the treatment. $350,000 is a huge sum of money. During those calm times, I had a selfish idea. Perhaps it would have been preferable to use that money for Emma's future. Perhaps she could utilize it to start over and rediscover happiness. She wouldn't have a place to live if we sold the apartment, only memories and medical debt. Emma woke up abruptly around midnight, as though she had been shaken. I was still awake when she turned to look at me, asking, "What's wrong?" I hesitated for a few seconds before answering in a hoarse voice, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Emma sat up straight and her eyes widened in fear when she heard the words. "I've decided not to go through with the treatment." She yelled out in desperation and started to sob. "I'll be dead before you if you quit treatment." It broke me to bits to see the lady I loved sob like that. I came to the realization that love sometimes necessitates fighting, even when the chances are slim. I realized I had just made the most important decision of my life. One that could alter our lives in ways we could never have imagined. So I nodded and said to her in a whisper, "All right. I'll do the treatment. We'll go through this together." Dr. Peterson allowed us to leave the hospital for a short time the following morning, but not before issuing a strong warning. "Patrick, you must return right away if you have any strange symptoms, including seizures, nausea, or excruciating headaches. Time is of the essence." I knew I was walking a tightrope every day after hearing those words, and it sent a shiver down my spine. Back at the flat, we started making plans to raise the $350,000 we required. I initially called Ryan Williams, my best buddy since college, now working as a real estate agent. There was stillness on the line when I told him everything. Then he spoke in a calm, determined voice. "Don't worry about selling the apartment, Patrick. I will handle everything. You won't be charged a commission by me." I felt a sudden warmth when Ryan said it to me. Having a friend like him was perhaps the best thing I've ever done. However, what followed astounded me even more. Ryan deposited $50,000 into my account very far away. It was an interest-free loan, he said. I could reimburse him once I was well. I said to Ryan, "Aren't you afraid you'll never get the money back?" "I could die at any time." He responded right away in a firm voice. "Emma and you have my faith. You're the best man I know, Patrick." My chest was constricted with emotion when I hung up the phone. I at last realized what true friendship meant at my saddest period. Emma didn't waste time at all. She informed her folks about my illness over the phone in Milwaukee. With the speaker on, I could hear her mother sobbing on the other end of the line. "Don't worry, sweetheart," Emma's parents told her once she calmed down. Even Emma's younger sister Grace, who had just graduated and begun working a few months prior, called us in a tremulous voice and said, "Emma, I just emptied my savings. We're going to assist Patrick. We'll lend you $100,000. I have $15,000. Please take it to help Patrick." Grace was a young woman just starting out in life, and seeing her say that made Emma and I cry uncontrollably. Nevertheless, she was prepared to donate everything she owned in order to support her brother-in-law, whom she had only known for a few years. After calculating our financial situation, we had $315,000, but we were still short of $35,000. At that point, I thought of my parents, who had recently sold a plot of land in the Chicago suburbs for $320,000, and hoped they would still have the funds and be willing to assist me during this dire situation. I grabbed Emma's hand without hesitation and said, "Let's head to my parents' house. They'll assist us." Emma nodded and hurried over to join me as we got into the car and drove over, not realizing that what was about to happen would turn out to be one of the most memorable experiences of my life. I arrived at my parents' house around 5 p.m. As I pulled up to the curb, I noticed Katie's red car was parked in front. That was a clear sign the whole family was home. Emma squeezed my hand tightly as we stepped up the familiar front steps. She knew my relationship with my family had never been easy, but at that moment, we needed every bit of help we could get. After a few greetings, I sat down across from them and started explaining everything about the seizure, the diagnosis of aggressive brain cancer, and the fact that I had only 3 months left if I didn't start treatment. As I spoke, I kept thinking my mom, Linda, Steve, and my dad were sitting on the couch watching the news, and Katie was tapping away on her laptop at the dining table. They all turned to look at us, surprised. My dad was the first to speak, and he looked at me sternly and said, "I told you you should have been more active." I was startled that he would bury his face in his hands when he thought of his son running out of time. But their reactions left me speechless. "Now you see what occurs when you don't care for your health." His words hit me like a slap across the face. This wasn't the time for blame or judgment. Then my mom shook her head and said in a cold, flat voice, "Don't worry. Medicine has advanced significantly. They'll make it right. You're a man. Be resilient. You're not a child." After a quick look up, Katie replied coldly, "You still have 3 months left. Simply use your time, however you see fit." I felt as though the earth had been torn from under me by their icy, uncaring answers. I was standing there among blood relatives who didn't seem to care if I lived or died. I immediately stood up and grabbed Emma's hand to escape, but she softly drew me back and said in a whisper, "We need them." I hesitated for a few seconds and struggled with myself, but then I took a big breath, turned to face my dad and said, "I'm only $35,000 short of what I need for treatment. Mom and you could help me with that." The moment I mentioned borrowing money, all 3 of their expressions shifted. They looked at each other with uncomfortable, almost irritated glances. No one said a word. The room went quiet, so quiet it felt suffocating. About a minute passed before my dad finally spoke, his voice hard and unyielding. "We don't have the money." "Didn't you just sell the land outside the city for $320,000? I asked him in shock. My mother jumped in this time, glancing at us and declaring, "That money is for Katie's house. We have already made the deposit. Next week the remainder is due." It was as if someone had stabbed me in the chest when I heard those words. The golden child, Katie, came first once more. They have always made every choice with her in mind. And now, they still choose her, even though I was looking death in the face. Emma intervened when she saw the destruction on my face and begged, "Please give it to us for a week." My dad looked at me for a few seconds and then shook his head firmly, so I knew I had one final card to play. "When you need it, we'll pay it back right away. We're borrowing from other people. We'll have the money soon. Patrick needs treatment as soon as possible." "Let's borrow it with interest if you won't lend it for free," I murmured, glancing at him. He simply shook his head and said icily, "If you die, who should I get the money from?" "I'll pay you whatever the bank charges." That cruel question lit a fire in me. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I exploded. "Dad, I'm your kid." Emma was shaking next to me when he yelled back, emotionless, "I don't invest in someone who's already dying." The room fell silent, tense enough to choke. Katie then said, in her typical cold tone, "Don't you two still have an apartment?" "We're already putting it on the market, but it takes time," I said, trying to remain composed. I felt my blood boil when Katie said, "If you're willing to put it up as collateral for a $35,000 loan, then I'll lend you the money." After a few seconds, Katie smiled coldly and said, "If you're willing to put it up as collateral for a $35,000 loan, then I'll lend you the money." Our apartment was worth over $500,000, and she wanted to take it as collateral for just $35,000 to take advantage of me in my time of greatest need. When Emma saw my condition, she hurried to help me up and said firmly, "We're leaving." Before leaving, she turned back, locked eyes with the three of them, and said in a voice like ice, "Don't forget what you did to Patrick today." The anger and stress caused a blinding headache, forcing me to sit down and grip my skull as if 1,000 needles were sticking into my brain. "You'll pay for it one day." As my condition worsened, Emma escorted me out of the place I used to call home and drove directly to the hospital. How had I survived all these years in a family where love had always been measured in dollars? I asked myself as I sat in the passenger seat. I was unable to get any sleep at all that night while I was lying in my hospital room. Emma had fallen asleep next to me from sheer exhaustion, but I lay there restless, my mind racing with 1,000 questions, wondering why I was treated that way, why Katie was always given priority, and why, even in a situation where it was life or death, those questions kept coming back to me, keeping me awake. I began thinking about my early years, when I used to play with hand-me-downs while Katie always had the newest toys. She attended a private school with piano lessons, ballet classes, tennis programs, you name it, while I attended a public school and was denied access to extracurricular activities. Her birthdays were lavish celebrations with cakes and large groups of friends, while mine were simply quiet family dinners. By the time we got to college, the imbalance became impossible to ignore. My parents paid Katie's full tuition and living expenses. I had to earn a scholarship and work 3 jobs to afford tuition and rent. After graduation, I built my life from scratch, bought my car, bought my own home, built a career with nothing but grit and hard work. All of my accomplishments were the result of my sacrifice and sweat. In the meantime, Katie received financial support at every turn, from her first car to her failed business venture. My parents were always there to support her when she fell, and they continued to do so even as I was dying. The bitter realization that despite everything I had done for them over the years, they still turned their backs on me was more painful than their coldness that day. I recalled how, in 2020, Katie was unemployed for 8 months after the marketing firm she worked for failed, and I was saving to buy our apartment at the time. However, I didn't hesitate when my parents told me about their predicament. I sent Katie $2,000 to help her get by. I paid the $3,000 bill to have my parents' roof repaired after a storm damaged it in 2018. I gave my dad $5,000 toward a new car in 2022 when he wanted to replace his beat-up Honda Accord that had accumulated over 200,000 miles. And in October of that same year, my mom was hospitalized for 2 weeks due to kidney stones. I never mentioned that it was a loan, I never asked for anything in return, I just contributed because that's what family is supposed to do, and I sent her $1,000 to help with the hospital bills, and that doesn't even include the many little moments, holidays, birthdays, and unforeseen situations. I gave freely and without expecting anything in return. But Katie did nothing but take. She never gave anyone anything. She was like a money vacuum, always ready with an excuse to ask for help from me or our parents, but they always picked her first. Katie was the first to be considered in every big decision. Even though I only had 3 months to live, they still chose her in the face of my death, helping her purchase a home, rather than supporting their son in his battle for survival. In that moment of intense rage and heartbreak, the idea that I might not even be their biological son struck me so strongly that I nearly wanted to have a DNA test to find out the truth. I promised myself that I would do whatever it took to get through this. The following morning, at around 9 a.m., Dr. Peterson had just finished checking my vitals and left the room after looking at Emma, who was still sleeping next to me with tear streaks dried on her cheeks. A few seconds later, the door opened again, and I assumed the doctor had forgotten something and was returning, but I was shocked to see Grandma Carol, who was 78 at the time, with her white hair pulled back neatly, and her eyes still bright and alive. At a time when I felt like the world had abandoned me, my grandmother, the one person I knew would never leave me, appeared out of nowhere, wearing her well-known navy blue knit cardigan and the polished black Oxfords she always liked. She wasted no time in asking how I was feeling. "This is $35,000. She remarked calmly but resolutely, looking directly into Emma's eyes as she strode firmly toward Emma and me, taking out 4 thick stacks of $100 bills from her ancient leather handbag, neatly packed and tied securely. "Proceed to cover Patrick's medical expenses." Grandma sat down on the plastic chair beside my hospital bed after Emma hurriedly got up, her hands shaking as she accepted the money, bowed her head in appreciation, thanked Grandma, and hurried out of the room to make the payment, leaving me alone with the woman who had just changed everything. After a few moments of silence, I asked her, "Curious, Grandma, did Emma call you?" That old reassuring touch almost made me cry as she stroked her hand through my hair just like she used to do when I was a child. "Emma contacted me last night. I know everything and don't blame her. I warned her long ago that if something terrible ever happened, she should call me right away." She gave me a tender, loving look and responded. When she said that, I felt so grateful for Emma because she knew exactly what to do when it seemed like there was no hope left. Grandma was always there for us when we needed her most. In the hospital room, Grandma asked me about my condition and the treatment plan, and she reminded me to fight with all of my strength to overcome this illness. Before she left, she turned to me and said, "Don't sell the apartment. Don't lose it." She didn't give me a lengthy explanation, but instead looked directly into my eyes and said, "Focus on getting better." Her request caught me off guard, and I looked at her in surprise and said, "If I don't sell the apartment, I won't have enough money to pay everyone back. I'll take care of the cash." My grandma, who had always been rigorous and no nonsense, had just given me a promise, and if there's one thing I've learned about her, it's that when she made a commitment, she would never betray it. At that moment, a flood of hope and deep thankfulness swept over me. I contacted Ryan right away after she left and told him to wait to sell the apartment. I've made the decision not to proceed. I finally felt like I wasn't battling alone after everything that had transpired. Grandma Carol's unwavering devotion was now a strong ally in my fight against the illness. I was admitted to the experimental therapy program right away once I received the $350,000 advance payment. I watched bags of chemotherapy medications slowly seep into my veins as I lay in the hospital bed on the first day of treatment. I had the impression that I was risking everything on a shaky hope. The initial days were absolutely terrible. The experimental chemotherapy was twice as strong as the usual amount, and I felt so sick that I was unable to eat. My weight decreased from 165 pounds to just 132 pounds, and my hair fell out in big clumps. My entire body shook on several nights when I had a high temperature. Emma spent not a single day outside of the hospital. She tenderly wiped the cold perspiration from my forehead while she stayed up all night when I was in anguish. In moments when I felt hopeless and wanted to give up, Emma would grasp my hand tightly and whisper, "You have to fight. I need you to stay with me." It was Emma's words that gave me the strength to keep fighting this cancer. In the 4th week of the initial course of treatment, a miracle occurred. Dr. Peterson smiled broadly as he walked into the room for a standard examination. I hadn't seen that since I'd first met him. After reviewing the MRI data, Dr. Peterson informed us, "Patrick, I have good news. The tumor has shrunk by 40% compared to the original size. This result is beyond what we hoped for." Emma became very happy and started crying. As for me, it felt like I had just been granted a second chance at life. I was finally able to glimpse the end of the tunnel after spending so many days in a state of hopelessness. My blood test results revealed a notable decrease in cancer indicators by the 6th week. I was even allowed to take walks outside by Dr. Peterson. A real miracle occurred by the 7th week. The tumor has decreased by 70%, according to the most recent MRI. I knew that my risky choice to participate in the trial had saved my life, and the love and support of those around me had given me the strength to get through my darkest days. Dr. Peterson couldn't contain his excitement as he declared, "Patrick, This is one of the most successful cases I've ever seen with this experimental drug. I formally finished the first cycle of treatment 2 months later, with outcomes that greatly above my expectations. Emma and I expressed our gratitude to everyone who supported us throughout the most trying weeks after we were released from the hospital. In order to see Emma's parents, we took a car to Milwaukee. Emma's parents were ecstatic when they saw me return home looking well and putting on a little weight. Her mother gave me a tight hug and said, "Thank God Patrick's better," in a tremulous voice. They and Emma's younger sister Grace have been coming to see me in the hospital on a regular basis for the past 2 months. They arrived each week with genuine encouragement. I felt very fortunate to have a true family after witnessing their concern. On the other hand, neither my sister Katie nor my parents paid us a single visit. During the entire 2 months of treatment, they never contacted or even sent a single message to check on me. How little or much I meant to them was evident from their silence. Emma later informed me that my grandma was reprimanded by my dad for giving me the $35,000. Grandma Carol said bluntly to them at the time, "It's my money. I'll give it to whoever I want." I laughed, but I was also moved by her statement. I also wanted to express my gratitude to my best friend Ryan, who helped me out when I needed it most. When I brought up paying him back the $50,000, Ryan shook his head and said, "Don't worry about that. Just focus on getting better." His action reminded me once again of the actual value of genuine friendship. We thanked Ryan and then proceeded to see Grandma Carol. When she saw that I was healthy again, her wrinkly face brightened up with delight. She brushed my hair gently and said, "You're strong, Patrick. I'm proud of you." I also contacted Aunt Olivia to express my gratitude for coming to see me in the hospital a few times, despite the fact that she lived in Milwaukee and had to make the long drive. Grandma abruptly urged us to stay that afternoon as we were about to go. Then she grabbed her phone and called Aunt Olivia and my dad, demanding that they see her the following morning. She spoke in a forceful voice over the phone. "I will arrive at my house at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I wish to make amendments to my will." Grandma's abrupt choice caught me off guard, but since I knew how she felt, I dared not challenge it. To assist me recover, Mom prepared a large meal that night that included roasted meat, chicken soup and baked bread. Emma spent about 3 hours with her in the kitchen. They took extra care when preparing the food. The warm, inviting ambiance of Grandma's tiny house made me feel incredibly thankful. My situation might have deteriorated, and I might not even be here today if she hadn't intervened with that $35,000 just when I needed it. After months of anxiety and fear, I finally slept peacefully that night for the first time in a long time. At 9 a.m. the following day, the doorbell kept ringing. As one party after another entered Grandma's tiny home, the living room quickly filled up. My sister Katie and my dad were all taken aback when they noticed me sitting next to Grandma. They had expressionless, icy faces. Not even a hello word. They were still bitter over Grandma giving me the $35,000, and I could sense it. Neither did I intend to greet them. We were strangers in the same room after everything that had transpired. In contrast, Aunt Olivia's family was quite different. "Patrick," she said cheerfully, "I'm so glad to see you getting better. You've got to stay strong for the next 2 rounds of treatment." "Okay," she answered as soon as she saw me, and I thanked her and vowed to keep fighting. Around 9:10, the doorbell rang once more, and a tall man with a leather briefcase and a black suit, likely in his mid-40s, came in. Grandma took him inside and presented him to everyone. "This is my lawyer, Nicholas Parker." Attorney Nicholas nodded courteously to everyone before taking a seat in the chair that Grandma had indicated. Grandma abruptly turned to my father after everyone had taken their seats and said, "Steve, tell me something. Have I ever played favorites between you and Olivia?" Her abrupt remark made my father pause for a few seconds, as he was obviously taken by surprise. Grandma nodded as he finally said, "No, Mom. You've always treated us equally." She then asked another question. "Then why have you given Patrick and Katie preference?" My father's face went white at that point, but he made an effort to remain calm and answered, "I haven't favored anyone. I've always treated both kids fairly." Before he could say anything more, Grandma yelled, "Shut your mouth." Her voice sounded like a thunderclap throughout the room. There was utter silence. Everyone was afraid to move. "Clearly and deliberately, you left Patrick to die and used all $320,000 to buy Katie a house, and now you have the nerve to deny it," she said after pausing for a few seconds to gather herself. My mother then jumped in to defend my father, but she pointed out that Patrick is a boy, stronger, and capable of taking care of himself. Grandma stared straight at my dad and yelled, "I've been waiting for that exact sentence for a long time." We were all in shock. And no one yet knew what she meant. Grandma's laugh was bitter and frigid, but it was also full of significance. She turned to lawyer Nicholas a few moments later and said, "Nicholas, adjust the will for me. This house will go to Olivia after I pass away." My father froze, then yelled in shock, "Mom, you can't do this." Grandma was now really upset, and she got up and responded firmly and clearly. "Your wife just said Patrick is a stronger boy who can care for himself. Well, I also have 2 children, Steve and Olivia. Steve is a boy. He can take care of himself too." With those comments, I fully realized what Grandma was doing. This was her method of teaching my parents a lesson about fairness. My father didn't dare dispute. After glaring at my mother, he went to face Grandma and begged, "Mom, we were wrong. Please pardon us." But Granny remained unflinching despite their entreaties. "It's done. Take your wife and daughter and leave this house. If you don't, never call me Mom again and I'll call the police," she added forcefully, looking directly at my father. My mother looked to want to quarrel more, but my father indicated for her to stop. He was aware that once Grandma made up her mind, it couldn't be changed. In the end, the 3 of them departed the house in embarrassment and quiet. "Mom, I don't want Steve's share of the estate," Aunt Olivia whispered to Grandma after the sound of their automobile engine subsided. Grandma smiled gently and said, "Patrick already has a different share." She then took a checkbook out of the drawer, scribbled down a number, and gave me the check. "Give it to Patrick instead. This is for your treatment of me. Take it and pay off all your debts." Emma and I were too shocked to talk when I grabbed the check out of her hand. It stated $800,000, an astounding quantity we could never have imagined. As I tried to reject it, stunned by how much it was, Grandma stretched out and said, "Take it. You deserve this." Knowing there was no point fighting with her, we received the present with a thrill that words couldn't adequately explain. We cooked together and had a heartfelt supper with Aunt Olivia's family that day, who were the ones who made us feel like family. I came to the realization that family isn't based on blood. Amid the warmth of that evening, it's decided by the people who decide to always be there for you. I promptly repaid all of the money I had borrowed from my in-laws, sister-in-law Grace, and best buddy Ryan after getting the $800,000 from Grandma. I offered to give them some interest as a token of appreciation for their assistance, but they all flatly refused. It was never a loan, Emma's parents made plain. "She lent me the money out of love, not as a business deal," Grace added, laughing. Even the $5,000 in interest I had computed was rejected by Ryan, who insisted that friendship has not a monetary value. Their deeds made me aware of a profound reality. A person is not considered family just because they share blood or DNA. The folks that support you throughout your darkest moments without expecting anything in return are your true family. I felt more certain that I could pay for the final 2 rounds of treatment with the money my grandmother handed me. However, the happiness was short-lived. There was trouble not far behind. My father unintentionally learned about the substantial amount my grandmother had given me during a dispute with Aunt Olivia regarding the house's legacy. Aunt Olivia contacted me that same day and gave me the entire tale while sounding apologetic. She had been called by my father to relinquish her claim to the house. Additionally, she had yelled at him in the heat of the moment and unintentionally revealed the $800,000. She apologized over the phone as soon as she realized her error and advised me to exercise caution. 2 days later, during my second round of treatment, my parents and Katie arrived at the hospital, just as she had prophesied. They insisted that I divide the money equally among the family, claiming that since it was from Grandma, everyone was entitled to it. Seeing how agitated I grew, Emma immediately called hospital security to have them removed. She didn't stop there though. On my behalf, she also submitted a restraining order application. After we presented the complete narrative, from their reluctance to aid when I was on the brink of death to their harassment during treatment, the court authorized our motion. For the remainder of my life, I was legally barred from communication with my parents and sister, Katie. I felt as though a burden had finally been removed off my shoulders on the day I received the court's formal documentation. I was free of those who claimed to be my family but had only ever caused me suffering. After I finished my last course of treatment 3 months later, Doctor, I had never heard better news in my life than what Peterson gave me. I had no cancer whatsoever. Grandma honored the occasion by throwing a little celebration at her house after learning the news. She made a cake with the words, "Welcome back to life, Patrick," inscribed across the top and used yellow streamers, the color of hope, to decorate the living room. I invited Aunt Olivia and her family, Ryan and Emma's family, to come. I was overcome with emotion when I saw everyone who had supported me during my worst moments assembled in that tiny space. I talked in a stifled voice while standing alongside my loved ones. I am aware that words of appreciation will never adequately convey how grateful I am. I have the opportunity to continue living and to return to the people I love because of all of you. Warmth, laughing, light-hearted stories, and the joyful shine in everyone's eyes characterized the celebration that day. Ryan's amusing college tales made us laugh out loud. Grandma sat quietly and watched with a happy grin as Emma's family discussed their future plans. I realized this was the happiest celebration of my life as the evening wore on and the guests started to leave for their homes. I was surrounded by unconditional affection, not because of the cuisine or the decor. Love that money could never purchase. The past 2 years seem to have flown by. With the advent of our adorable 9-month-old daughter Ingrid, our lives are now more tranquil than before. The mood in our flat has completely changed because of her morning laughter, which gives life purpose and happiness. I've grown to value the consistent rhythm of our days. Ingrid sits in her high chair, holding her bottle, and Emma and I eat breakfast every morning at the window that looks out over the park. I always grin when I see her giggle whenever the Chicago sunlight peeks through the maple leaves. While Emma, a self-employed graphic designer, begins her day at home taking care of Ingrid, I say farewell to my wife and daughter after breakfast and go to work. I look forward to spending time with my family in the evenings after a hard day of meetings and sales reports. I take Ingrid in my arms and kiss her forehead first, inhaling the gentle, delightful aroma that only infants possess. In our tiny kitchen, where Emma's laughter melds with the sizzling cookware and Ingrid's chattering from her playchair, we prepare dinner together. We normally wind up watching a movie on the couch at the end of those evenings. I held Ingrid when she fell asleep. On weekends, when work isn't too busy, we frequently take the drive to see Grandma Carol. We eat dinner together and spend time reciting old tales. After the restraining order, I believed I had severed all communication with my parents and Katie. However, the doorbell abruptly rang one weekend afternoon as I was playing with Ingrid in the living room. I was astounded to see all three of them standing there as I peered through the peephole. They were ancient and worn as I opened the door. It was Katie who was ill this time. I once fought a terrible brain cancer, and she had it. An unmistakable indication that this illness is genuinely inherited. In spite of all that they had done, something shook me when I learned that my sister had the same ailment. Katie and my parents fell to their knees before me, apologizing for their errors and pleading for $350,000 to assist with her medical expenses. It was difficult for me to watch them kneel in front of me. They fell silent when I requested them to stand up and then questioned them directly. Have the three of you forgotten what happened 2 years ago when I came to ask for just $35,000? I told them to go and threatened to contact the police if they continued to disturb us, not wanting to prolong the situation. I was still quite saddened as I watched them go into despair. Grandma asked me to look into what had happened, even though I knew I had made the proper choice. Katie and I visited the hospital that same day when it was confirmed that she was in fact sick. She asked the hospital to let my parents know that she had paid the entire $350,000 for Katie's treatment. I nodded silently as she told me on the drive home, "Patrick, you were right to refuse to help them because they once refused to help you." She continued a few seconds later saying, "But Katie is still my granddaughter. I have to help her." I said, "Thank you for understanding, Grandma." She nodded and smiled, her eyes glowing. Grandma's actions served as a reminder to me once more that true love is capable of forgiving, even in cases where justice has already been done. My father drove to Katie's residence that evening after learning that Grandma had covered the $350,000 cost of her therapy. He pleaded to see her as he stood at the door and kept ringing the bell. He fell on his knees on the front steps as soon as Grandma opened the door, and he murmured in a stifled voice. Grandma Carol showed no emotion at all, but she looked down at her son and kneeled at her feet, saying, "Thank you, Mom, for saving Katie. I'm sorry. I've been thinking you were unfair to me all this time." After giving him a chilly look for a few moments, she stated, "Go home," in a stern, unflinching voice. Grandma told me what had happened, and I realized that some things in life cannot be forgiven, no matter how sorry you are. "Don't let me see your face again," she said, slamming the door shut. My father was left alone, still kneeling in the darkness of the Chicago night. Grandma showed me that true love is unconditional, even in the face of pain and betrayal, and I was incredibly grateful for her unconditional love after everything she did. I hope Katie will visit her when she gets well and express her gratitude to the woman who saved her life when the family was no longer able to pay. We often confuse blood family with soul family. Real family isn't defined by shared DNA but by love, sacrifice, and unwavering loyalty. Sometimes strangers become our true family. I'm not sharing this story to place blame or speak poorly of my family. Everyone makes their own decisions and must live with the consequences of those choices. Perhaps this experience will help her understand what true love and sacrifice mean. Life has taught me that true love always comes back to you, and selfishness always has a price. Live in a way that honors the love you're given. That's the end of my story. Even though people who are our blood relatives may feel like strangers, what matters most is identifying and clinging to those who truly love us. Before I go, I want to ask you all a question. If you were my grandmother and Katie was very sick, would you have spent $350,000 to save her the way my grandma did? I would really like to know what you think, so please leave your thoughts in the comments below and remember to subscribe to the channel and enable notifications so that you can follow us in future stories, each of which teaches us a valuable life lesson. My family took a $3,000 vacation without me. Then assumed I'd watch their kids for free. I left at 5 a.m., and they called CPS when they found out. I'm Riley, 22 years old, and I recently graduated from college with a finance degree. For as long as I can remember, I've wanted to graduate from high school, attend a decent college, find a nice job, and move out. It seems simple enough, right? However, life had other plans. I graduated, obtained my degree, and then returned to my parents' home in a little Ohio town. Do not get me wrong, I adore my parents, Denise and Russell. They are wonderful people who have worked hard to establish a stable environment for me and my sister Morgan. But going home wasn't exactly the dream I'd been chasing for 4 years. The plan was to stay with them for a few months while I sought work and saved up enough money to buy my own home. It seemed reasonable. No rent, free food, and a chance to regroup while I plotted my next steps. I told myself that it was a sensible option even though it stung my pride a little. Initially, everything went well. Within a week, I was employed as an analyst at Western Group, a mid-sized corporation that specializes in financial planning for small businesses. The pay was not high, but it was consistent and the benefits were decent. That evening, I came home feeling as if I had taken my first important step toward independence. Mom was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and Dad was watching television in the living room. I grabbed a plate of food, sat down at the table, and presented the news. I got the job, I said, delighted. I start Monday. For a moment, I thought they'd be excited. I was anticipating some congratulations, maybe even a, "we're proud of you." Instead, they exchanged that look that parents give when they're about to say something terrible. Mom lowered her fork and smiled tightly. "That's great, Riley, really. We knew you'd find something quickly." But Dad chimed in. "We've been meaning to talk to you about something." My stomach dropped. This wasn't going to be good. Mom sighed and folded her hands on the table. "With my arthritis getting worse, I've had to cut back my hours at the library. And your dad's hours at the auto shop have been reduced. They're talking about more layoffs too." I inquired, knowing exactly where this was going. "And we could use some help with the bills," Mom said, apologizing. "Just until things stabilize. You wouldn't have to pay rent or anything, it's just, the utilities and groceries have been harder to manage." I sat there staring at my plate. When I returned, I decided to contribute here and there to support my own expenses. But that was more than I expected. Nonetheless, they were my parents. They had always been supportive and they were not asking for much. "Yeah, of course," I said, pretending to smile. "It's the least I can do." Looking back, that was the moment when I should have set boundaries. But guilt is a strong emotion. Over the next 6 months, things settled into a pattern. I'd wake up, go to work, come home, and crash. Every month, I sent my parents a sizable amount of my wages to pay bills, groceries, and other costs. On top of that, I took on minor tasks they claimed they didn't have time for, like running errands for Mom when her arthritis flared up or correcting Dad's Excel sheets because he wasn't a computer person. It was not just about money. I had not anticipated having to provide time, energy, or patience. At first, I convinced myself that it was only temporary, a tiny gesture to my parents, who had always been there for me. However, as time went, I started to notice minor nuances. If I mentioned wanting to save for my own place, Mom would sigh deeply and say, "It must be nice to think about moving out when the rest of us are struggling to get by." Dad was no different. He'd shake his head and say, "Some people have no idea how hard it is to make ends meet." Whenever I spent money on myself, such as when I bought new work clothes, it wasn't just the guilty feeling, it was a total lack of appreciation for everything I had given up. My friends stopped inviting me out because I couldn't afford to attend. My desire to see the metropolis faded with each month as my savings account refused to grow. When I told Mom that I was considering having a second job to help save money faster, her only response was, "Well, just don't let it interfere with what we need." That stung. What we need. I was giving everything I had to keep this household together, but it wasn't enough. But I didn't believe it was very malicious. They weren't nasty or demanding. But the guilt trips were subtle and constant, like pouring water over a rock. Meanwhile, I began to feel stuck. I had planned to stay for 3 to 6 months at most, but the more I assisted them, the more they appeared to rely on me. The bills continued coming in, and I kept paying them, all while my ideal of freedom receded further away. Still, I told myself it was only temporary. I just needed to save a little more, and I'd be done. I even started looking at city apartments, thinking what it would be like to have my own place. However, before I could take the next step, life threw me another curveball. It was a Friday evening in late spring. I'd just gotten home from work and was looking forward to a peaceful night of Netflix and leftovers. Mom was in the kitchen, and Dad was outside tinkering with the mower. Everything seemed normal until the doorbell rang. I answered the door to see my older sister Morgan standing there looking agitated. Travis, her husband, was behind her holding a bag. Their 2 children, Ava, 5, and Milo, 3, ran around the yard like sugar-fueled tornadoes. "Surprise," Morgan said, flashing a large fake smile. I stood there for a second, unsure what to say. Travis, behind her, looked tired as he carried suitcases and a duffel bag. "What's going on?" I eventually asked, stepping aside as Morgan marched past me like she owned the place. "We need a place to stay for a little while," she said, already walking toward the living room. She plopped down on the couch and groaned deeply. "Travis's consultant role has ended, and my boutique's sales have decreased, making it tough to pay the rent. You understand how things are, except that I didn't. I had no idea you allowed things to become so bad that you packed up your entire family and showed up unannounced in someone else's home." Travis ultimately passed through the door with his arms full. "Hey, Riley," he said softly, barely making eye contact before moving the stuff upstairs. I was still standing there, unmoving, when Mom entered from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. "Oh, my babies are here," she exclaimed, clutching Morgan in a hug. "You poor things. You've been through so much. Don't you worry, we'll take care of everything." Dad entered a minute later, holding Milo in one arm like a football. "This one nearly gave me a heart attack," he explained as he sat down, running straight for the mower like it's a ride at an amusement park. Morgan chuckled faintly, but I noticed she didn't apologize or even look at Milo to tell him to stop. I stood there, watching the scene develop as if I were in a different universe. Within minutes, my parents were praising Morgan like she was a military hero who had survived a major fight. Mom was already talking about supper and where they could place the kids' beds, and Dad offered to move his tools out of the spare room to create more space. Meanwhile, I stayed invisible. That night I sat in my room, trying to focus on a budget spreadsheet for work, but all I could hear was chaos downstairs. Ava and Milo ran up and down the corridor, yelling at the top of their lungs. Morgan's voice boomed around the living room as she told Mom about her recent business issues. I took a deep breath and reminded myself that it would only be a few weeks. That should be manageable for me. The next morning it was clear Morgan and Travis were not leaving anytime soon. They unloaded all of the bags, filled the spare room closet, and even took over a cabinet shelf for the children's food. And without saying anything overtly, I was picked as the babysitter. It started little. Morgan would casually ask me to keep an eye on Ava and Milo while she and Travis ran to the store. "It'll just be an hour," she'd say, grabbing for her purse. However, that hour generally lasted 2 or 3. Weekends were the worst. On Saturday mornings, I'd wake up hoping to rest and catch up on some reading or Netflix, only to find Morgan and Travis dressed to go out. Morgan would announce, "We're meeting friends for brunch," and hand me a list of kid-friendly activities she'd printed from the internet. "We shouldn't be too long." By not too long, she meant the most of the day. Morgan acted as if I had just suggested dumping the kids in a ditch when I tried to push back the first time. Riley, it's just brunch. You don't even have plans. What's the big deal? I was planning to spend the day catching up on work, I said, pointing to my laptop. Morgan rolled her eyes. You're just sitting there on your computer anyway. Can't you do that with Ava and Milo in the room? You're being so dramatic. The worst moment was when Mom jumped in. Riley, honey, she said, lowering her voice as if to convey some old wisdom. Morgan works so hard, and she deserves a little break now and then. I work hard too, I said, but Mom just waved me off. Of course you do. But you're single, sweetie. You don't understand how much pressure comes with having a family to take care of. It was as if my own problems were irrelevant because I didn't have a husband or children to worry about. No matter what I said, it was always about how much tougher everyone else had it. Setting boundaries would be selfish of me. If I begged for some space, I was making it all about myself. And when Morgan and Travis returned from their never-ending brunches or errands, they'd behave like they'd just run a marathon. You don't know what it's like out there, Travis once said, sagging into the couch as if he'd spent the day digging trenches instead of sipping mimosas. I wanted to shout, I don't know what it's like. I had just spent 6 hours stopping Milo from eating Play-Doh while Ava asked for a snack every 5 minutes. Of course, bringing it up would be overly whining. I spent my Saturdays watching Bluey and trying to keep Milo from throwing blocks at me, while Ava demanded snacks every 5 minutes. Mom and Dad conveniently left during these extended babysitting sessions, claiming they needed to do errands or complete garage tasks. When I told Morgan later, she rolled her eyes. Riley, they're just kids. It's not that hard. Not too difficult. It was simple for her to say when she wasn't scrubbing crayon smears off the walls or explaining why eating Play-Doh is a bad idea. The worst part was that few people seemed to appreciate what I was doing. Morgan acted as if I was being dramatic anytime I mentioned it. Travis rarely spoke to me unless he needed something. And Mom and Dad seemed to think everything was just normal. You're such a big help, Mom said one evening after I mentioned how fatigued I was. It's good practice for when you have kids someday. The constant guilt trips were starting to wear me down. Every time I pondered saying no or setting stronger limits, I remembered Mom's words. Family helps family. So, what about me? Didn't I deserve to live my own life? It wasn't just babysitting either. My salary, which had previously been enough to support the costs of 3 people, was now stretched thin with 5 more mouths to feed. The cost of groceries and utilities doubled overnight. I attempted to bring it up one evening after dinner. Hey Morgan, would you and Travis be able to chip in for groceries this week? She looked at me as if I had asked her to donate her kidney. We're barely scraping by as it is, Riley, you know that. Travis nodded attentively. It's tough out there right now. I bit my tongue and let it go, but inside I was enraged. As the weeks turned into months, I started to feel like a prisoner in my own home. My bedroom became the only place I could hide, but even that wasn't safe. Ava and Milo had fun breaking in unexpectedly and dumping toys and crumbs everywhere. Everyone but me realized this was not a temporary scenario. Morgan and Travis were becoming overly comfortable, and I was paying the price both financially and emotionally. I should have spoken up earlier, but every time I did, I felt like the bad guy. I was repeatedly told that I was overreacting or being selfish, so I remained silent. Then one evening, I overheard a conversation that changed everything. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but living in a house with individuals who don't grasp the notion of an indoor voice makes it impossible not to overhear conversations. I was sitting in my room one evening, scrolling through job postings to distract myself from the chaos downstairs, when I heard the end of Mom's phone call. Yes, we're all going to Florida next weekend for Celesta's retirement celebration. It'll be so nice to have the whole family together for a proper send-off, she said with a grin. I froze. Florida, retirement celebrations, whole family. I stood up and moved into the hallway, craning my neck to see whether I had misheard. Mom was still on the phone and pacing in the kitchen, her back to me. Of course Riley will be here to watch the kids, it just makes sense. No point in dragging them along to something they wouldn't enjoy. Ah, there it was. Except for myself, The whole family would go to Florida. Apparently, I had already offered to stay behind and babysit. I went back to my room thinking, how could they just forget me? The more I thought about it, the angrier I grew. Not only was I not informed about the trip, but they did not even contemplate including me. I was not invited, was not asked if I could babysit, and was not given any previous notice. They just assumed. Because it is what my family did. The ensuing days were filled with frustration and awkward silence. Morgan was busy shopping for vacation clothes, flaunting her new swimsuit and flip-flops around the house, while Ava and Milo were making havoc in the living room. Travis spoke constantly about how much he was looking forward to relaxing on the beach. Mom, meantime, was in full planning mode, making vacation arrangements and double-checking her packing list. Dad, of course, agreed with everything she said, nodding when necessary but adding little more than an occasional grunt of agreement. Nobody addressed the fact that I was not going. I tried to bring it up gently during dinner one night. "So when were you all planning to tell me about Florida?" I asked, stabbing at my salad. Mom glanced at me with amazement. "Oh, I thought Morgan told you." Morgan didn't even look up from her plate. "I assumed you knew. Mom's been talking about it for weeks." For weeks. I wanted to shout. Weeks passed, and no one thought to speak to me. "So what's the plan?" I asked, attempting to appear calm. "You all head to Florida and I just stay here with the kids?" "Well, yes," Mom responded matter-of-factly. "It just makes the most sense. The kids wouldn't enjoy a retirement party, and someone needs to stay behind to look after them. You're so good with Ava and Milo, and it's not like you'd want to come anyway." That last part stung. "Why wouldn't I want to come?" I asked, trying to maintain a calm tone. Morgan gradually looked up, her expression somewhere between pity and irritation. "It's a family trip, Riley. Adults only. You wouldn't even know anyone there besides Aunt Celeste. And it's not like you're close to her." Dad chimed in, trying to calm things down. "We just figured this was the best arrangement for everyone. You'll have the house to yourself for a few days. Peace and quiet." Was he serious? How relaxing would it be to follow two hyperactive kids all weekend while the rest of the family sipped margaritas on the beach? After that, I ended the conversation. It was clear that they had already made up their minds, and nothing I said would change that. As the days passed, I began to feel like an outsider in my own family. The enthusiasm in the house was palpable. Morgan and Mom were continuously talking about clothes, plans, and which restaurants they would visit in Florida. Travis, who rarely displayed emotion beyond mild rage, appears to be really excited about the trip. Meanwhile, I stayed invisible. However, the pattern was not exclusive to the Florida vacation. Morgan was always the center of attention when we were kids. She was the cheerleading captain, and her accomplishments were recognized with balloons and banners. I was the nerdy one. But it didn't matter because Morgan's trophies adorned the shelves and her face was prominently displayed in every family photo. Years later, nothing has changed. Morgan was still the golden child, and I was still the afterthought, the person they called when they needed something, the one they relied on but never fully appreciated. I tried to distract myself by focusing on work, but it was hard to concentrate with Ava and Milo constantly barging into my room or shrieking at each other about toys. Morgan's parenting method appears to involve handing the kids an iPad and letting them run wild. Travis wasn't doing much better. He'd sit on the couch and check his phone as chaos erupted around him. But things started to shift one afternoon when I overheard Morgan talking to Mom in the kitchen. "It's just so nice to have Riley around," she shared with me. "I don't know what we'd do without her taking care of the kids. She's like the glue holding everything together." This is exactly what I did to them. Not a person with my own life and goals, but rather the glue that holds theirs together. That's when I understood I couldn't keep doing this. I couldn't continue to sacrifice my happiness and freedom for a family that took me for granted. I spent the rest of the week preparing my escape. It wasn't about revenge. It was about reclaiming my life. If they could arrange a trip without informing me, I could plan my own. I attempted to think of where I'd go. Then I remembered that one of my undergrad friends, Brooke, had mentioned going camping that weekend. She and a few others were heading to Blue Ridge Falls, and she had invited me to accompany them. I denied her request since I figured I'd be stuck at home babysitting. But suddenly it felt like a terrific opportunity. I texted Brooke that night. "Is there still room on the trip this weekend?" Her reply arrived almost instantly. "Of course. We're leaving early Saturday morning. You in?" I looked at my phone for a moment before responding. "I'm in." The decision seemed liberating. I was finally putting myself first, and this was no ordinary camping trip. It was a lifeline, a chance to get out of the house and away from the chaos that has consumed my life. However, it would be tough to carry out. My family had a knack for sniffing out anything that didn't revolve around them, and if they discovered I was planning something for me, it was over before it even began. I had to be wise about this. The days leading up to Saturday were tense. Morgan was in full holiday mode, parading about the house with new beach hats and a playlist she insisted on blasting at high level. Travis spent the majority of his time tinkering with the children's car seats and complaining about how much luggage they needed to put into the trunk. Meanwhile, Mom rushed around with a clipboard, double-checking the packing list. "Riley, don't forget Ava likes her milk warmed before bed," she said, as if I hadn't heard it 3 times before. "Oh, and Milo's picky about his pajamas. Make sure he's in the blue ones." I nodded, biting my tongue to prevent saying something I could regret. There was no point in disputing. I had already volunteered to be the weekend babysitter, and nothing I said would change their minds. By Friday night, the house looked like a zoo. Mom and Morgan were deciding which foods to bring. Travis was attempting to mend a squeaky luggage wheel as the children ran around the living room like miniature hurricanes. Dad, as usual, had gone to the garage to check on the tools, which I assumed was code for fleeing the commotion. I watched it all from the kitchen, silently drinking my tea and counting down the hours till morning. Around 10 p.m., everything started to calm down. Mom put the kids to bed, Morgan went upstairs to pack her last few needs, and Travis laid down on the couch, scrolling through his phone. I waited until the house was completely silent before entering my room and grabbed my duffel bag. I'd been packing slowly all week to avoid suspicion, putting my hiking boots and clothes at the back of my wardrobe. I carefully packed my toothbrush, flashlight, and a few snacks before sealing it. My heart was racing with anticipation rather than dread. This was not just about camping. It was about restoring control of my life. My alarm rang at 5 a.m., sharp. I got out of bed, grabbed my duffel bag, and tiptoed to the door. The house was extraordinarily quiet, the type of quietness that only occurs in the early hours of the morning. I held my breath as I opened the front door, cringing as it creaked more than expected. I froze for a second, waiting for someone to call after me, but nothing occurred. The air outside was cool and refreshing. I took one last look at the darkened house before getting into my car and started it. As I backed out of the driveway, I felt a sense of relaxation. I was free. The journey to Blue Ridge Falls was both peaceful and pleasant. The farther I traveled from home, the lighter I felt. I turned on the radio and relaxed for the first time in what seemed like months. Although I kept thinking how my family would react when they got up, I tried to distract myself and focus exclusively on myself. Brooke had texted me the camping location, and when I arrived, the sun had fully risen. She was already there, unloading her car and setting up her tent. "Hey, you made it!" she exclaimed, waving as I parked beside her. "Of course," I responded. "Wouldn't miss it for the world." The campsite was just secluded enough to feel like a real escape, but not so far away that we couldn't find a good route or two. Brooke introduced me to the remainder of the group, which included her college classmates and coworkers. Everyone seemed comfortable and nice, with few questions. We spent the morning erecting tents, gathering firewood, and determining which paths to explore. By midday, we were deep in the woods. It was unusual to be surrounded by nature instead of screaming children and constant requests. Brooke and I settled into a relaxed rhythm, discussing work, life, and everything in between. She didn't inquire about my family, and I didn't respond. This excursion wasn't about them. It was about me. That evening, we gathered around the campfire to eat marshmallows and tell stories. "This is exactly what I needed," I said, relaxing on my camp chair and enjoying the warmth of the fire. "Same. Brooke replied, adding another log to the fire. We should do this more often. Just get away from everything, you know. I nodded and stared at the flames. For the first time in a long time, I felt completely calm. Nobody begged me for favors. Nobody was guilt-tripping me. No one asked me to sacrifice my time and energy for their benefit. As the night went, I found myself laughing harder than I had in ages. It wasn't just the jokes or anecdotes. It was the feeling of being surrounded by people who didn't demand anything from me. During this time, I did not check my phone once. When we returned to the campsite that evening from our journey, I was fatigued in the greatest way possible. My legs hurt, my face was sunburned, and my heart felt lighter than it has in months. I was no longer concerned about my family's expectations or regular demands. I was contemplating what I wanted, where I was going, and how I would get there. That is, until I opened the front door. The house was a mess. Toy dinosaurs, crayons, and what looked to be an empty cereal bag were all sprawled out across the couch. The faint smell of something burning lingered in the air, and I could hear voices coming from the living room. "Riley's here," Mom replied, her voice not as warm as usual. It seemed sharp, like if she were about to unleash something on me. I left my duffel bag at the door and entered the living room. Mom, Morgan, Travis, and Dad were sitting together, their faces flushed with wrath. Ava was screaming aloud, and Milo was curled up on the floor, holding a juice box. "What's going on?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. "What's going on?" Morgan said, standing up and pointing at me. "You disappeared without telling anyone. That's what's going on." "I told you I wasn't babysitting this weekend," I replied, crossing my arms. "You didn't tell us where you were going or what the hell you were doing," Mom screamed, flushing. "I'm an adult, I don't need to check in," I said, my patience fraying. "Well, when we realized you weren't here with the kids, we panicked," Travis had told us. Panic was not even close to describing it. They said they were shocked when they discovered I wasn't at home on Saturday morning. My car was gone, my room was empty, and I had left no notes. Instead of assuming I had gone somewhere or taken a much-needed break, they immediately went to the worst-case scenario. "We thought something had happened to you," Mom said, her voice quivering. "We even called CPS." That stopped me in my tracks. "You called CPS? For what?" "For abandoning the kids," Morgan cried, as if it were the most obvious thing on the planet. "First of all," I replied, waving my hand to interrupt her, "I never agreed to watch your kids this weekend. You all decided that on your own, without consulting me. Second, calling CPS on me for not being here is insane. What exactly did you tell them?" "Hi, we wanted to abandon our own kids with someone who didn't agree to it, but now she's not home, so please arrest her." "Did they laugh before or after they hung up on you?" "That's insane." "It wasn't insane when we didn't know where you were," Mom exclaimed. "I couldn't take their foolishness anymore." "So what happened when CPS showed up?" "They left after we explained everything," Morgan said softly. "But do you have any idea how embarrassing that was?" "Embarrassing?" I questioned, my voice rising. "You called CPS because I didn't stick around to babysit your kids and you're worried about embarrassment?" The argument escalated from there. Morgan accused me of being selfish and irresponsible. Travis mentioned something about how I had let everyone down. Mom continued mentioning how I had abandoned my family. Dad, of course, sat there shaking his head in disappointment, as he frequently did when things did not go as planned. By the time the yelling ended, I was too tired to fight. I took my duffel bag and went upstairs to my room, closing the door behind me. The chaos remained until Monday. I left for work early, not wanting to deal with any more guilt trips or accusations. However, my phone was already inundated with texts. "Mom, we need to talk about your behavior this weekend." Morgan, "Riley, you totally screwed us over." Travis, "You owe the family an apology." I disregarded them all. At work, I tried to focus, but the stress of the weekend hovered over me. My coworkers could tell something was wrong, but I wasn't about to unload my family drama in the midst of the break room. By the time I got home that evening, I was ready for round 2. Mom was waiting for me in the kitchen from the time I entered. "We need to talk," she said, folding her arms. "I'm tired. I told her, attempting to walk by. Riley, she said firmly, pushing in front of me. This can't wait. I grimaced and set my luggage down. What now? Mom's face softened, but her voice remained severe. Your sister is hurt. She feels like you abandoned her when she needed you most. I looked at her, bewildered. She needed me for what? To babysit her kids while she went on vacation? That's not my responsibility, Mom. You should do your part as a member of this family, she said, her voice full of anguish. Funny how that only applies to me, I commented. When has Morgan ever helped me? When has anyone helped me? Mom opened her mouth to respond, but nothing came out. Exactly, I replied, gathering my suitcase and heading upstairs. The next few days were tense. Morgan hardly spoke to me, and when she did, she only made passive-aggressive comments about how difficult it is to find good babysitters these days. Travis stayed out of it, which was probably a good thing. But his silence was nearly as unpleasant as the arguing. Mom and Dad tried to act as if nothing had happened, but each conversation was loaded with regret. We're a family, Mom would say at random, as if that was enough to solve everything. I realized I couldn't remain much longer. The house felt more oppressive than ever, and no amount of space or time could improve the situation. One evening, when I was folding laundry, Dad knocked on my door. Can we talk? He asked, his tone quieter than usual. Sure, I said, even though I was not in the mood for another lecture. He stepped in and sat on the edge of my bed, staring down at his hands. Look, I know things have been tough lately, and I know you feel like we've been unfair to you. I stayed silent, waiting for him to continue. But your mom and I are just trying to keep everyone together, I was told. This family's been through a lot, and we're all trying to do our best. Dad, I understand, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. But I can't keep sacrificing my life for everyone else. I'm 22. I should be building my future, not cleaning up after Morgan and Travis. He nodded slowly, but I could tell he didn't quite understand. We'll figure this out, he said after a long pause. Just give it some time. I nodded, but I knew deep down that time would not make this better. By the end of the week, I had made a decision. It was time to leave. The house no longer felt like a home, but more like a war. I knew if I stayed too long, I'd lose what little sanity I had left. I began searching for apartments. After months of paying bills that weren't mine, my savings were small, but they were enough to get me started. I found a handful of listings that looked promising. Nothing extraordinary, just clean and tiny. I looked at my phone for a moment before phoning Aunt Celeste. She picked up on the second ring. Riley, how are you, sweetheart? She inquired, her tone warm and sympathetic. Hey, Aunt Celeste. I'm okay, I guess, I responded, unsure how to start this conversation. She recognized my hesitant tone right away. What's going on? Is everything all right? Not really, I admitted. I don't know if you heard, but I didn't go to your retirement trip. I noticed, she said. Your mom said you were staying behind to help with the kids. I thought that sounded odd. Why didn't you come? I couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Because no one told me about it. They just assumed I'd babysit like always. Aunt Celeste remained silent for a moment before drawing a rapid breath. That doesn't surprise me, unfortunately. Your mom mentioned how much you've been helping out, but it sounds like they've been taking advantage of you. Yeah, you could say that, I answered. I'm actually thinking about moving out, but I'm not sure how to handle the fallout. Well, sweetheart, you've done more than enough. You're young. You shouldn't be tied down like this. Move out, set boundaries, and let them figure out their own mess. It's not your responsibility to fix everything for them. Hearing those words felt like a weight was lifted off my chest. She added forcefully. And if you need help, let me know. You deserve better than this. That conversation gave me the motivation I needed. The following morning, I informed the landlord that I would no longer be paying rent starting next month and that my parents would have to take over. I hesitated to take this step, but I knew it was necessary. After that, I spent the day packing. I didn't bother alerting anyone, and there was no use in starting another dispute until I was ready to depart. I packed all I could put into my car, and the rest could wait. That evening, I arrived downstairs for dinner, ready to drop the bomb. The tension was already high. Morgan had rarely spoken to me this week, and Mom had loomed like a dark cloud. "Can we talk?" I asked, putting down my fork. Mom looked up, wary. "What is it, Riley?" I stated plainly, "I am moving out." The silence was horrible. Morgan's fork clattered on her plate, and Mom's jaw dropped. Even Dad was surprised, but he quickly hid it with his usual grin. "You're what?" Mom asked, her voice shaking. "I'm moving out," I repeated again. "I've already found a place, and I'll be leaving by the end of the weekend." "But you can't just leave," Mom said, her voice rising. "We need you here, the bills, the kids." "It is not my responsibility," I explained. "I've been paying for this house, babysitting Morgan's kids, and putting my life on hold for months. It's time for me to live my own life." Morgan scoffed. "Wow. So you're just going to abandon us? How selfish can you be?" I turned to her, my patience worn out. "Selfish? Morgan, you've been living here rent-free, dumping your kids on me every chance you get, and contributing absolutely nothing. If anyone's selfish, it's you." "That's enough, Riley," Dad said sternly. "No, it's not enough," I replied. "I've done everything you've asked and more, and all I've gotten in return is guilt trips and disrespect. I'm done." Mom's face crumpled, but I did not let it bother me. "I've already told the landlord I won't be contributing to the rent anymore," I said. "So you'll need to figure that out too." Morgan appeared to be about to erupt. "Are you kidding me? You're just going to leave us with all the bills? How are we supposed to manage without you?" "Not my problem," I said, echoing her own words from months before. The next morning, I packed the rest of my belongings into my car. Mom stood on the porch looking sad but saying nothing. Dad stayed inside, avoiding the entire scene. Morgan did not even bother to come downstairs. As I pulled out of the driveway, I had a variety of emotions, but overall, I felt liberated. The first few days in my new flat felt surreal. Mom called several times, but I did not respond. I wasn't prepared to deal with her yet. Morgan wrote me several angry SMS accusing me of abandoning the family, so I disabled her phone number. Aunt Celeste called to check in. "I'm proud of you, sweetheart," she said. "It's not easy to stand up for yourself, especially with family, but you did the right thing." "Thanks, Aunt Celeste," I said, smiling. "I think so too." It's been a few months, and things are starting to feel normal. I've reunited with old friends, started new interests, and even begun saving for a trip to Europe next year. I have kept a distance from my relatives. Mom still sends me the occasional guilt-inducing text, but I've stopped letting it bother me. Morgan and I have not communicated since I left, and I am fine with that. I understand they need to change, but it is no longer my responsibility. And I've spent enough of my life putting them first. It is time to prioritize myself for a change. And you know what? I don't regret it. At my wedding, my sister tried to sabotage me by spiking my champagne, but I swapped our glasses. When she toasted, she collapsed into the cake. My $10,200 wedding cake was entirely destroyed, yet it was the finest money I've spent. Why? Because laying in that brilliant crimson mess was my own sister, preparing to fall asleep. She had purposefully drugged me during my wedding to make me a drunken disaster in front of my affluent in-laws. I allowed her to get her way, but at a far larger cost. A delicate glass switch and a phony grin produced the most wonderful sight of my life. My beautiful sister has collapsed amidst the crumbs of crimson velvet. But, in order to understand why my own sister intended to destroy my big day, I need to take you back through the preparations. I was Charlotte, 31 years old, and worked as a marketing director for a respected corporation in Charleston. I had always prided myself on being self-assured and sensible. My younger sister Emily, 29, referred to herself as an influencer, which was a fancy term for being unemployed and living a fake existence on social media. What she did not reveal to her 15,000 followers was the $60,000 credit card debt she had been concealing from our parents. My parents, Richard and Deborah, had always preferred Emily. Always. It contradicted every logic, reason, and fairness. It didn't matter whether I got straight A's, scholarships, or job advancements. Emily might share a selfie with an encouraging statement taken from Pinterest, which her mother would frame. Emily's jealousy peaked when I became engaged to James. James, an orthopedic surgery resident at the medical institution, was clever and caring, with hands capable of reconstructing broken bones and a grin that made my heart skip a beat. What truly drove Emily into a tailspin was his last name, not his career or personality. James is from old Charleston money, the sort of family whose forefathers signed key documents and had ships named after them. The kind of family that is still invited to garden parties at historic estates, and the kind of family Emily urgently wanted to meet. During the wedding preparations, she became a complete nightmare. It began 3 months before the wedding. I was sitting at my apartment, studying vendor contracts, when Emily unexpectedly arrived. She strolled in wearing yoga pants that cost more than most people's monthly grocery budget, and she was carrying a fancy purse that I knew she could not afford. "I've been thinking," she stated, without bothering to say hello. "I should be your maid of honor." I looked up from my spreadsheet. "Emily, I already asked Rachel, your lawyer friend?" She wrinkled her nose, as if she had smelled something bad. "Charlotte, this is a wedding with old money elements. Do you really want someone who wears pantsuits to everything standing next to you in photos that will be in the society pages? Rachel is my best friend. She's been there for me through everything. And I'm your sister." Emily's voice took on the petulant edge that I was all too familiar with. "Your only sister. What will people think if your own flesh and blood isn't your maid of honor? It'll look like we're estranged. It'll look bad for both of us. Besides, I need this, Charlotte. Do you know how good this will be for my brand? A wedding at the historic Charleston Hotel? With James's family? I could gain thousands of followers. I should have said no right away. I should have kept my ground. But then she phoned her mother. 2 hours later, both our parents arrived at my door. Mother was already wiping her eyes with a monogrammed handkerchief. And father wore his disappointed face, which he'd honed over decades of making me feel bad for simply existing. "Charlotte, sweetheart," Mother replied, grasping my hands in her own. "Emily is devastated. Absolutely devastated. She feels like you don't love her." "That's not... I never said that. I just wanted... Your sister is going through a difficult time right now," Father interjected, his voice bearing the authoritative tone he used when the topic was ended before it began. "The least you can do is include her in your special day, make her feel valued." "Just indulge your sister," Mother said, caressing my hand. "Don't make her sad. It's one day, Charlotte. Surely you can be generous for one day." The manipulation was textbook. They'd been doing this all my life, making Emily's emotions my responsibility and her happiness my burden. "Fine," I responded. The word tasted like ash. "You can be the maid of honor." Emily shrieked and clapped her hands. Mother was beaming. Father nodded in approval. When I contacted Rachel to break the news, she remained silent for a long time. Next. "Are you sure about this, Char?" "No," I confessed. "But it's easier than fighting them all." "Easier isn't always better." She was correct, of course. But I had already made my first error. I had already nodded in accord. I had no idea that this compromise had laid the groundwork for Emily's most heinous scheme. Emily emailed me 2 weeks before the wedding. "Need you to pay for my bridesmaid dress. I'm a little short this month." Without consulting me, she picked a $2,200 silk gown from a store that needed appointments and offered champagne during fittings. When I recommended more cheap alternatives for the bridesmaids, she laughed. "You're marrying into old money, Charlotte. We can't look cheap in the photos. What would James's family think?" I transferred the money without arguing. Looking back, standing in that ballroom with the knowledge of what she had planned for me, I can see everything plainly. Every demand, every manipulation, and every time our parents forced me to swallow my desires in order to feed her ego had led up to this point. Emily didn't only want to be in my wedding. She intended to destroy it. And I nearly let her. The Charleston Historic Hotel ballroom exemplified Southern grandeur. Crystal chandeliers shed warm light on circular tables covered in ivory silk, with each centerpiece featuring a waterfall of white flowers and trailing ivy. The wooden flooring shined, reflecting the light from hundreds of candles. At the far end of the room, on its own table, stood the centerpiece, which had cost me more than most people's monthly rent. Wedding cake. 7 levels of crimson velvet perfection, each coated in white fondant and adorned with edible gold leaf that reflected light like dispersed stars. Handmade sugar flowers, peonies, roses and gardenias cascaded down one side in a stunning demonstration of the baker's skill. It cost $10,200, And it was definitely worth every penny, just not for the reasons I had anticipated. I sat at the head table, precisely where I had marked on my meticulously made seating chart. As a marketing director, I understand the power of a picture, the significance of angles, and how a photograph can either tell a narrative or damage a brand. I had spent hours arranging this arrangement. James sat to my left, devastatingly attractive in his fitted tuxedo, his black hair neatly combed, and his palm warm against mine on the white tablecloth. Emily sat to my right, dressed in a champagne-colored silk gown that undoubtedly cost more than she'd confess, with her hair in an exquisite updo that must have taken hours. Next to James stood Brian, his closest friend and head groomsman, a cardiologist with an easy grin and a solid demeanor that made him ideal for the position. I had advised the hotel workers precisely about this arrangement. Husband on the left meant that practically every photo of us as a couple showed us facing each other. My face aspect was usually pleasing. The lighting would highlight my looks brilliantly. I thought I had prepared for everything. The hotel presented us with identical crystal champagne flutes, with no engravings or identifying signs. They caught the candlelight, the bubbles rising in lovely golden streams through the pricey vintage that James's family had given them for the toast. The main dish had just been swept away, herb-crusted lamb with roasted vegetables, beautifully presented. The crew walked quickly between tables with the quiet clink of Chinese silverware producing a refined symphony. Conversation buzzed around us, interrupted by bursts of laughter from James's college mates at table 7. James leaned close to my ear, his breath warm on my skin. "Did you see Uncle Richard trying to flirt with your great-aunt Miriam? I think he's had too much wine." I turned entirely to my left to look at him, laughing, and rotated my body to face my new spouse. In my peripheral vision, I noticed Emily's hand moving to my right. Her hand glided across the table with practiced ease, reaching as if to adjust my place card, which had slid slightly throughout supper. A very benign gesture. Helpful even. But when her palm brushed over my champagne flute, it tilted. Only slightly. The colorless liquid from the little glass vial she held in her palm spilled into my glass and immediately dissolved into the bubbles. The carbonation obscured everything, leaving no color shift, trace or indication that anything had altered. She drew her hand back immediately, fixing my place card with a pleased smile. She assumed no one noticed, but Emily had forgotten about Rachel. My best buddy from law school sat at the VIP table immediately across from us, with a wonderful view of the head table. Emily had been so concentrated on me and James, making sure we didn't see her little trick, that she'd totally disregarded the lady with a criminal defense lawyer's eye for detail, and the intuition of someone who had spent years researching how people commit crimes. Rachel had seen everything. Gliding hand. The falling liquid. Emily smirked. My phone, which was face up on the table next to my champagne flute, buzzed. Bzzzt. The sound was slight, hidden in the background commotion of 200 guests rejoicing. But I felt it and seen the screen light up with an incoming message. I cast a downward gaze. Rachel sent an iMessage. 5 brief words. All uppercase letters. Swap your glasses. She drugged it. My heart has stopped. Actually halted, then restarted with a severe thump in my throat, chest and fingertips. The world tilted slightly, the chandelier light suddenly too brilliant, and the sounds around me were too loud. I froze, with every muscle in my body freezing in place. However, years of client presentations, high-stakes meetings and maintaining cool when campaigns failed or executives panicked all had an impact. My face stayed calm. Neutral. Perhaps a little apprehensive as any bride might be reading a text at her reception but nothing more. I looked up slowly and deliberately, catching Rachel's eye across the room. She gave me a slight nod. Decisive. Certain. She was certain she had seen it. I gazed down at the champagne flute in front of me. The golden liquid glittered innocently, with bubbles rising in those exquisite streams. It looked just like James's, Brian's and Emily's glasses. But it wasn't. This was no longer your typical sibling jealousy. This was not Emily pitching a fit, making demands, or wailing to our parents. This was a premeditated, targeted attack intended to harm my reputation in front of my husband's family. She'd planned it. I had been waiting for the proper moment. She asked me to drink that glass. They wanted me to become bewildered, confused, and sloppy. Did she want James's family, the aristocratic old money family she was so infatuated with, to witness me humiliate myself? To view their new daughter-in-law as a drunk, as someone unsuitable for their son, someone who couldn't control her booze at her own wedding, the people-pleaser in me, The one who'd spent 31 years suppressing my feelings and accommodating Emily's outbursts when our parents required that I make her happy, that version of Charlotte perished. I knew I had to act, exchange the glasses, and turn Emily's plot against her. But she was right there, less than 2 feet away, staring at both champagne flutes like a hawk at prey. I sat paralyzed in my chair, acutely aware of every detail. The weight of my phone in my hand, the condensation collecting on the outside of the poisoned champagne flute, and Emily's rapid and enthusiastic breathing beside me, expecting her win. She was studying those glasses, both of them, and I couldn't move or act while she was looking at them. I needed an opportunity. A diversion. I sat there, pulse beating, and waited. James grabbed my hand, mistaking my tenseness for wedding day anxiety. "Are you okay?" he said softly. "Perfect," I said, the untruth slick and prepared. Then fate sent me the most strong lady I'd ever known. I overheard it. The click of heels against hardwood. Expensive heels, the sort that cost more than some people's vehicle payments. The sound came from behind us, in the direction of the VIP waiting room, a special location allocated by the hotel for immediate family members to use for touch-ups and peaceful moments. The door opened. Mrs. Margaret walked outside. James's mother was a force of nature with a 5'6" stature. Her Oscar de la Renta gown, blue silk with elaborate beading that probably cost more than my vehicle, suited her well. Her silver hair was arranged into a beautiful chignon, and diamond earrings caught the light. She had certainly touched up her cosmetics, as her lips were now a new shade of classic red. She moved along the back row of chairs, just behind the head table. Click, click, click. During the brief gap between meals, the sound of her heels could be heard above the muted talk. I felt Emily stiffen next me. If there was one thing my sister couldn't pass up, it was the chance to impress someone important, and Mrs. Margaret was the most important person at this wedding, the matriarch of a family whose name appeared on buildings and scholarship funds, and whose opinion could open or close doors for good. Emily's head snapped around so quickly, I'm amazed she didn't suffer whiplash. She virtually sprang out of her chair, jumping right into Mrs. Margaret's path with the glee of a golden dog greeting its owner after a long day. "Oh, Mrs. Margaret." Emily's voice rose an octave, oozing with fake sweetness. "Were you resting in the VIP room too? I hope the reception isn't too overwhelming for you. I know these events can be absolutely exhausting, especially with so many people wanting your attention." She had fully turned her back on the meal. To me. To the glasses. Rachel's letter flared brightly in my mind. Swap your glasses. This was it. My only opportunity. My hand slid to the base of both champagne flutes. My fingers were steady. Years of handling delicate presenting materials had given me accuracy that I hadn't appreciated until now. I didn't lift the glasses. That would be too blatant and conspicuous, even with Emily's back turned. Someone could see. A guest, a server. Even James if he chanced to look down. Instead, I slipped them. Meanwhile, my sister's words reverberated behind me. "I must say," Emily said, reaching out to softly touch the sleeve of Mrs. Margaret's robe without waiting for a response. "This Oscar de la Renta dress was absolutely born for you. The beading, the cut, it's perfection. You have the most incredible eye for fashion. I was just telling Charlotte earlier how elegant you looked. Simply elegant. The silk tablecloth was excellent for this pricey, silky, with just enough friction to govern but not oppose movement." I gently pressed on the bottoms of both glasses, pushing my drugged glass toward Emily's position and dragging her clean glass toward mine. They slid over the cloth like figure skaters on ice, hardly 1 millimeter above the surface, the liquid within scarcely rippling. Swish. I turned the new glass slightly in my position so that Emily's small lipstick trace on the rim faced away from where she'd been seated. The entire procedure took 5 seconds, which was precisely how long it took Emily to finish her effusive remark on the clothing and begin discussing how much she liked Mrs. Margaret's charity work with the Children's Hospital. No one noticed. The waiters were at the far end of the ballroom and the guests were preoccupied with their own talks. James was watching his Uncle Richard, who had cornered my great-aunt Miriam near the bar. But Rachel noticed. I cast a peek at the VIP table. She was holding her wine glass, but her gaze was on me. When our gazes met, the corner of her mouth rose in a little grin. She raised her glass fractionally, making a toast that only I could see. My network of sympathizers had worked flawlessly, and I was confident Rachel would not take her gaze away from my sister for the remainder of the evening. She'd observe. She was going to document. She would be ready. Mrs. Margaret moved away from Emily's gaze with the ease of someone who had dealt with social climbers for decades. How kind of you to say so, dear. If you'll excuse me, I should return to my table. She slid away, leaving a cloud of costly perfume behind. Emily returned to her seat, virtually bouncing into it, her cheeks flushed with triumph. She believed she'd just scored significant points with my mother-in-law, that she'd had a good networking moment that would be perfect for an Instagram story later. She took a quick peek at the table. The 2 champagne flutes remained just as they had before she turned around. Similar postures, fullness, and the innocent dazzle of golden bubbles. Her gaze was drawn to them for a brief while before moving away. There is no suspicion. Don't be concerned. Why should there be? They seemed similar. And her arrogance, her total belief that she'd outwitted me, that her strategy was immaculate, had destroyed any desire to double-check. She grabbed for the glass in front of her. The drugged person. Her smile was poisoned and victorious. Come now, she continued, bringing the crystal flute toward me. Let's toast to your happiness, Charlotte. I raised my clean glass, pushing my face to form a grin full of concealed meaning. Every ounce of satisfaction, every piece of delayed justice, every year of being instructed to appease her, I poured into that smile. Thank you, sister, I whispered quietly. For a night we will not forget. The crystal flutes produced a crisp, clean chime that echoed over our part of the table. Clink. Emily lifted the glass to her lips and drank deeply, her gaze fixed on mine above the rim. She felt she was watching her plan develop, that she was witnessing the start of my demise. I sipped my clean champagne while watching her swallow her own sentence. The colorless liquid melatonin, in whatever amount she had prepared for me, flowed down her throat alongside the pricey vintage champagne. She sighed contentedly and placed down her glass, smiling. I grinned back. And waited. Following the toast, I made my move. I had to sell it. Emily had to be convinced that her strategy was functioning just as she had intended. So I became silent. I shifted slightly away from the table chat, allowing my smile to dissolve into something more neutral, quiet. When James inquired about the dessert serving schedule, I responded in soft, imprecise language. Brian attempted to involve me in a joke about the worst wedding speeches they'd seen in medical school, but I only managed a feeble laugh. Emily noticed right away. I could feel her gaze on me, the way she came in closer, scanning my face for indications of the pills taking effect. I gave her what she wanted. A bride who became quieter, detached, and inattentive. Her mouth twitched up. She believed it was working. I thought I was starting to feel the melatonin's effects, that in a few more minutes I'd be stumbling, slurring, and embarrassing myself in front of 200 guests and James's entire family. She reclined back in her chair, virtually quivering with excitement, and her confidence grew with each minute. But Emily didn't understand, because her self-absorption prevented her from seeing it, that the medicines were already in her system, being absorbed into her bloodstream and making their way to her brain. The MC's voice crackled across the speakers, smooth and polished. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite the best man to say a few words. The ballroom fell silent, conversations fading as attendees focused on the little stage area near the cake table. Brian arose, buttoning his jacket with a casual grin. I checked the time and the evening was running just on track, just past 8 p.m. He approached the microphone and for the next several minutes the entire crowd laughed. Stories about James's awful cooking at their shared apartment during residency. James once unintentionally wore mismatched shoes to a formal hospital presentation. Brian knew James was serious about me when he started doing his laundry rather than purchasing new clothing when he ran out of clean ones. The time was excellent. Brian's speech produced a buffer, a period of time when all attention was diverted elsewhere, allowing Emily's tiny changes in her physique to go unnoticed in the ballroom. I observed her out of the corner of my eye. She was still smiling and acting her part as the supporting maid of honor. But I saw something, the way she shifted slightly in her seat. Her fingers came up to lightly touch her temple, creating a slight wrinkle between her brows. The melatonin was beginning to act. Melatonin in liquid form operates quicker than in tablets, entering swiftly into the circulation. Emily would feel it now, a slight heaviness in her limbs and a delicate fuzziness seeping into her mind. But she'd mistake it for anxiousness over her imminent speech, or maybe the champagne had struck a little harder than intended. She wouldn't suspect the truth. Brian concluded his statement, arousing applause, and returned to his seat, patting James on the shoulder as he passed. James stood to hug his closest buddy, and the two of them experienced a moment that made the photographer's camera flash many times. The MC returned to the mic. Thank you, Brian. Now we'd like to hear from the maid of honor. The time had arrived. Emily stood. I paid close attention to her and remembered every detail. She had to support herself temporarily with one hand on the table. The little hesitation before she got out of her chair, as if gathering her coordination, and the forced cheerfulness in her countenance that didn't quite reach her eyes. She assumed it was nervousness. I assumed it was the inherent anxiousness of public speaking, but I knew better. The medications were taking effect, giving her that familiar lightheaded sensation and making her limbs feel heavy and detached. In another 10 minutes, she'd be struggling to keep her eyes open. But for now, in this moment, she had enough clarity and diluted confidence to feel she was in command. She moved toward the stage area, her strides perhaps a little slower than usual but steady enough, and she went straight for the place she'd most likely selected for days, exactly next to the cake tower. Of course she did. The $10,200 red velvet creation, complete with edible gold leaf and handcrafted sugar flowers, would serve as the ideal backdrop for the images she planned to share later. The pricey cake would represent riches, position, and ties to old money. It would be visual confirmation that she had made it and was now a part of this world. She positioned herself as near to the cake table as possible, possibly closer than the catering crew preferred. Her left hand carried a recently replenished wine glass, while her right hand received the MC's wireless microphone. That gorgeous perilous wireless microphone, which would broadcast every word to the whole ballroom via the excellent sound system James's family had paid extra for. Emily didn't think about it. She had not considered what would happen if she lost control of her words, if the drugs in her system caused her to be truthful and unrestrained. She simply smiled at the throng and began to talk. "Good evening, everyone," she said, her voice wonderfully enhanced by the speakers. "For those who don't know me, I'm Emily, Charlotte's sister and maid of honor." Her speech were crisp and controlled, but I could see the effort she expended, the way she stood just a little too still, as if she was trying not to wobble. "I've known Charlotte my entire life obviously, and I have to say," she paused for emphasis, playing to the audience, "it's been quite a journey watching her find someone worthy of her." The guests laughed politely. Charlotte has always been the responsible one, the organized one, the one with the perfect plans and the perfect career. There was an edge to her voice now, something harsh behind the syrupy sweetness, and she now had the perfect spouse from the ideal family. I sat beneath the stage, my hand finding James's and gripping hard. He squeezed back. He had no clue what was about to happen. Neither of them did. Emily raised her wineglass slightly, and the liquid caught the light. "So here's to Charlotte," she added, her smile big, artificial, and venomous. "To my perfect sister and her perfect life." The audience applauded, lifting their glasses in return. But I sat there, watching and waiting. Waiting for the melatonin to strike full force. Waiting for karma to strike. Waiting for my sister to collapse. The acclaim for my speech was still reverberating across the ballroom when Emily raised her wineglass, a practiced smile spreading over her features. She produced a faultless portrayal as the beloved sister, the courteous bridesmaid, and the embodiment of family togetherness. But I knew better. I had always known better. She addressed my sister and her new husband, her voice bearing the theatrical lilt she had honed for her Instagram videos. "May your marriage be everything mine will be someday." The audience murmured their agreement. James's hand found mine beneath the table, his fingers warm and solid. Emily took a long, victorious sip from my original crystal flute, which she had meticulously doctored. The shift was not immediate. She lowered the glass, still smiling and acting her role. But then I saw it. Her stance was somewhat wobbly, and her free hand groped for the platform as if the floor had changed beneath her feet. "Thank you all for..." Her words were muddled. She blinked quickly, her eyelids becoming thick. The crystal flute shook in her hands. Rachel leaned near to me, her speech barely audible. "How much did she use? How much did she use?" "I don't know," I said, "but judging by how fast it's hitting her, a lot more than the recommended dose." She swayed significantly, her knuckles white as she grasped the microphone stand. The entire ballroom had gone silent, with 300 visitors watching as my sister's well-crafted veneer disintegrated in real time. "Why?" Her puzzled and terrified voice rang out across the speakers. "Why is the ceiling spinning?" The wineglass slid from her grasp first. It dropped through the air in slow motion, the crystal catching the light before shattering against the stage floor. The sound was harsh and final, like a gunshot amid the sudden quiet. Emily's legs finally gave up entirely. She leaned forward, her right hand still grasping the microphone in a death grip, as if that little bit of metal might somehow connect her to awareness. Her body moved with the dreadful weight of lifeless gravity, with no attempt to catch herself and no defensive instinct remaining in her drugged system. The consequences were disastrous. Boom. 7 layers of red velvet wedding cake, $10,200 in handmade beauty, each with gold leaf decorations and exquisite sugar flowers, burst on touch. Emily's face was hit first, followed by her entire torso, and her $2,200 bridesmaid dress plunged into the debris like a diver entering water. Instead of water, there was buttercream icing, cake crumbs, and the rich crimson inside of red velvet layers. The sight was frightening. The combination of white cream and scarlet cake had a shockingly similar appearance to a murder scene. My sister lay still in the carnage, her golden blonde hair caked with icing and her ivory. It appeared that she had been mercilessly clothing ruined beyond recognition. Demolished in front of 300 witnesses. My mother's cry shattered the air. Emily. But James had already moved. His doctor's skills kicked in before anybody else could comprehend what had occurred. He was on stage in seconds, his tuxedo forgotten as he fell on his knees near the cake disaster. "Someone cut the music," he demanded, his voice calm but firm. The jazz trio became quiet instantly. James worked quickly, his hands moving with great accuracy. He grasped Emily's shoulder and forcibly moved her onto her side to free her airway, wiping away the thick layer of buttercream from her nose and mouth. I saw my husband check her pulse at her neck before lifting her eyelids to examine her pupils, his countenance darkening with each examination. The whole ballroom held its breath. Brian stood still at the head table. Margaret had her hand placed to her heart. My father was plowing through the crowd, his face paler. The motion of being rolled over appeared to startle Emily. Her fingers remained wrapped around the microphone, the wireless gadget dragging across her chin while James positioned her. In her stupor, her eyes flashed open, unfocused and unseeing. She stared squarely at James, but I could tell she wasn't seeing him. "No." The word came out broken and hardly audible, but the microphone, now placed just next to her lips, caught it up precisely. Her voice resonated over the ballroom's speakers, distorted and feeble. "Wrong glass." The drugged glass? The confession lingered in the air like smoke. Time appeared to freeze. Everyone in the ballroom had heard it. The words were garbled, muddled, and undeniable. Wrong glass. Drugged glass. The inference was clear. James's hands remained immobile. He gently raised his head, shifting his focus from Emily's comatose figure to my parents, who were now standing at the edge of the stage. His look was as icy as I had ever seen it. "She isn't having a stroke," he stated, his words crisp and professional. "This is a synergistic toxicity. Alcohol potentiating a central nervous system depressant. These are classic symptoms of a sedative overdose." My mother made a coughing noise. "What? No, that's not. She wouldn't." James took out his phone and dialed 911, quickly explaining the issue to the operator in medical language before hanging up. "My father has finally found his voice. This is ridiculous. Emily would never, there must be some mistake." James finished the conversation and rose, towering over both of my parents. The expression he gave them might have frozen fire. "You two will accompany her to the hospital. I will not call the police tonight." He hesitated, and I noticed something menacing in his eyes. "But if anything else happens, if there's even one more incident, I can't promise that same courtesy." The threat wasn't hidden. My father, who had spent my whole childhood bulldozing everyone with his thoughts and demands, took a step back. He opened his lips briefly before closing it again, thoroughly silenced by James's tremendous dominance. The ambulance arrived in minutes, a benefit of being in downtown Charleston. Emily was placed onto a gurney by paramedics, her face still plastered with icing and cake crumbs, and her clothing was beyond repair. My mother went into the ambulance without saying anything, her face contorted in that familiar grimace of sacrificial anguish. My father stood at the ballroom door, staring back at me with something I couldn't read. Accusation? Guilt? Fear? I met his eyes steadfastly, unwilling to turn away or give him the comfort of my acquiescence. Then he was gone, as the ambulance drove away into the Charleston night. The ballroom was chaotic, with visitors mumbling in surprised groups, hotel personnel frozen in disbelief, and the shattered cake, a crimson testament to the evening's calamity. I stood at the head table, James's hand in mine, and felt an unexpected sensation sweep over me. Relief. Pure, uncomplicated comfort. Rachel arrived at my side, holding up her phone like a trophy. "I recorded the whole thing," she said, her criminal lawyer instincts as keen as ever, both the fall and the confession. "Audio is crystal clear." She tapped the screen, and Emily's groggy voice came back. "Wrong glass. The drugged glass?" Several close visitors heard it, and the muttering became more intense. I saw the truth spread through the gathering like a stone thrown into quiet water. My sister, the golden child and cherished youngest daughter, had just admitted to attempting poisoning in front of 300 witnesses. The hunter has become prey. Margaret approached us, her Oscar de la Renta gown looking pristine despite the turmoil. She stared at the smashed cake, then at me, her face inscrutable. "Well," she eventually remarked, with a dry humor in her tone. "This is certainly the most memorable wedding I've ever attended." The hotel manager appeared, wringing his hands. "Mrs. Ashford, I am so terribly sorry about this incident. Should we end the reception, given the circumstances?" I stared at the shattered cake, red velvet crumbs spread across the stage as proof of violence, white icing smeared across the floor, the gorgeous 7-tier masterpiece reduced to rubble, $10,200 in destroyed creativity. And all I felt was light. I glanced to James and his blue eyes searched mine, anxious but not sympathetic. "How are you doing?" he inquired calmly. "This is the first time I've seen you breathe easy since we got engaged," he added before I could respond. He was correct. For months I'd been walking on eggshells, attempting to manage my family's expectations and avoid exactly this type of situation. I bought for Emily's outfit, involved her in every detail, and went to great lengths to maintain the peace. Yet she still tried to drug me. What about now? Now the beast had been driven away. I looked at the hotel manager and smiled naturally, rather than the one I'd been practicing all night. "Clean it up. Bring out more wine and whatever desserts the hotel has in the kitchen. The night has only just begun." The manager blinked. You want to continue?" "This is my wedding reception," I said, "and I'm going to celebrate with the people who actually care about me." Something changed in the room after that. The guests who had come out of duty, my parents' acquaintances, and the society matrons who had come to make an appearance, all left quietly. But who remained? They were ours. James's medical school classmates, my work pals Rachel and Brian, Margaret, and the family members who had taken the time to get to know us. The jazz quartet resumed playing, the hotel served trays of chocolate tortas and lemon tarts, and someone opened more champagne. Without the weight of my family's criticism, the greeting became more real. I danced with James under the chandeliers, his arms around my waist, and I felt the stress I'd been dragging around for years suddenly let go. "No regrets?" "No," he said softly against my hair. I said, "None." And meant it. Rachel caught my eye from across the dance floor as she raised her champagne flute in a silent toast. She had been warning me about my family for several years. Tonight, she had been proven correct in the most dramatic way conceivable. The next morning, as sunshine streamed through the hotel suite windows, my phone vibrated with a text message from my mother. "How could you let this happen? Emily only did it because she felt left out. She felt pressured seeing you enter such a wealthy family. She made a mistake. You need to forgive her. Family is family." I read it again, feeling the usual remorse begin to take hold. The old Charlotte, who had spent 31 years attempting to win her parents' affection, would have responded. Would have apologized. I would have found a way to make it her fault. However, Charlotte had died sometime between the glass switch and the cake destruction. I erased the mail without replying. I then blocked the number. James observed me from his bed, understanding without asking. "You okay?" "Yeah," I said, realizing that was correct. "I really am." I banned my father's phone number next. Then Emily's. I removed the links that had held me captive to their toxicity my whole life, one by one. No more money transfers to pay Emily's debts. No more guilt-inducing phone calls. No longer playing the part of the disappointed daughter. Freedom had a saline and clear flavor, similar to the Charleston morning air. A year later, James accompanied me to Charleston Medical for a pregnancy visit. I was 8 months pregnant, my tummy full and solid beneath my sundress. The ultrasound technician grinned as she passed the wand over my skin. "Everything looks perfect," she remarked. "Your baby girl is healthy and growing right on schedule. A daughter." James's hand clenched around mine, his eyes filled with unshed tears. We'd been talking about this moment for months, about the sort of parents we wanted to be and the type of family we wanted to have. "No golden child," I replied gently, repeating the vow we'd made to one another. "Every child is equal," James agreed. "Always." We drove home via the historic area, passing antebellum houses and Spanish moss-covered oak trees. My phone, with its new number and contacts, sat silently in my handbag. My mother had attempted to contact me through common contacts, leaving notes expressing her desire to make apologies and be involved in her grandchild's life. I had not reacted. Some bridges, once burnt, should remain in ashes. That evening I sat on our back porch with my laptop, writing a post for the online forum where I'd been chronicling my experiences. The wedding tragedy had been too magnificent to keep entirely quiet. Strong views. I need your thoughts on a few things, I typed, because my family refuses to leave me alone, and I need other perspectives. Question 1. Was I being too severe in switching the glasses? My mother feels a decent sister would have just put the wine away rather than allowing Emily to damage herself. Question 2. Emily ruined a $10,200 cake. Should I sue her in civil court for compensation, or should I regard it as tuition for her life lesson? Question 3. Do you agree with me that it is better to lose $10,200 to get rid of toxic individuals than to keep a phony, flawless wedding? Kindly leave a remark. I pressed the publish button and closed the laptop. Inside, James was making dinner while humming jazz music. About the glass, I could see him moving about our kitchen, house, and existence, which was based on honesty rather than manipulation. My kid kicked, causing a solid flutter across my rib cage. I touched my palm to the area, experiencing the miracle of new life and fresh beginnings. The wedding cake was ruined. The bridesmaid dress is damaged. My familial relationships were cut. And I have never been happier. The creature was gone. The cage was open. And I was finally totally free. I fought for my country, yet my parents betrayed me with an eviction threat, so I bought a house, exposed my sister, and became their landlord. This happened approximately 18 months ago, and I'm still understanding how completely nuclear things went. Buckle up, because this gets really wild, and the vengeance is beyond satisfying. Before we get started, a little bit about myself. I'm 26 years old, served in the Army as an infantryman for 4 years, and was sent twice to Afghanistan during some really tough periods. I returned to Colorado Springs to help my family get back on their feet while I sorted out my next career move. My father had been battling with reduced hours at his supervisory position at the local steel factory. Mom worked part-time in a pricey shop downtown. And my younger sister Kayla was searching for herself after dropping out of community college for the 3rd time. Working construction during the day had me completely exhausted. Concrete workers performing commercial pours. Probably the most physically demanding profession you can imagine, yet it pays well at $28 per hour when overtime is factored in. Then I'd hurry across town to work midnight security shifts on this enormous tech campus 3 nights a week at $18 per hour. Between both jobs, I was earning around $4,200 per month before taxes, which isn't a lot, but it was good money, especially because I was living at home and was constantly helping with groceries and utilities without being asked. Or so I thought. That's how it worked. It was a Thursday night in March when my entire world turned upside down. I'd just gotten home from what could have been the most difficult 12-hour concrete pour of my whole career, and I was completely buried in dust and cement. My shoulders ached so much that I could barely lift my arms. All I wanted was a hot shower and some leftover pizza from the refrigerator. Instead, there was an official-looking letter laying on my dinner plate, similar to a court summons or eviction notice. Ethan Carter. Typed in full capital letters and properly centered on nice cream-colored paper. There was no return address, no personal handwriting, and no indication that this was from a family member. Dad was sitting opposite from me, looking through his phone and purposely avoiding eye contact. Mom was cleaning dishes with extreme attention and concentration, as if she was attempting to scrub the pattern off the plates. These should have served as big warning flags that something horrible was about to happen. I ripped open the envelope with my unclean hands and nearly choked on my water when I saw what was inside. Monthly housing agreement effective April 1, 2023. Monthly base rent, $1,200. Utilities and internet, $350. Food household contribution, $250. Total monthly payment, $1,800. Payment due date, 1st of each month. Late fee, $100 assessed after 5th day of month. At the very bottom, in bold letters, failure to comply with this agreement will result in 30-day eviction notice being served. I sat there staring at this contract for what felt like 10 minutes, trying to absorb what I was witnessing. My brain couldn't believe that my own parents had drafted an official rental agreement to charge me for residing in my childhood bedroom. What the heck is this supposed to be? I eventually managed to inquire. Dad eventually caught my gaze with a very serious businesslike attitude. It's time you started paying your fair share around here, son. You're 26 years old, with steady employment and regular income. My fair share? I asked, holding up the paper as if it were evidence in court. $1,800 per month for my childhood bedroom that still has Pokemon posters on the walls and a twin bed from middle school. The market rate for a private room in this area averages around $1,200 per month, Mom said, still aggressively scrubbing the same plate she'd been working on for 5 minutes straight, plus utilities, internet, and food contributions. We're actually giving you a significant family discount when you think about it. I gazed around the dining table, disbelieving and angry. So, where exactly is Kayla's official rental agreement? Did that somehow get lost in the mail or something? The room was completely silent. Kayla is going through a very important transitional period in her life right now, Dad responded deliberately, as if he had prepared this statement. She's working extremely hard on building her online business venture and establishing her brand. Her online business venture, right? What he really meant was that she was making insane sums of money on OnlyFans and Instagram, uploading explicit photographs and videos for lonely guys while living rent-free at our parents' property. I had personally witnessed the regular delivery of expensive shopping bags to our front door. She bought a brand new BMW with cash last month. The pricey professional ring lighting and camera equipment that had been permanently installed in her room, taking nearly half of the space. Meanwhile, I spend more than 60 hours every week, performing manual labor that is literally ruining my body joint by joint. And they want to charge me more than most people do for real one-bedroom flats in good complexes with pools and gyms. This is completely insane, I responded, doing my best to keep my voice calm and controlled. I've been helping with groceries, utilities, household expenses, basically everything around here without even being asked to contribute. That was voluntary assistance that you chose to provide, Mom said in a harsh businesslike tone that I had never heard her employ before. This is an official rental arrangement with clear terms and expectations. But Kayla doesn't contribute anything at all. She orders expensive food delivery every single day, uses more electricity than the rest of us combined with all her equipment, and I've never seen her buy groceries or pay for anything. Kayla's situation is completely different, Dad stated firmly. She's investing in her future and building something meaningful. That night, I laid in my twin bed, the same bed I'd been in since 7th grade, staring at the ceiling and trying to understand this complete betrayal by my own family. I had served my country honorably for 4 years. I've worked my tail off every day since returning home. Never requested handouts or preferential treatment. Always donated without being asked. And this is how my own parents chose to honor my loyalty, sacrifice, and dedication to assisting them. I opened my laptop and started a new Excel document called Financial Documentation, Carter Family Exploitation Analysis.xlsx. If they wanted to play hardball business games with their own kid and treat me like a tenant rather than a family member, I'd show them what proper strategic planning and paperwork looked like. The first month of paying that absurd extortion fee nearly broke me financially and emotionally. After taxes, the necessary $1,800 monthly payment, plus basic living expenditures such as petrol and auto insurance, I had about $600 left over for the rest of my life. I immediately began meal prepping nothing but rice and beans as if I were back in basic training, ceased hanging out with my army pals and old acquaintances, and took literally every extra shift available at both jobs. But here's something the military teaches you very well. Always gather comprehensive and accurate intelligence before making any tactical maneuvers against your opponent. So that is exactly what I began doing with fanatical precision. I began meticulously chronicling everything that happened in that house. Every single utility bill I could sneakily snap when no one was looking. Every shopping receipt from when I purchased food for the household. Kayla would purchase $80 worth of quality sushi delivery through DoorDash almost every day. Every Amazon shipment sent to her, sometimes 4 or 5 every day without exaggeration. What I uncovered during this rigorous examination caused my blood pressure to spike. Our house was a rather simple 1,400 square foot ranch-style property in a nice, but certainly not luxurious neighborhood. I spent many hours researching comparable rental homes online. In the same location, entire 2-bedroom apartments with swimming pools, fitness centers, and modern appliances cost between $1,400 and $1,600 per month. My own parents charged me $1,800 for a single bedroom with shared bathroom access, and no privacy at all. However, that was far from the most frustrating aspect of the issue. Because I work in construction, I am familiar with talented tradespeople in almost every industry. My coworker from the job site installs and repairs HVAC systems and has worked on several houses in our area in recent years. During our lunch break one day, I casually inquired about the average utility expenses for homes similar to ours. Electric should be running you maybe $150 to $200 maximum during peak summer months. Gas, probably around $100 during winter, he told me with a smile. Internet's probably another $80 to $90. Why are you asking about this stuff? I was meant to be paying $350 per month for electricity and internet in a little house that should have cost approximately $300 altogether. Then there was the entire food contribution trick they were pulling on me. I began keeping extremely comprehensive records of what I actually ingested versus what Kayla burned through on a regular basis. She ordered costly delivery food almost every day, premium Thai food, high-end sushi, fancy organic salad shops that charge $18 for lettuce and vegetables, and specialty coffee beverages that cost more than my entire lunch budget. The groceries that I had purchased for the household would vanish overnight because she would continually call her equally parasitic pals over to loot our refrigerator and pantry as if they owned the place. I was paying $250 per month for food contributions, whereas she was easily spending $600 or more per month on delivery expenses alone. Money that clearly wasn't coming from any genuine employment or her mysterious transitional period budget, as my parents kept mentioning. The exact breaking point that pushed me over the line was when I watched her Instagram post showing off a brand new $3,000 Louis Vuitton purse, professionally posed with professional lighting and captioned, "Treating myself. Dr. Blessed, Dr. Entrepreneur, Dr. Boss Babe, Dr. Living my best life." That night I engaged in some serious internet detective work that was perhaps not quite legal. I managed to locate her OnlyFans account. Yes, it was as upsetting and disgusting as you could imagine seeing your own sister like that. I also used some basic arithmetic to estimate her actual monthly earnings. Based on her subscriber numbers, premium content rates, posting frequency, and the tips I saw, this lady was easily earning between $15,000 and $20,000 per month. Let me repeat that statistic so it sinks in. My sister earned more money in 1 month than I did in 5 months of physically demanding construction job that was ruining my body. And I was the family member who was charged rent to live at home. I established a new spreadsheet tab labeled Kayla's Estimated Income versus Actual Household Contributions Analysis. Calculating and thinking about the financial ratio made me physically sick. 2 months into this rental agreement nightmare, I learned something that drove me from frustrated aggravation to outright hatred. During a break at work, I checked my credit card statement online. I only used the card in true situations and always paid the whole balance as soon as I detected many charges that I clearly did not recognize. And I'm talking about a large number of fraudulent charges spread across several weeks. $340 at the Sephora cosmetics store. $156 at Victoria's Secret. $89 at a boutique I had never heard of in my life. Multiple food delivery fees totaling more than $400 in a single month. A $79 monthly subscription to a premium content development platform for which I had never signed up. $67 at a nail salon. The ring light R.Studio equipment costs $156. All were charged to my own credit card. Everything is absolutely unauthorized, all for something I would never purchase in a million years. I approached Kayla that weekend when she was in the kitchen preparing one of her elaborate smoothie bowl Instagram images, replete with professional ring lighting and phone camera equipment that took up half of the available counter area. "Did you use my credit card for any purchases recently?" She didn't even look up from arranging fresh berries in perfectly symmetrical arrangements for her photograph. "Yeah. Like twice maybe. For emergency situations that couldn't wait." Emergency situations. I took out my phone and showed her the complete statement. $340 at Sephora constituted an emergency? I needed professional grade supplies for content creation activities. It's a legitimate business expense that I'll write off on taxes. Paid for with my money without my permission. That's called fraud. She finally looked up at me with an eye-rolling face, as if I were being absolutely unreasonable about everything. "God, Ethan, you're being so overdramatic about every little thing. It's not like you can't afford these small amounts. You basically live here for free anyway, so what's the big deal?" For free. While paying them $1,800 per month like clockwork. You absolutely cannot just use someone else's credit card without explicit permission. That's literally credit card fraud, which is a serious crime. You gave me the account number that one time when I needed money for textbooks when I was still in school. That was over a year ago for legitimate educational expenses that we discussed beforehand. She returned to her sophisticated photography gear as if our talk were over. "Whatever, Ethan, I'll pay you back when I get around to it and have some free time." When I attempted to discuss the theft matter with my parents later that evening, Dad's response was, "You two need to work out these sibling disputes between yourselves like adults." We're not getting involved in petty arguments over money. Sibling disputes, like credit card theft, were simply petty disagreements about television remote control privileges or who got to choose dinner. I spent the entire night poring through 6 months' worth of detailed credit card statements with a fine-tooth comb. The total amount of fraudulent charges exceeded $2,800. Almost $3,000 in fraudulent purchases for beauty, costly clothing, meal delivery, subscription services, and business-related equipment. But the big kick in the gut that made me see red was discovering a $500 charge to some high-end photographic studio downtown. When I reverse-searched the business location online, I discovered that it specialized in boudoir and artistic photography services, with a portfolio full of suggestive photographs. She had used my credit card to pay for professional picture shoots for her OnlyFans posts. I was practically paying my own sister's adult content career while she lived rent-free, and I was financially drained every month. That night, I opened a new browser window and began researching how to dispute fraudulent credit card charges, but I stopped midway through. Filing official fraud disputes would cause instant problems and complications, possibly even legal ones, which could backfire on me. And I began to realize that creating immediate, evident problems might not be the best long-term method for coping with this predicament. Instead, I opened new tabs and searched for asset protection measures, LLC formation criteria in Colorado, and property investment for beginners. If my family insisted on treating me like a business transaction rather than a son, perhaps it was time for me to think and act like a serious businessman who knew how to protect himself. I created the company banking account on a Tuesday during my lunch break at the building site. Drove 30 minutes across town to a credit union in an entirely different neighborhood, nestled between a pawn shop and a used car dealership. The ideal spot for keeping complete privacy and going under the radar of anyone who might know my family. The account representative was an older gentleman who appeared to have encountered every possible financial circumstance in his career and had learnt not to pass judgment. When he inquired about the company's objective and planned activities, I provided a basic explanation. Property investments, financial advisory services, and asset management. I funded the original account with my construction company's quarterly safety bonus of $1,200, which I received for having 0 workplace mishaps in the previous 3 months. It wasn't a lot, but it provided a firm foundation on which I could carefully grow. Any particular reason for choosing a separate financial institution over your current bank? The representative inquired in a professional tone. Just keeping a clear separation between business and personal finances, I explained gently. You know how important proper accounting practices are for tax purposes and legal protection. I incorporated the entire organization into Rodco Holdings, LLC, which was named after my family's surname but generic enough to prevent drawing notice from anyone who was casually investigating business data. All business correspondence was addressed to a POI hired a box from a postal facility across town under the company's name. That evening, I fully upgraded and expanded my spreadsheet documentation system. What had begun as simple record-keeping was quickly turning into a complete financial intelligence gathering operation that would make my former Army intelligence colleagues proud. I made detailed tabs for monthly rent payments and fee tracking analysis, household expenses breakdown, actual costs versus amounts charged to me, Kayla's unauthorized spending documentation with dates and amounts, parents' actual income and expense patterns based on observation, local property research and market analysis data, legal precedent research for financial exploitation cases, asset protection strategies, and business formation options. The more I looked into my family's true financial status, the more disturbing the whole image got. I realized Dad had been entirely lying about his employment condition after very careful monitoring and stealthy document photographing when no one was home. He was not actually laid off or working fewer hours, as he had claimed for months. He was still working full-time at the steel factory, but on a new shift schedule and earning around $3,800 per month before taxes. Mom's purported part-time boutique job paid a respectable $2,200 per month. Their total household income was firmly in the middle-class range, so why did they keep claiming to be in financial trouble and unable to pay essential bills? The answer became obvious when I began tracking their actual spending patterns and habits over several weeks. Dad was spending $300 or more per month at an Indian casino about an hour outside of town. On weekend visits he said were for job interviews or networking activities, but were clearly gambling binges. Mom was spending insane amounts of money on MLM pyramid scheme products including essential oils, supplements, skincare systems, and weight reduction drinks, which she would then try to resell to her friends and coworkers at a loss. And both parents were continually buying expensive gifts, clothes and experiences for Kayla without expecting anything in return. They were not charging me rent since they truly needed help with actual household bills. They were charging me rent because they were absolutely financially irresponsible and saw me as a simple, dependable source of revenue to cover their poor judgments and fund their daughter's lifestyle. Meanwhile, I began networking with experienced construction crew members to discuss real estate investing options and methods. Construction job provides access to extremely valuable insider information. Which neighborhoods are receiving large development projects? Which properties have concealed structural issues that are not visible to typical buyers? Where and why do clever investors move their money? My foreman has been flipping houses as a prosperous side business for more than a decade. During our lunch breaks, he began educating me about property investment principles, market analysis methodologies, remodeling cost estimation, and, most crucially, how to structure real estate transactions for maximum privacy and tax benefits. The key to everything in this business, he continued while we ate sandwiches in his vehicle, is having better information than the other party in any transaction. When you know more than they do about the real situation, you control the entire outcome. I took that advice seriously and began applying the same concepts to my family circumstances. 4 months into this rental agreement nightmare, my foreman contacted me with something that may drastically change my destiny. "Hey, remember that house where we did the emergency foundation repair work last month? The one over on Maple Street with the cracked basement?" I definitely remembered. Very pleasant area with good construction quality throughout. However, the property owners were going through a very unpleasant divorce, and both parties wanted to sell quickly and move on with their lives. It's going to public auction next week. Divorce proceedings got really messy with lawyers involved. Neither spouse wants to keep the property, and the bank is highly motivated to move it quickly to avoid foreclosure costs. He sent me the official auction description over the cell phone: 3-bedroom ranch-style house with 1,800 square feet of living space, a 2-car attached garage, and a nice-sized yard with mature landscaping and established trees. Under typical market conditions, it may be valued $280,000 or more. The auction estimate range was set as $180,000 to $200,000. Cash purchasers receive significant preference and priority positioning. You interested in potentially partnering up on this deal? For months I had been diligently conserving every possible dime. In addition, my military experience provided me with VA loan benefits, but I was still a long way from having that much capital accessible for investment. Then, my foreman revealed the true opportunity hiding in this predicament. Property needs approximately $30,000 in renovation and improvement work, mostly cosmetic improvements and updates that we could easily handle ourselves with our skills and contractor connections. But here's the really interesting part: location and size mean you could easily rent it for $2,200 to $2,400 monthly. And this is being conservative with market estimates. He used his phone's browser to look up comparable rental properties in the same neighborhood. His stats were not overstated at all. Similar houses were renting for the same amounts. I provide the real estate expertise, contractor network connections, and project management experience. You provide the capital investment and handle ongoing property management responsibilities. We split all profits 60-40 in your favor since you're putting up the actual money and taking the financial risk. That night, I examined the financial estimates in over 50 different ways, taking into account numerous scenarios and market situations. With my building knowledge and his remodeling expertise, we could definitely accomplish the entire rehab project for around $20,000 rather than the anticipated $30,000. With a monthly rental income of $2,300, the property would create positive cash flow from the first month and have the potential for long-term growth. More significant than the money, it would give me something I urgently needed: genuine power and complete freedom from my family's financial tyranny. The next morning, I contacted the credit union and booked a meeting to discuss investment property financing alternatives. As it turned out, my military service record, together with my consistent employment history and the money I'd been systematically saving, qualified me for significantly better financing terms than I'd anticipated. By Thursday afternoon, Rodco Holdings LLC had received official pre-approval for $200,000 in property investment financing at attractive interest rates. Friday morning, my foreman and I stood on the courthouse steps, waiting for the public auction to start. Bidding began at $160,000. There were perhaps 8 other potential bidders present, but most of them left soon as it became clear that this was not going to be a cheap deal. My foreman and I had previously agreed on a maximum bid of $190,000, which we would not exceed. When the auctioneer's hammer dropped at $185,000, we had officially purchased our first investment property. Walking away from the courthouse, I felt something I hadn't felt in months. Not just hope or optimism, but real power and influence over my own fate. For the first time since the beginning of this familial exploitation issue, I wasn't simply reacting defensively to what others were doing to me, I was making smart offensive maneuvers that may affect everything. The next 6 weeks were some of the most physically demanding work I'd ever done, but it was also the most personally rewarding and meaningful. My foreman and I spent every weekend and most workday evenings renovating that auction property into something truly unique and move-in ready. We installed new luxury vinyl flooring throughout the house, painted in modern neutral colors that would appeal to professional tenants, replaced all light fixtures with energy-efficient LED systems, and completely renovated the kitchen with granite countertops and matching stainless steel appliances. I did the majority of the actual physical labor myself, which dramatically reduced material expenses while providing me with something practical and forward-thinking to focus on, aside from the continuous mess at home. My parents barely noticed my disappearance on most weekends and evenings. They were too occupied facilitating Kayla's latest entrepreneurial plans and lifestyle choices. She'd launched a confidence coaching business in addition to her OnlyFans operation, charging desperate women $500 for personal empowerment consultations that essentially consisted of urging them to expose more skin in their social media postings and embrace their feminine strength. With all of her online projects and business interests, the girl was now earning about $25,000 per month. And she was still living rent-free, whilst I was paying $1,800 per month for the luxury of sleeping in a twin bed and having my credit card stolen for her business purposes. But I was chronicling everything with fanatical care. She documented every luxury purchase on Instagram and TikTok, including location tags and pricing information. Every time she borrowed her parents' automobiles instead of her own BMW, either it was in the shop or she didn't want to put miles on it. Every family dinner where she bought expensive takeaway for everyone, and then cleverly forgot her wallet when the bill arrived, forcing my parents to pay. The renovation project was nearing completion when I came across something that radically altered my perspective of what my parents were planned. On a Saturday morning, I was replacing a broken sprinkler head in our front yard when our next-door friend stopped by to chat. She's a sweet elderly lady who has lived in the neighborhood for 30 years and observes everything that happens on our street. "Are your parents getting ready to sell the house?" she inquired in a kind, inquiring tone. "What? No, definitely not. Why would you think that?" "Oh, I saw a real estate agent taking photographs and measurements last week. Professional-looking woman with a clipboard and measuring tape. Thought maybe they were preparing to list the property for sale." My stomach had absolutely plummeted to the ground. What real estate agent? When exactly was this? She recounted a professional woman who had spent approximately an hour photographing the house from several angles, measuring various rooms, and taking thorough notes on official-looking paperwork, complete with business cards and official documents. That night, I conducted extensive web research on local real estate activity. I located the agent's name using the MLS database system which my foreman had shown me how to use. I called her office the next day, pretending to be a potential buyer looking for neighboring properties. "Oh yes, the Carter property on Pine Street," she said quickly. "We're not quite ready to list officially yet, but the owners are definitely considering a spring timeline for selling. Were you specifically interested in that particular area?" My parents were covertly plotting to sell our family home. The same house that they were charging me $1,800 per month to live in. Without informing me of their plans or schedule. I hung up the phone and quickly contacted my foreman. "How quickly can we get our rental property completely ready for tenants?" 2 weeks maximum, maybe 10 days if we really push hard and work some long hours." "Why the sudden urgency?" "Because I think I'm about to become homeless, and I need to accelerate our entire timeline before that happens." That weekend, my foreman and I worked around-the-clock shifts to complete every last detail. By the following Friday evening, the house was fully rental-ready and looked fantastic. We listed it online Saturday morning, using professional images that made it look like a magazine feature. By Sunday night, we had 12 qualifying applications and a quickly expanding waiting list of prospective tenants. The couple we chose was ideal for our needs. Young professionals in their late 20s, both with steady jobs and outstanding credit ratings, with no red flags in their histories or rental history. They wanted to move in immediately and offered $2,400 per month, which was $100 higher than our asking price. My foreman grinned as we signed the leasing agreement. "Congratulations, partner. You're officially a successful landlord with positive cash flow." But I was not thinking about rental revenue or commercial success at the time. I was thinking about the final step of what I intended to do next, and how wonderful that would be. I moved out on a Wednesday morning, while everyone else was, as expected, away from the house going about their daily lives. Kayla had her weekly content production session at a downtown photography studio. Mom was at her book club meeting, while Dad was in the casino, pretending to be attending a job interview or networking event. I had been secretly shifting my key items to a storage container for several weeks, so there wasn't much left in my room. Essential clothing, my laptop computer, and a few personal belongings having sentimental value from my military career. Everything that was actually important to me fit easily into my pickup truck with room to spare. On the kitchen table, I placed my house key and a single piece of paper with a short professional message. I am terminating my rental agreement with this property with immediate effect. As agreed, the final rent payment was processed on March 1st, and all utilities and services registered in my name will be disconnected within 48 hours. Any future communication should be directed to Rodco Holdings, LLC, at P.O. Box 2847, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Ethan Carter. No emotional appeals. There are no detailed explanations. There is no place for argument or negotiation. Just hard business facts provided with the same emotionless accuracy as the original invoice. But here's where everyone who's read thus far will find the story truly rewarding. What my family didn't realize was that I had been doing far more research than just property values and rental markets. I'd spent the last few months meticulously studying their financial condition, business activities, and, most significantly, Kayla's web company operations and legal compliance. My enterprising sister had been making some severe blunders, and they were going to catch up with her. The first important discovery was that she had never declared any of her large OnlyFans revenue to the IRS. We're talking about more than $200,000 in fully unreported revenue over the last year and a half. That is federal tax evasion area, with substantial legal ramifications, including possible prison time. Second discovery. She'd been using our parents' home address for all of her business correspondence, tax documents, and legal documentation. Which meant that when the IRS came to investigate, which they undoubtedly would, Mom and Dad would be identified as potential tax fraud accessories. The third and most lovely finding was that she had been advertising and filming her OnlyFans content utilizing images and films filmed around our parents' house, including the master bedroom, living room, kitchen, backyard, and pretty much every room. This meant they were technically running a commercial adult entertainment business out of a residential property, which was a blatant violation of around 6 separate city codes and HOA rules. However, I did not immediately submit these violations to the proper authorities on an anonymous basis. That method would have been overly simplistic and direct. Instead, I patiently waited for the right moment to maximize impact. I received the phone call I had been waiting for around 2 weeks after moving out and establishing my independence. Dad's voice was tense with barely contained panic and stress. "Ethan, we really need to talk immediately. Can you come over to the house right now? I don't live there anymore, remember? You can schedule an appointment through my business email address if needed." "You're what, Ethan? This is extremely serious. We received some very official letters today that we don't understand." I understood just which letters he was referring about. Kayla received an IRS audit notification needing an immediate response. The city issues code enforcement violation notices with significant fines. The HOA fine documentation totals thousands of dollars. Due to legal issues, the real estate agent's contract was canceled. You see, after I moved out and gained complete independence, I made many strategic phone calls over the course of a week. Anonymous tips about unreported income should be directed to the IRS fraud hotline, along with precise details and documentation. Detailed complaints regarding business activities in residential areas to code enforcement, including photographic evidence. Provide comprehensive evidence of HOA violations to the Homeowners Association Board, including documentation. I can meet you at the coffee shop downtown Saturday afternoon, 2 o'clock sharp. When they arrived for our meeting, they appeared to have aged 10 years in just 2 weeks. Dad's hair appeared gray and thinner. Mom had noticeable stress lines around her eyes. Kayla looked like she had been crying for days. I sat across from them in my best business casual outfit, maintaining a completely neutral, professional attitude while holding a heavy folder of official paperwork beside my coffee cup. "So," I continued gently, "what seems to be the problem?" Dad passed a huge stack of official government letters across the table, his hands quivering. "IRS audit notification requires a quick response. City code violations are issued with escalating fines. HOA infraction documentation resulted in $15,000 in penalties. They received word that their homeowner's insurance had been revoked due to unreported commercial activity on the property. We don't understand what's happening to us," Mom begged passionately. "Everything hit us at once like some kind of coordinated attack." I went over the documents deliberately, as if I were seeing them for the first time. "Wow, this is pretty serious stuff. Federal tax issues, city violations, insurance problems. Can you help us figure this out? Dad begged, desperation in his voice. I know things got complicated when you moved out, but we're still family. Help you in what specific way? Maybe you could move back home, Mom offered with enthusiasm. Help us navigate this situation. We could definitely adjust the rent arrangement to something more reasonable. I pretended to take their idea extremely seriously. What kind of adjustment were you thinking? We could lower it to $1,500 per month, Dad remarked hastily, as if he was offering me a tremendous deal. Maybe even $1,200, Mom said when I didn't answer instantly with enthusiasm. I let the stillness linger uncomfortably until Kayla erupted emotionally. This is completely ridiculous. Ethan, just help us. You know I can pay whatever stupid fees these are. Actually, I stated calmly, opening my documents folder. That's a significant part of the problem we're dealing with here. I put out printouts of everything I'd been meticulously documenting over months. Bank statements reveal her undisclosed revenue patterns. Screenshots from her social media posts. Advertising content was filmed in their home. Printed documents of the city ordinances she had violated. Tax code explanations that emphasize her legal obligations and penalties. Kayla, based on my research and calculations, you owe approximately $78,000 in federal taxes, plus substantial penalties and interest charges. The city fines will total around $25,000 if you don't immediately cease all commercial operations. And since all of this illegal activity was happening at Mom and Dad's registered address, I turned around to confront my parents. You're considered legal accessories under federal law. Dad's face had lost its color totally. What does that mean exactly? It means the IRS can pursue your assets too. House, vehicles, bank accounts, retirement savings. Everything you own can be seized to pay these debts. Kayla stared at the documents as if they were written in a completely alien language. But I didn't know I had to pay taxes on that income. Nobody told me. Ignorance of tax law isn't considered a legal defense, I stated matter-of-factly. But there might be a potential solution to this situation. Hope flared desperately in Dad's eyes. What kind of solution? Well, you need immediate cash flow to start paying these substantial debts before they get worse. You need someone with business experience to help navigate these complex legal issues. And you need to completely restructure your entire financial situation to ensure compliance. I retrieved another set of official paperwork from my folder. Rodco Holdings LLC is prepared to offer a comprehensive debt management and property improvement package that could solve all of these problems. The proposal was truly stunning in its exquisite simplicity. Rodco would buy their house for $220,000, which was about $30,000 less than the current market value but enough to cover their existing mortgage and some tax debt. They may then rent the property back from me for $2,200 per month. While they worked out their legal and financial issues, Kayla was compelled to immediately cease all content creation activities and seek real job in order to begin paying her significant tax responsibilities. All of her future income would be tracked and managed by Rodco to assure perfect legal compliance. Mom and Dad would keep their current occupations, but all of their funds would be controlled using a tight budget system that I would personally oversee to avoid future difficulties. This is completely insane, Kayla exclaimed, her voice rising. You want us to pay you rent to live in our own house? It's not your house anymore, I said gently. You're about to lose it anyway when the IRS places a lien on the property for unpaid taxes. This arrangement allows you to stay here. How much monthly rent are we talking about? Dad inquired calmly. $2,200, current market rate for a property this size, plus utilities, which you'll pay directly. That's more than you were paying us. No, I responded firmly. That's what you should have been charging someone who was actually capable of paying it consistently without stealing from family members. I stood up and collected my paperwork methodically. You have exactly 48 hours to make your decision. After that deadline, you're on your own with the IRS and the legal system. They phoned me exactly 6 hours later and accepted the entire offer without discussion. I found my daughter bald on prom morning, then her sister's shocking confession exposed a secret that tore our family apart. I always thought the biggest drama in our home would be about curfews or dresses, never something like this. On the morning of prom, my daughter's piercing screams jolted me awake. I rushed into her room and froze. Her blonde hair was scattered across the pillow, her head completely bald. Standing nearby in unicorn pajamas was her little sister, an electric razor resting on the nightstand, and a quiet confession on her lips that would unravel everything we thought we knew about our family. I awoke to my teenage daughter Lila's piercing screams. I rushed into her bedroom and couldn't believe what I saw. She was entirely bald, with her golden hair strewn on her pillowcase. She was sobbing, telling me that her younger sister, Mia, must have shaved her head while she was sleeping. She staggered to the bathroom mirror and began screaming even louder when she saw her reflection. Prom was in 7 hours, and she was supposed to be the clear choice for queen. Now it was wrecked. "Where's Mia?" I demanded. My husband discovered her sitting on her own bed in unicorn pajamas, with his electric razor on her nightstand. "Mia, what did you do?" I inquired, trying not to yell as Lila wailed in the restroom. "I had to stop her from going to prom," Mia said in that quiet voice she employs when she knows she's in danger, but believes she did the right thing. This was my baby, and he would still climb into Lila's bed during thunderstorms. Lila taught the same little girl how to ride a bike last summer. The one who followed her older sister around, asking endless questions about everything. I couldn't believe she would destroy her sister's special knight-like way. Before I could reply, the doorbell rang. Dylan, Lila's boyfriend, let himself in as he usually did on Saturday mornings. He came upstairs, calling about corsage colors, and came to a halt when he noticed Lila's bald head. "What the hell happened to your hair?" he inquired, immediately rearranging his face in alarm. "Baby, don't cry. We can fix this. Maybe get you a nice wig. You'll still be the prettiest girl there." Lila started crying louder. Dylan yanked her into him, looking at me as if this was my fault. "Did Mia do this?" "I always said that kid was weird." "This is assault, Mrs. Adams." Mia came in the bathroom doorway, still dressed in her unicorn pajamas. "I cut off all her hair so she couldn't go to prom with you because you're mean to her." "Mia," I called out. But she kept speaking in that determined little kid voice. "You constantly hurt my sister. I can see purple marks on her arms from where you grabbed her too hard." The bathroom went silent. Dylan laughed, but it seemed forced. "Kids make up crazy stories, Mrs. Adams. Tell her, Lila. Tell your mom how good I am to you." Lila would not look at anyone. I could feel frost spreading through my chest. "I took pictures on mommy's phone when Lila was sleeping," Mia continued, her voice rising. "You push her into walls, hit her tummy where no one can see, and then buy her presents so she won't tell." With trembling hands, I took out my phone and accessed the images. There they were. Close-ups of Lila's arms show finger-shaped bruises. Her ribs have dark purple markings. I felt my stomach drop. "Oh my God," I whispered. "Lila, is this true?" Dylan's face flushed. "Those could be from anything. She plays sports. This is insane. I spent hundreds on her. I'm taking her to prom in a limo." My husband appeared at the doorway. His entire body tensed as he glanced over my shoulder at the photographs on my phone. "Lila, baby, why didn't you tell me?" I said, my voice cracking entirely. Dylan's grasp on Lila tightened noticeably. "We're leaving right now. This is completely ridiculous. Get dressed, Lila." "She can't go anywhere if she's too embarrassed about her hair," Mia explained simply. "That's why I shaved it all off while she was sleeping, so she'd have to stay home safe." Dylan tried a different strategy. His voice became falsely pleasant. "Mia, sometimes Lila and I play rough while we're having fun. It's not abuse, just passion. You're too young to understand boyfriend-girlfriend stuff." My husband went fully into the bathroom and said, "Let go of my daughter right now." "But then you did this," Mia added. Everyone turned to look at her again. She took out her small pink tape recorder, which she used to create pretend radio broadcasts, and hit play. Dylan's voice broke through, little yet clear. She claimed it was from yesterday, while he was waiting in our living room for Lila to get ready. "Yeah, tomorrow night after prom," he exclaimed. "I'm going to get her absolutely inebriated at Jake's after-party, so she can't say no this time. My brother had already given me the ingredients for her drink, and it was time to lock that down before college. Nothing keeps a girl around like getting her pregnant." I felt like throwing up right there on the toilet tiles. Lila made an awful injured animal sound. She attempted to get away from Dylan, but he held on harder. "That's not real," Dylan said. Sweat was streaming down his face. "You're all crazy. That's not even my voice." "You were going to put something in my daughter's drink?" I asked quietly. My entire body shook with wrath like I had never experienced before. "You were going to assault my baby?" Dylan released go of Lila. He started backing up to the door, but my husband moved faster. He blocked the only exit with his entire body. I could feel the muscles in his jaw clenching as he stared at the boy who had been abusing our daughter for who knows how long. "You don't want to do this," Dylan explained. He tried to sound aggressive, but his voice cracked like a child's. "My father is a lawyer. If you touch me, I will ruin your entire family." My spouse took another step forward. Dylan flattened himself against the wall, searching for another way out. But Dylan abruptly stopped panicking, looked at my husband, and said in the coldest voice I've ever heard, "I really don't believe you want to do that, Mr. Adams. And I believe you understand why." My husband's face sank. Dylan's skin drained color, and his hands began to shake as he stood there with a smug expression on his face. I could see my husband's entire body stiffen, and something icy settled in my gut. Dylan knew something, and whatever it was terrified my husband. With all of us jammed in, the restroom felt far too small, and I could hear Lila's ragged breathing behind me. My spouse took a step back, and Dylan's smile spread wider. I positioned myself between them and took out my phone with trembling fingers. I pressed the record button and held it up so Dylan could see the red light glowing. My voice was more steady than when I warned him to leave our house right now, or I'd phone 911. Dylan only laughed and said his father would destroy us for this. He claimed we had no idea who we were messing with. Then he shoved my husband hard enough that he stumbled into the wall. I kept recording as Dylan stomped down the stairs, knocking the family photographs off the wall as he went. My husband followed him down, and I stayed with the daughters, who were also crying. Dylan was ranting something about attorneys and litigation from downstairs. The front door smashed so violently that the entire house shook, and his automobile engine screamed into life outside. His tires screeched as he drove out of our driveway, far too quickly for our peaceful street. My husband returned upstairs, and his face was still as white as a sheet. He glanced at all of us standing in the bathroom and suggested we go to the master bedroom to chat. We all filed down the hallway to my bedroom, where my husband locked the door behind us. Lila sat on the bed, still in her pajamas, and her bald head reflected the morning light from the window. Mia went up beside her sister and took her hand. I stood there staring at my husband, demanding to know what Dylan had on him. My husband sat down heavily on the edge of the bed, his head in his hands. After a long pause, he glanced up and informed us that he had noticed bruising on Lila's wrist at dinner 2 weeks prior. He claimed he had gone to school the next day to confront Dylan about it. He found Dylan in the parking lot after baseball practice and grabbed him by his shirt. He admitted that he had slammed Dylan against his car and threatened to kill him if he ever touched Lila again. Dylan had videotaped the entire incident on his phone, including the threat. My husband's voice was full with shame as he told how Dylan had played the video for him right there. He claimed Dylan threatened him that if he ever interfered again, he would report it to the police and seek charges for assault. My wrath rose in my chest, mixed with my anxiety, and I felt like I was about to burst. I informed my husband that we needed to notify the police immediately away because of the abuse, the planned drugging, and everything else. My husband nodded, but expressed concern about Dylan's tape being used against him. He claimed Dylan's father was actually a lawyer, and a nasty one at that. Lila sobbed louder, saying she didn't want her father to get into trouble because of her. She kept repeating it was entirely her fault for dating Dylan in the first place. Mia crept into her sister's lap and placed her tiny arms around Lila's neck. She assured Lila, in a solemn small voice, that none of this was her fault. She proceeded. "Bad people do bad things, and that's on them, not on the people they hurt." As my family crouched on the bed, I picked up the phone and dialed the non-emergency police line. The dispatcher responded, and I stated that we needed to report domestic violence and a planned assault. My voice cracked as I informed her about the bruises and the recording of Dylan plotting to drug my daughter. She stated she'd send an officer to collect our statements and asked whether we were okay right now. I told her sure, but the boy had just departed, making threats. She instructed everyone to remain inside with the doors locked until the authorities arrived. While we waited, I requested Lila to show me her phone, which included Dylan's messages. She unlocked it with shaking fingers before handing it over. The texts were all there, dating back months. Messages in which he told her what to wear and who to talk to. There's something weird about Mia having all of this proof prepared, the images on Mom's phone, the tape recorder with Dylan's voice. I'm surprised why an 8-year-old would surreptitiously gather evidence like a child detective rather than simply informing her parents what she saw happen to her sibling. Apologies after he hurt her and blamed her for making him upset. Threats about what would happen if she attempted to leave him. One message made my stomach turn. He said he'd make sure everyone at school knew she was worthless if she broke up with him. Another person claimed he owned her and she should remember that. There were hundreds of them, and each one made me feel worse than the last. I began capturing screenshots of everything and sent them to my phone as evidence. Lila watched me with tears in her eyes and apologized repeatedly. My husband drew her close to him and told her she had nothing to be sorry for. He claimed we should have seen the warning signs and protected her more effectively. Mia mentioned that she had been trying to tell us for weeks, but we assumed she was just jealous of Dylan's attention. I grabbed my phone again and told Lila I needed to photograph all of the bruises for evidence. She nodded and carefully lowered her shirt, revealing dark purple markings on her ribs that made me feel nauseous. I snapped photo after photo, making sure each was clear and included the date stamp. She turned over to find additional bruises on her back, some yellow and faded, others fresh and dark. My hands shook as I recorded each one while she stood there in her bra, staring at the floor. The doorbell rang 20 minutes later, and 2 officers approached the bedroom after I let them in. I started by playing Mia's recording, which had Dylan's voice talking about drugging Lila at Jake's party. The younger officer's expression hardened as he listened, and he requested a copy immediately away. They made notes as Lila showed them the injuries, as I went through her phone's controlling text messages. The cops requested a detective and stated that one would arrive within an hour because this was a planned assault involving a youngster. We waited downstairs while they made calls and completed paperwork. Detective Sarah Bennett arrived 45 minutes later, dressed in jeans and a blazer, as if she had been called in on her day off. She introduced herself and said that she specialized in cases like these, before asking to question each of us separately. She began by taking Lila back upstairs to her bedroom, while the rest of us waited in the main room. I could hear their voices but not the words, and it lasted about an hour. When it was my turn, I hauled everything upstairs: my phone, the images, Mia's audio recorder, and screenshots of Dylan's texts. Detective Bennett carefully examined each piece of evidence and assured me that we had done everything correctly by documenting everything and called immediately. She inquired about Dylan's family, and I informed her that his father was a lawyer called Richard Cole, with a large practice downtown. She jotted that down and inquired whether Dylan had ever threatened us before today. I told her about him and warned her that if my husband touched him, it would ruin our family. She then interviewed my husband, who admitted to pulling Dylan's shirt at school 2 weeks earlier. He explained that he had noticed fresh bruises on Lila's wrist and lost his rage, threatening Dylan to keep away from her. Detective Bennett explained that she understood a father's protective instinct, and that while it was not ideal, she would provide the context in her report. When she interviewed Mia, our young girl sat up straight and stated in a serious tone why she had shaved Lila's head. She stated she knew it was terrible, but she had to protect her sister from the bad guy who was going to harm her much more at prom. The investigator smiled and complimented Mia on her bravery in protecting her sister, even if chopping her hair wasn't the best option. Detective Bennett urged that we send Lila to the emergency room straight once to have her injuries documented by medical personnel. She handed me her business card and said she'd be in touch with the next stages, including an interview with Dylan and his family. We traveled to the hospital in silence, except for Mia, who wondered if she would go to jail for chopping Lila's hair. When I stated that we were in the emergency room for domestic violence documentation, they swiftly took us back. The doctor was a lady who spoke gently to Lila while she checked each bruise, measuring it with a ruler, and had a nurse photograph it. Lila grabbed my hand tightly when they asked about the stomach injuries, and she had to explain how Dylan would punch her there so no one could see. They performed a thorough examination and documented 17 individual injuries in varying states of healing. The nurse provided us with copies of everything for our records and the police. While we were waiting for discharge paperwork, a social worker walked in with a folder full of information about domestic violence resources. She stated that the hospital was compelled by law to report this to the authorities, which we had already done, and offered us referrals to therapy and support groups. She chatted with Lila about safety precautions and what to do if Dylan attempted to contact her. We were signing the discharge papers when my husband's phone called, and Richard Frank's name appeared on the screen. My spouse responded and turned it on speaker without saying anything. Richard's voice was loud and aggressive, and he threatened to sue us for all we had for assault and defamation if we continued to make false claims about his son. The social worker's eyes widened, and she took out her phone to capture Richard's outburst about how we'd regret messing with his family. My husband finally indicated we were at the hospital documenting Dylan's abuse before hanging up. The social worker stated that she would include the audio to the file as proof of witness intimidation. We left the hospital at midday and drove home in total silence, with Mia asking if Dylan was going to jail. My spouse kept checking the mirrors, as if he expected someone to follow us. When we turned onto our street, I noticed it right away. Dylan's black automobile was parked across from our house, its motor going. My hand shook as I grabbed my phone and dialed Detective Bennett's number from her card. She responded on the second ring and directed us to drive past our house and park somewhere secure while she dispatched a patrol car. We pulled into the grocery store parking lot 2 blocks away and waited. 10 minutes later, she called again, saying officers were at our house and we could return home. Dylan was already boxed in by 2 police cruisers when we arrived. Dylan sat with his arms crossed, looking irritated, as one cop wrote something at his window. The officer came over and told us Dylan said he was simply driving by, but they had warned him not to approach our property or any family members. They photographed his car and documented it as a violation in the case file. Dylan ripped out when they let him go, and the officers stayed until we were safely inside. That evening, as I was preparing dinner, my phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Karen Hughes from the school counseling office asked how Lila was doing. She'd heard about what happened from another employee and wanted to assist. She offered to arrange for Lila to have her homework mailed home so she wouldn't fall behind while coping with everything. I thanked her and said it would be really helpful because Lila wasn't ready to face everyone at school yet. An hour later, Detective Bennett called to provide an update. She hunted down Jake and interrogated him about the post-prom party preparations. Jake became extremely uneasy and revealed Dylan had ordered him to ensure Lila's drinks were extra strong that night. Dylan also mentioned receiving something unique from his brother to include in them. The investigator stated that Jake appeared afraid and was totally cooperating now that he recognized how serious the situation was. She also informed me she checked into Dylan's older brother, Mason Cole, who had 3 drug-related charges, including selling drugs to students at a community college. She was working with a judge to obtain a warrant to search Dylan's phone and vehicle for evidence. The next morning, a woman from Child Protective Services called to say they needed to do a house visit because youngsters were seeing marital violence. My stomach fell, despite the fact that I knew we had done nothing wrong. She planned it for the next day, explaining that it was usual protocol to ensure the children's safety. That night was terrible. Every automobile that passed made us jump. My husband woke up 3 times to check the locks on all of the doors and windows. Around midnight, I heard crying from Lila's room and discovered both children in her bed. Mia had gotten in with her big sister, and they were hugging tightly. Lila's face was soaked with tears, and Mia was caressing her back as Lila used to do for her during thunderstorms. I sat on the edge of the bed, smoothing their hair until they both dozed off. The CPS worker arrived at 9 a.m. the next day, with a clipboard and a serious expression. She interrogated each child individually in their rooms, while my husband and I waited in the kitchen. She spent about an hour with Lila, inquiring about our home and whether she felt secure here. Then she spoke with Mia, who supposedly told her everything about why she cut Lila's hair and gave her the photo she shot. When she finished, the worker grinned and stated we did an excellent job addressing the problem. She had no worries about our parenting and was impressed by the girls' protective nature toward one another. She handed us some leaflets about trauma and children before she departed. That afternoon, I received a call from someone named Rachel Morgan, who stated that she was a victim advocate assigned to help us. She indicated that we may submit an emergency protective order to legally keep Dylan away. She guided me through all of the paperwork over the phone and promised to help us prepare everything with our evidence. Mia's decision to take images before getting her haircut demonstrates some strong planning skills for someone her age. This child thinks 3 steps ahead, as if she were playing chess while everyone else was stuck on checkers. We spent 2 hours reviewing all of the hospital's images, videos, and documentation. She stated our case was very solid, and a court would probably grant it straight away. The following day, a certified letter arrived from Richard Frank's law firm. My husband opened it, and his face turned scarlet as he read. It was 3 pages of legal threats, claiming we had assaulted his son and made false claims that were harming his reputation. It threatened to sue us for everything we owned if we didn't drop the allegations immediately. It also highlighted the event at school where my husband grabbed Dylan's shirt, claiming it constituted assault on a minor. My husband's hands were shaking as he photographed each page and sent them to Detective Bennett. She called back within minutes, stating that there was clear evidence of witness intimidation and that any such threats should be noted. Monday morning arrived too quickly, and Lila had to return to school wearing a beanie to cover her bald head. I drove her because she was too terrified to ride the bus with everyone gazing at her. When we arrived, the parking lot was already busy, and I could see children pointing at our car through the windows. Lila gripped my hand so tightly that it hurt as we walked through the main doors together. The whispering began immediately, and I overheard one girl mention something about Lila making things up for attention. Another group of students approached us, and one boy told Lila that they thought her and Dylan were jerks. Anyway, the principal was waiting in the main office with a woman I recognized as Karen Hughes from the counseling office. Karen walked us into her office and handed us a new class schedule for Lila, which included alternate paths through the building. She explained that security officers would be looking for Dylan, and they relocated Lila's locker to a different hallway entirely. Karen led us down the new path to each class and showed Lila a secure area to use if she felt worried. My phone called as we were walking, and it was Detective Bennett, who said she had some information concerning the search warrant. She'd gone to Dylan's car with other officers that morning and discovered a little plastic bag hidden under the driver's seat. The pills inside looked like Rohypnol, and they were rushing them to the lab for testing, but she was confident in what they would find. Dylan was let out of his house in handcuffs after 2 hours, while neighbors watched from their drives. Detective Bennett called back to say he had been charged with possession of controlled narcotics and conspiracy to commit sexual assault. His father bailed him out before dinner, but at least he now had an official case number and actual charges filed. 3 days later, we sat in a courtroom for the emergency protective order hearing, with Rachel Morgan beside us. I had to step up and tell the judge everything about the abuse, as Lila shook in her chair. The judge listened to Mia's audio of Dylan plotting to drug Lila, and his expression hardened with each word. He interrogated my husband about snatching Dylan's shirt at school, and he confirmed everything while explaining that he was defending his daughter. The judge acknowledged a father's reaction and focused on Dylan's record of abuse over months. Dylan's lawyer attempted to claim that this was merely teenage drama that had been blown out of proportion, but the judge was not convinced. He immediately approved the interim restraining order and imposed harsh terms, including Dylan's inability to approach Lila within 500 feet. The following week, the school convened its own disciplinary hearing regarding Dylan's behavior on campus. The principal examined all of the evidence, including the drug possession charges and Dylan's history of hostile behavior in the halls. They promptly suspended him, pending the criminal inquiry, and barred him from any school grounds, including graduation. Dylan's father came up and yelled about litigation, but the school board did not back down at all. Lila began attending a therapist who specialized in assisting teenagers who had been abused by boyfriends or girlfriends. She sat there crying for the first several sessions, unable to express what had occurred to her. The therapist was patient, however, and Lila gradually began to open up about how Dylan made her feel worthless. She talked of being terrified all the time and not knowing what would set him off or cause him to grab her. The therapist helped her realize that none of it was her fault, and abusers are quite adept at making victims believe they deserve it. Our entire family began coming to therapy once a week to learn how to help one another. The therapist stated that Mia saw her sister in peril and performed the only action she could think of to keep her safe. It wasn't the best way to handle things, but it was a combination of love and terror in a child's mind. Mia informed the therapist that she had been witnessing Dylan mistreat Lila for months and felt little and useless about it. She explained that cutting Lila's hair was the only method she could think of to keep her sister home and safe that night. The therapist helped us all understand that families living with abuse must find new methods to communicate with one another. We practiced having difficult conversations about feelings without blaming or shaming anyone for their struggles. Lila and Mia began practicing activities together in which they could communicate their anxieties in a safe setting with guidelines for listening. I realized that I needed to look for clues that I had been missing and make room for my children to tell me anything. My husband had to deal with his guilt for not noticing the abuse sooner and his anger at the shirt-grabbing episode. The therapist said that trauma affects entire families, and we all needed time to recover from what Dylan had done to us. She assigned us assignments between sessions, such as writing in journals and conducting family check-ins every night at dinner. It was hard work, but I could see my daughter regaining trust and feeling safer in her own house. 3 weeks later, Detective Bennett called while I was preparing supper and asked if she might stop over to provide an update on the case. She arrived within an hour and sat at our kitchen table with her notebook open, informing us that 2 additional girls from Dylan's school had come forward after learning what had happened to Lila. Neither girl wanted to press charges, but they both detailed the same pattern of gripping too firmly, pressing into walls, and then buying expensive gifts to keep them quiet. The investigator stated that their statements would help prove to the prosecutor that Dylan had done this previously and would most likely do it again if he did not suffer serious repercussions this time. The next morning, we received a call from the district attorney's office informing us that Dylan will be prosecuted on various offenses, including assault, conspiracy to conduct sexual assault, and possession of controlled narcotics with intent to distribute. Richard Cole had already recruited 3 lawyers from the state's most expensive company, but the prosecutor stated our evidence was strong, and they were confident in obtaining a conviction. Lila was sitting next to me during the call, and when she heard the prosecutor imply that she could have to testify, her entire body tensed. After we hung up, she was quiet for a long time before explaining she wanted to do it, because other females needed to know they could speak up as well, and she wasn't going to let Dylan silence her anymore. My husband had been dealing with his own legal issues regarding grabbing Dylan's shirt at school, and met with a lawyer who examined all of the evidence and concluded that, given Dylan's admission to planning to drug and assault Lila, no reasonable prosecutor would pursue charges against a father protecting his daughter, the lawyer sent. Richard Cole received a letter stating that any more threats or attempts at legal action would be deemed harassment, and that we would file our own charges if he did not stop immediately. Meanwhile, Mia began visiting a child therapist twice a week to process what she had experienced and the remorse she felt for shaving Lila's head, despite the fact that she had been attempting to protect her sister. The therapist said that Mia had been carrying the weight of knowing about the abuse for months and felt helpless to stop it, which is why she took such severe action when she learned about Dylan's prom night plans. After a few sessions, the therapist recommended that we check into a restorative justice program, where Mia could make apologies for the head shaving in a healthy way that would allow her to process her emotions. Mia wrote Lila a 3-page letter apologizing for cutting her hair, but also describing how afraid she was and how she didn't know how else to keep her safe that night. She also began volunteering at the local domestic abuse shelter, sorting contributions and preparing care packages for children who had to leave their homes immediately. Dylan broke the protective order 2 months into the court procedures when his pals began showing up at Lila's school with messages from him expressing his desire to work things out and missing her. The first time it happened, Lila came home shivering and showed me the note that one of Dylan's basketball teammates had stuffed into her locker. We documented everything and reported it to Detective Bennett, who entered it into the case file and warned Dylan that any more infractions would result in instant arrest. But it continued happening, with other people putting notes in her books or approaching her in the hallway to suggest giving Dylan another chance. Each time we photographed the evidence and filed reports, creating a paper trail that demonstrated Dylan's inability to respect boundaries, even when a court order was in place. During this time, Lila began attending a support group at the hospital for teenagers who had been harmed by boyfriends or girlfriends. Why does Detective Bennett always finding exactly what they need at the appropriate time? Pills behind the car seat. 2 other girls approaching. Everything falls into place so smoothly that I wonder about the timing here. She sat in the circle for the first few meetings, listening to other youngsters tell their tales, but she eventually began talking about her own. She met a girl there whose ex-boyfriend had shattered her elbow, and another whose girlfriend used to lock her in closets when she was angry. They all understood what it was like to love someone who injured you and feel as if you couldn't tell anyone, because they wouldn't understand or would think you were overdramatic. 6 months after Mia shaved Lila's head, the criminal trial began at the downtown courthouse. Dylan's counsel attempted to portray him as a good kid from a good family who had made mistakes in a relationship but did not deserve to have his entire future ruined. The prosecutor presented all of the evidence, including images of Lila's bruises, Mia's recording of Dylan preparing to drug her, the drugs discovered in his car, and testimony from the other girls who dated him. When it came time for Lila to testify, she wore her prom dress and stepped to the witness stand with her head held high, despite the fact that her hands were shaking. She described Dylan grabbing her arm so hard that he left marks, pushing her into walls, and hitting her stomach where no one could see the injuries. She recalled being always scared, never knowing what would set him off or cause him to hurt her, and how he'd buy her jewelry or flowers afterward, telling her he loved her too much to control himself at times. The prosecutor requested Lila to step down and then brought Mia to the stand. My young child stepped up there in her prettiest outfit, a pink one with unicorns on it, and the bailiff had to turn the microphone down for her. She raised her right hand and swore to tell the truth in that serious voice that children use when they realize something is extremely important. The prosecution hit play on Mia's tape recorder, and the entire courtroom fell silent as Dylan's voice filled the room, discussing getting Lila intoxicated and putting things in her drink at Jake's party. I noticed the jurors' expressions alter as they heard him giggle about how he'd make sure she couldn't say no this time, and how getting her pregnant would lock her down before college. One older woman on the jury covered her mouth, while another male shook his head, appalled. Dylan's lawyer stepped up, claiming that the tape was illegal because Dylan had no idea he was being filmed, but the court interrupted him. She claimed Mia made the recording in her own house, where Dylan had no expectation of privacy, and that the evidence would stand. Dylan's face turned crimson red, and he began furiously talking to his lawyer, who continued to shake his head. The prosecution questioned Mia why she taped Dylan, and she answered in hushed tones that she had seen Lila's bruises and wanted proof because adults don't always believe children. 2 days later, my husband took the stand, and I could see his hands shaking as he sat. He told the court about noticing Lila's bruises and approaching Dylan at school, admitting to grabbing Dylan's shirt but claiming that he was trying to protect his daughter. The prosecutor demonstrated how Dylan exploited the incident to threaten and control our family, which was just another example of his manipulative behavior. Dylan's lawyer attempted to portray my husband as the aggressor, but the jury was not convinced after hearing everything. On the third day of testimony, after hearing from the investigator about the narcotics discovered in Dylan's car, and from 2 other girls who dated him, the jury proceeded into deliberation. We waited in the hallway for 4 hours, drinking awful coffee from the vending machine and jumping whenever the door opened. When they brought us back in, the foreman stood up and pleaded guilty to all significant charges, including assault, conspiracy to conduct sexual assault, and possession of prohibited narcotics. Dylan's face became white and his mother began crying, while his father, Richard, sat there with his jaw clenched. 3 weeks later, during sentencing, the judge sentenced Dylan to 2 years in juvenile jail, 3 years probation, obligatory treatment, and a permanent restraining order to keep him away from Lila. Richard Cole confronted us in the parking lot afterward, his face flushed as he threatened appeals and legal cases, claiming we'd ruined his son's future with teenage love drama. My husband came up to him and told him in a cool, icy tone that his son was a predator who had finally been caught. Perhaps if Richard had been a better parent, none of this would have occurred. Richard appeared to want to hit my husband, but there were officers everywhere, so he simply got into his Mercedes and drove away. Something changed in Lila almost immediately after Dylan was locked up. She resumed sleeping through the night and stopped panicking when doors slammed. She decided she wanted to assist other girls detect the warning signs of abuse, and began collaborating with the school counselor to create assemblies where she could share her experience. Her voice shook the first time she spoke in front of the entire junior class, but she persevered, telling how Dylan had isolated her from her classmates, and made her believe the abuse was her responsibility. After her lecture, 3 girls approached her personally, and asked for assistance with their own issues. Following our case, the school board held a special meeting and invited experts on teen dating violence to train all teachers and staff. They developed new standards for reporting suspected abuse and began offering healthy relationship programs in health education. The principal told us that until Lila's instance, they had no idea how frequent this problem was. Meanwhile, Lila's hair began to regrow in soft fuzzy patches, which she frequently ran her hand over. She experimented with various caps and scarves at first, but eventually realized she preferred the incredibly short appearance, and kept it buzzed for a while. She informed me that her short hair reminded her that Mia loved her enough to go to such lengths to save her, and that she was strong enough to survive anything. Mia turned all of her protective energy into constructive action, volunteering with us at domestic abuse awareness events and assisting in the creation of care packages for women's shelters. She adorned each present with her drawings and added words such as, "You're brave, and you deserve to be safe." The shelter supervisor stated that Mia's packages always made the women smile, even on their hardest days. My husband began leaving work early on Thursdays to be home when the daughters returned from school. He had never done something like this in his 15-year marriage. We'd sit at the kitchen table with cookies and milk as they did their homework, inquiring about their day, and truly listening to their responses rather than just going through the motions. Every Sunday night, we had family meetings in which anyone may bring up whatever topic they wanted to discuss without judgment. Lila began to open up about simple things, such as being concerned about an exam, or frustrated with a friend, before progressing to larger issues such as learning to trust her own judgment again. Mia would show her art therapy artwork and explain how the colors represented her feelings that week. 6 months flew by, filled with therapy appointments and court hearings, while I slowly rebuilt my usual life. Our family dinners were louder again, with actual laughter replacing the strained silence we'd experienced when Dylan was present. Lila joined the debate team and began winning competitions, discovering her voice in more ways than one. Mia trained herself to knit and created scarves for everyone at the women's shelter for Christmas. Lila found a safe haven at the hospital's support group, where she met other survivors who understood what she had gone through. There was this boy named Adam, whose ex-girlfriend had been stalking him for months, and he and Lila began discussing boundaries and warning signs after encounters. He never pushed for anything more than friendship at first, simply listening when she wanted to talk and making her laugh with bad jokes about their shared therapy homework. When he finally asked her to a movie 3 months after they met, he gave her 3 possible departure methods in case she felt uneasy and told her his mother would pick them up if she wanted to go early. They took things so slowly that their first kiss didn't occur until 2 months into their relationship, and Adam requested permission beforehand. Mia was nominated for a citizenship award at school for creating a comprehensive effort to identify abuse warning flags following what happened to Lila. She created posters with simple messages that even elementary school students could grasp, and persuaded the principal to permit age-appropriate presentations for all grade levels. On the day she received the prize, she dressed her nicest outfit and delivered a speech about how safeguarding those you care about requires speaking up even when it is frightening. Detective Bennett called us every few weeks with an update, always starting with how the girls were doing before getting into the legal details. She told us Dylan got into 3 fights in his first month in the prison center, attacking smaller children exactly like he had with Lila. He was relocated to a higher security facility after breaking another child's nose, and his release date was pushed back another 6 months due to his violent behavior. His father attempted to appeal the conviction twice, but the judge denied both appeals, particularly after Dylan's prison record demonstrated the pattern of aggression was true. Lila's graduation day came with wonderful weather, and her hair had grown out to a pretty pixie cut that she'd learned to manage with small clips. She went across the stage as salutatorian to wild applause from our section, where even Mia's art therapy group had come to support her. Dylan picking fights with lesser students in detention demonstrates that the apple doesn't fall far from the entitled tree. I guess those anger management seminars aren't on the Juvie Prep Academy curriculum yet. Her lecture was about finding strength in unexpected places and realizing that asking for help is the bravest thing you can do. She thanked Mia by name for saving her life, and I saw my youngest daughter shed happy tears for the first time since this all began. College acceptance letters had been arriving for weeks, and Lila chose a school 3 hours away, far enough to be self-sufficient, but close enough to return home whenever necessary. That summer, she enrolled in a self-defense class and persuaded Adam to join her, and the 2 of them learned healthy techniques to protect themselves. We went dorm shopping together, and she chose bright colors instead of the somber outfits she had worn during the Dylan months. She displayed a photo of our family on her desk, including one of her and Mia from after the trial, laughing at something on Mia's phone. Lila crawled into Mia's bed the night before she left for college, as they had done when they were younger. The next morning, I found them curled up together, Mia's arm protectively flung over her big sister, even while she slept. As we loaded the car, Lila hugged Mia and muttered something that made them both cry and giggle simultaneously. After years of hard work, I graduated alone. When I walked into my parents' home days later, my sister smirked, "Your degree means nothing." 37 missed calls. One text message said, "You owe us an apology." That was how my graduation day concluded. My name is Patrick. I'm 22, and last June was meant to be the most proud day of my life. I had pushed my way through college without much assistance, balancing late-night shifts at a diner, tutoring positions, and a few freelance assignments to keep the lights on in my apartment. My journey came to an end with graduation. The moment I could finally show to myself, and maybe even to my family, that I had accomplished something worth celebrating. But when I stepped across the platform, there was not a single recognized face in the audience. Not my mother, father, or even my grandmother, who had never missed a church service in her life. The rows of vacant chairs in the family section may have easily been spotlights illuminating my loneliness. You see, I have a younger sister named Julia. She's 20, just 2 years younger than me, and she's always been the golden kid. The family's argument has always been that she is sensitive and requires extra care, which in reality meant she got whatever she wanted. At 16, I had new clothes, name-brand shoes, and a car that I wasn't permitted to touch. Even when my bike chain broke and I had to walk 3 miles to school. When she discovered she was pregnant at 19, my parents turned the situation into a fairy tale. She was no longer a scared teenager making rash decisions. She was a glowing young woman who brought the family together. They threw her a lavish baby shower that might have served as a wedding reception. Guess what date they chose? The same day that I graduated. At first I assumed it was simply terrible luck. Perhaps the venue they desired was only available that weekend. Perhaps they didn't understand the dates overlapped. I granted them the benefit of the doubt. I even called my mother a month before graduation to remind her about the conflict. She answered, "Oh honey, we'll figure something out. Maybe we'll split the day." But as the weeks went by, the truth grew more difficult to deny. Julia's baby shower invitations went out, and none of them mentioned my graduation. When I brought it up again, my father said firmly, "Patrick, You'll have plenty of ceremonies in your life, but your sister, this is once in a lifetime. I remember sitting in quiet, squeezing my phone so tightly that I felt it would crack, because how could they say that? As if my accomplishment had no value. It was as if I hadn't worked so hard for 4 years to get to that point. On the morning of graduation, I still had optimism. I kept checking my phone, expecting to hear that they were on their way. Nothing. I gazed around the university parking lot as students and family arrived, bearing bouquets and balloons. Still nothing. By the time my name was called, I had accepted what I knew. They were not arriving. The cheers that erupted for other grads were muffled to my ears. I walked across the stage alone, forced to smile at the dean, and got the diploma that had cost me so many restless nights. My phone buzzed just as I stepped down the steps. I pulled it out, hoping that they had finally sent something supportive. Instead, there was a message from my father. "You owe us an apology." My heart has stopped. My eyes skimmed the screen again, convinced I was misinterpreted, but the words were still there, followed by 37 missed calls. 37. As if I had done something wrong and wanted to go back to them after being abandoned. I couldn't even process it. My friends' families gathered around them with flowers, hugs, and cameras. Meanwhile, I sat on the brink of a fountain, staring at my phone in shock. The text burnt itself into my mind. What do you apologize for? For existing outside of my sister's shadow. For daring to pursue a fraction of recognition that did not revolve around her. I wanted to toss my phone in the water, but instead I pushed it in my pocket and tightened my fists until my knuckles were white. That was the point at which the first significant breach in my relationship with my family appeared. Until then, I had put up with the favoritism, disrespectful comments, and countless explanations. But that text, that arrogance, was the first time I felt the full weight of their perverted priorities. I didn't respond. Not then. Not for the rest of the day. I walked home carrying my diploma in a basic folder. There are no balloons, flowers, or family dinners waiting. Just silence. But deep down, I knew it was merely the beginning. That message was more than simply a stab in the back. It was a declaration. And if they wanted to play this game, I was not going to sit quietly any longer. When I finally went on my phone later that night, there were so many alerts that it felt like my family had been holding a trial without me. My mother's voicemails began with the charming tone she often used when she wanted to shame me. "Patrick, honey, you must understand that this was not about you. We all had to be there for your sister. Family comes first." The following one had a harder edge. "You've embarrassed us by ignoring your father's calls. Julia was crying because you didn't congratulate her. Do you really want to ruin her big day?" By the third message, my father's voice thundered through the speaker. "Pick up your phone and stop acting like a child. You've angered your mother, and you should apologize for your attitude." That term had been haunting me since the ceremony, and seeing it repeated in those texts made something in me twist. I sat on my bed, staring at the blank walls of my apartment, graduation case still unopened on the desk, and reflected on how every significant event in my life had been minimized in the name of family unity. When I obtained my first job at 16, they warned me not to brag because Julia was failing in school. When I was accepted to college, they felt it wasn't fair to discuss it over dinner because Julia hadn't applied anyplace. Now, the day that should have been mine alone has been completely sacrificed for her baby shower. 2 days later, I made the mistake of visiting the family home. I walked in, hoping that seeing them face to face would help them understand how much it hurt, only to see pink balloons still taped to the living room walls, confetti spilled across the carpet, and baby gifts stacked higher than the couch. Julia sat in the recliner like queen, browsing through her phone while my mother fussed over folding small onesies. "Well, look who finally decided to show up," my father exclaimed upon seeing me. He did not smile. He did not congratulate me. He simply crossed his arms and gave me the look that indicated I was already in the wrong. Julia didn't look up when she said, "Did you bring something for the baby? We're still accepting gifts." She spoke as if it were a joke, but her smirk told me she meant every word. My stomach churned. I had spent what little extra money I had on a new suit for graduation because I wanted to appear well when I walked over that stage. I had nothing left for another round of baby shower gifts. "I came to talk," I responded calmly, trying to keep my wrath under control. But my mother cut me off before I could explain. "Patrick, this attitude of yours is unacceptable. We had to make a choice, and we chose to support your sister because she needed us more. You should have understood that." I stared at her, hoping for her to laugh and claim it was simply a misunderstanding. But she meant it. To her, it was that simple. Julia needed them. As a result, my graduation did not matter. I needed you too, I said softly, more to myself than to them. My father's eyes narrowed. Don't start with that selfish talk. You think walking across a stage compares to bringing a new life into this world. You should be grateful we even came back here to celebrate you now. Give me an award. That was the phrase he used as I looked around the room, which was still decorated for Julia's shower, with no evidence that anybody had recalled my milestone at all. No card, no balloon, no congratulations, just piles of colored wrapping paper and rattles. I recognized then that they did not think I was worth celebrating. I was only a footnote in their story about Julia. Julia finally laid her phone down and grinned at me. Don't sulk. You'll get over it. Besides, you'll probably have another graduation when you go for your master's, right? This one was just practice. Her nonchalant cruelty knocked the wind out of me. She truly believed that my years of effort, of working my way through college debt-free, were nothing more than practice. I went without saying anything else. As I walked to my car, I heard my father call after me, "You're not welcome back until you learn some respect." The door slammed, and that was that. That week I watched as Julia shared pictures from her baby shower on social media. There she stood, shining in a floral outfit, surrounded by piles of presents and happy relatives. Comments poured in from extended family. "So proud of you, Julia. You're going to be a wonderful mother." There was no mention of me or the fact that I had graduated. It was as if I had been completely wiped from the family story. I hoped an aunt or cousin would at least reach out informally, but when I saw them in person a few weeks later at a family cookout, the truth struck me more deeply than any online silence. "You know, Patrick," my uncle laughed, "you really shouldn't have skipped your sister's big day." "That was selfish," my aunt interjected. "Yes, we were all there and it was beautiful. Your absence really cast a shadow. My lack of presence." They made it sound like I had decided to boycott, as if I had purposefully neglected my sister's achievement in order to whine about my own. Nobody believed or cared whether it was the other way around. That night, as I lay awake in my apartment, I felt something inside of me harden. For years, I told myself that if I worked hard enough and achieved enough, my family would eventually notice me. But now I realized that no amount of achievement could ever top Julia's standing on the pedestal they created for her. And as much as it hurt, the knowledge came with a peculiar, frigid clarity. But I wasn't prepared to act yet. Not then. First, I needed to determine how deep their preference would go. A few months after graduation, I maintained my distance. The calls went unanswered. Texts were left as read. Family reunions are respectfully denied. I told myself I was done seeking acceptance and bending just to feel included. But blood ties have a way of drawing you back, especially when guilt pervades every word your parents ever say. By the end of the summer, I was warily approaching reconciliation. My grandma, the only person who had ever shown me unwavering support, had been wondering when I was going to visit. She still saw the best in everyone, and part of me hoped that things had calmed down sufficiently for a new beginning. That weak hope did not last long. One Saturday afternoon, I drove over to the family's residence. The front door was wide open, and laughing poured out onto the porch. Inside, the main room was packed with relatives, pale green balloons, and a big banner that read, "Welcome Baby Shower Round 2. I froze in the doorway. Round 2. Julia had not even given birth yet. Apparently one luxurious shower was insufficient. My parents had agreed to host another. And when I walked into the living room, trying not to betray my disbelief, I spotted something else. Every relative was there, including aunts, uncles, and cousins. People who had skipped my graduation without a second thought were suddenly crammed into couches, balancing paper plates of food and swooning over Julia's belly like she was a celebrity. When my grandmother saw me and rushed over, I forced a grin. "Oh, Patrick, you came. I'm so glad." She hugged me tightly, and for a brief moment, I had a sense of belonging, but it did not last. When my father saw me, his expression stiffened. "You weren't invited," he stated plainly. His voice was quiet, yet it pierced through the room like a dagger. Conversation around us was quiet. "This is for family," he explained, as if I didn't qualify. Something within me snapped at that. But before I could reply, Julia spoke up from her throne of pillows and present bags. "It's fine, Dad. Let him stay. He can make himself useful." She smiled at me. "You can help carry in the gifts from the car. They're heavy, and I'm not supposed to lift anything." The crowd erupted in laughter, some nervous, others sincere. I stood still, with heat building in my chest. Was I the source of entertainment now? Was a laborer hired to transport boxes while everyone else enjoyed the party? I wanted to go out right then, but before I could, my mother stood beside me, her hand on my shoulder. Patrick, don't make this harder than it has to be. Your sister is carrying the next generation of this family. It's your duty to support her. Obligatory. That is the word she picked. As if Julia's pregnancy was more important than my diploma, years of work, and complete identity. I clenched my mouth and followed Julia's boyfriend Derek outside onto the driveway. He was resting against a shiny new SUV, a smug expression on his face. "Oh good, you showed up," he remarked, referring to the trunk which was stocked with baby goods such as strollers, car seats and diaper boxes. "We could use the extra hands." "I'd help, but bad back." He tapped his side as if it were an inside joke. I lifted the first box without saying anything, my silence the only defense I had against the rage seething inside. When we returned, the audience exploded with applause. Not for me, of course, but for Julia, who held up another gift while shrieking over small baby things. I positioned the box in the corner and recorded fragments of discussion. Patrick should really be more supportive. I heard he skipped the first shower out of spite. Poor Julia, having to deal with a jealous brother. Every murmur felt like another brick wall closing in on me. They had not only abandoned me on graduation day, but they had also changed the story to make me the villain. But the breaking point did not occur until dessert. Everyone gathered around as my father tapped a glass with his spoon, signaling for attention. "Before we cut the cake," he told me, "I want to say a few words. Julia, we are so proud of you. You've brought this family together in a way nothing else ever has. You've given us purpose, something to celebrate. You're the reason we're all here today." The room was abuzz with applause. He gave me a look. "And Patrick, well, maybe one day you'll understand what it means to put family above yourself. Until then, we'll keep praying for you." It seemed as if the floor had fallen out from under me. My own father, in front of everyone, reduced me to a selfish disappointment. Gasps and murmurs permeated the room. I could feel every eye on me, waiting for my reaction. My grandmother's hand squeezed around mine. Even her presence couldn't ease the pain. I did not shout. I did not argue. I just stood there, graduation ignored and accomplishments forgotten, as my family cheered the sister who had never pulled a finger to earn anything. And at that point, something inside me changed. The placid resignation I'd maintained for years became harsher. It wasn't just favoritism anymore. This was a betrayal. I left the second baby shower without saying anything. There are no slammed doors or yelling matches, just peaceful walks out of the home and into the evening air. The sound of laughter and applause followed me down the driveway, muffled as I closed my car door, but still resonated in my mind. As I grasped the steering wheel, I realized I hadn't had a single mouthful of cake. Nevertheless, I felt sick to my stomach. My phone rang on the passenger seat. New texts were already piling up. I didn't have to look to know they were from my parents. Most likely warnings about how disrespectful I had been by leaving early, or how I had embarrassed Julia. I turned off my phone and drove home in silence. That night, I sat in my apartment with the lights turned out, staring at the diploma case on my desk. I had not hung it up. I had not even framed it. What was the point? Every time I looked at it, all I could hear was my father's voice stating Julia had given the family a purpose unlike anything else. My triumph was irrelevant to them. I kept thinking about that moment, how everyone's eyes turned toward me, not with pride, but with condemnation, as if I'd committed some horrible evil merely by being outside Julia's spotlight. Days stretched into weeks, and I began withdrawing from everything. I stopped checking family group chats, turned off social media notifications, and spent my evenings traveling aimlessly through the city to avoid sitting in the solitude of my flat. At work, I put on a pleasant grin, but on the inside, I was exhausted. Friends would ask, "So, how was graduation? Did your family come?" And I'd avoid the question, shifting the subject before the knot in my throat could reveal itself. The loneliness penetrated deeply. For so long, I assumed that if I worked hard enough, my family would eventually notice me. Now I know the truth. There was no finish line where I could earn their approval. They'd picked their story, and I didn't fit in. That realization left me hollowed out. Even grocery shopping felt weighty. Walking by young families, I watched parents carry toddlers into trolleys and giggle together. I couldn't quit wondering, why couldn't my parents give me even half of that energy? The worst thing was dealing with my granny. She called me frequently, her voice soothing, and always tried to bridge the distance. "Patrick, your parents don't mean to hurt you. she stated once, but her tone indicated uncertainty. They're just caught up right now. Julia needs them. She wanted to think the best, but she couldn't disguise her hesitation in her voice anymore. I liked her too much to tell her the whole truth. So I'd simply tell her I was busy or that I needed time. Then I'd sit in the silence of my apartment, caught between missing her warmth and resenting the family she protected. One night, I received a voicemail from my father that went deeper than any of the others. His voice was steady and almost rehearsed. Patrick, your actions have been unacceptable. We've talked about it, and we can't accept you back until you apologize to your sister and the family. You're isolating yourself, and that's on you. We'll pray you come to your senses. There it was again. Apologize. As if the crime were mine. As if I had abandoned them. I recall sitting on my bed, clutching my phone, my hands shaking. That single word had become a leash, which they wanted me to put around my own neck. But somewhere in the cloud of sorrow, a new concept began to emerge. If I was already the villain in their story, perhaps I didn't need to continue playing the role they had assigned me. Maybe I didn't have to spend my entire life trying to win them over. I wasn't prepared to act yet. I did not have the strength. But late at night, when the flat was silent, I began making mental preparations. Not great plots of vengeance just yet, but modest steps toward reclaiming pieces of myself that had been chipped away over the years. Framing my diploma. Saving money for a place larger than this cramped apartment. Finding people who viewed me for who I was. Not as my sister's shadow. It was a tentative resolution. But it was a start. And while I hadn't decided what form it would take, I knew this. If my family expected me to play the role of the forgotten son, they were in for a surprise, because I wasn't going to be forgotten forever. The transition did not occur overnight. At first it was modest and nearly imperceptible, like planting seeds in soil I wasn't sure would grow. I started with my diploma. On Saturday morning, I took it to a frame shop. The woman behind the desk assisted me in selecting a simple black frame with a matte finish. When I hung it above my desk, it made the flat feel less empty. That piece of paper served as more than simply a reminder of my family's absence. It was testimony of my perseverance and grit. Every late-night shift, every article I'd written at 3 a.m., every sacrifice I'd made. It was all there, staring at me. And it was mine. Work was the next turning point. I'd only been in my entry-level job for a few months, primarily doing menial work and keeping my head down. But once I stopped focusing my efforts on pleasing my family, I found myself leaning into my work. I volunteered for projects that no one else desired. I stayed late, not because I had to, but because I wanted to learn the specifics. My boss noticed. One afternoon she approached me and said, "Patrick, I see how hard you're working. How would you feel about leading the next project proposal?" My heart raced. It was not glamorous. It involved spreadsheets and research, but it gave me the opportunity to show myself on my own terms. I poured myself into the project. While my family was busy organizing gender reveal parties and newborn photo shoots, I was staying late at work, studying presentation techniques on YouTube, and perfecting my pitch until I could repeat it in my sleep. When it came time to speak, I stood in front of a panel of executives, palms sweating but voice firm. I put out every detail with confidence that I didn't realize I had. After I finished, the room became silent for a moment before the department head stated, "That's the most thorough proposal we've seen from a junior associate in years." My supervisor smiled, and for the first time in a long time I felt seen. Truly witnessed. The acknowledgement came with a tiny increase, which helped to alleviate the persistent tension that had been building up in my chest for years. With that money, I improved my residence. Nothing fancy, just a one-bedroom with more light and a kitchen that did not feel like a closet. I painted the walls myself, stocked the shelves with literature I'd always wanted to read, and purchased a good coffee maker. Slowly, the room began to reflect me, rather than serve as a reminder of my shortcomings. However, the most significant transformation occurred on a societal level. I had always been guarded, unwilling to let people in after years of being kicked out at home. However, as my confidence grew at work, I found myself opening up more. I began saying yes to after-work drinks, attending trivia nights with colleagues, and even allowing a few friendships to develop into something more. Alex, a co-worker, became a good buddy. He was the first person I ever recounted the entire tale to. The missed graduation, the baby shower, and the text from my father. I expected him to look at me as if I was exaggerating, but instead he shook his head and said, "Man, that's brutal. No wonder you've been carrying that weight. But listen, your worth isn't tied to them. You're building something real, and they can't take it away." These words stayed with me. For years I had waited for my family to validate me. But someone outside of that circle reminded me that I did not need their approval to exist. And the more I focused on my own improvement, the clearer it became. I wasn't powerless anymore. I became more aware of the discrepancy when I occasionally checked in on family via social media. Julia's baby showers, nursery, and posts on the miracle of parenthood were all over social media. Cracks appeared behind the slick coating. Derek, her boyfriend, appeared less present with each passing month. Rumors arose among extended family members about financial problems and confrontations behind closed doors. Meanwhile, my life was steadily improving. I wasn't wealthy. I was not famous. But I had steadiness. And I'd earned it. The true turning point occurred one evening, when my employer summoned me back to her office. "Patrick," she added, "I want you to consider applying for the management training program. It's competitive, but I think you'd be a strong candidate." My chest constricted with surprise. Just a year ago, I was the youngster sitting alone at graduation, staring at a text demanding an apology. Someone has now recognized my leadership potential. Someone thought I could get into a position of authority. That night, I poured myself a cup of coffee, sat down at my desk beneath the framed diploma, and looked over the application form. For the first time, I wasn't concerned about whether my parents would approve, or if Julia would overshadow me. I was reflecting on what I desired and how far I had come. The power I had previously craved for in my family's eyes was beginning to manifest in mine. Even still, the past remained. Their words lingered, harsh and weighty. Even though I was constructing a life without them, I knew this story was far from over. Because the relatives that had abandoned me will eventually come knocking again. And when they did, they discovered someone completely different from the boy they had rejected. It was almost uncanny how the tides began to change. For the first time in my life, I wasn't looking for bits of approval. I was being sought out. My name began to circulate in higher-level groups at work. Not only for the management program, but also for my natural ability to organize chaos. When a project fell apart, I became the go-to person, the calm hand that everyone relied on as deadlines approached. That reputation carried weight, and with it, influence. When I was officially admitted into the management training program, it was like entering a completely new world: leadership seminars, executive mentorship, and strategy sessions. Doors that had previously felt bolted shut now swung open. Valerie, a sharp but fair-minded CEO, was particularly interested in me. She approached me after a presentation one day and said, "Patrick, you have something people can't fake: resilience. Don't waste it. Learn how to use it." Her words became a mantra. I pushed myself into learning not only how to manage people, but also how to handle politics, read the room, and think long-term. And slowly, I began to recognize how those same skills could be used outside of work, because my family has not vanished. They were still present in the background, living their filtered version of reality online. Julia had her baby, a boy called Noah, and the family celebrated as if it were the second coming. My newsfeed were swamped with photos of my parents beaming as grandparents, Julia draped in pastel blankets with her miraculous child, and messages about how family is everything. Family is everything. I nearly laughed when I first saw it. They had entirely rewritten the narrative, such that anyone looking in from the outside would believe we were the epitome of harmony. However, reality tends to leak through crevices. My cousin, with whom I was still on excellent terms, approached me over coffee one afternoon. "Patrick, I don't know if you know this," she said, leaning over the dinner table, "but your parents have been asking around about you. They say you're distant, that you've lost your way. They're trying to make it sound like you're the problem." My jaw constricted. Of course they were. They couldn't confess they'd abandoned me, so they made up a new scenario in which I abandoned them. That same cousin also casually mentioned something else. "Julia and Derek are having money problems. He's not working steadily, and the baby expenses are piling up. Your parents are stressed. They've been covering more than they expected." I sat back in my chair, my coffee tasted harsher. Money issues, dependence, cracks in the gold pedestal. For years I had been the one scraping by, the one they dismissed as a burden while they lavished resources on Julia's every need. With their chosen star under strain, the roles began to alter. And unlike them, I had constructed something solid brick by brick without their assistance. Around the same time, my employer offered me the opportunity to manage a high-profile account. It wasn't simply a promotion, it came with a sizable raise and, more crucially, visibility. If I pulled it off, I'd establish my reputation not only in my department, but throughout the organization. I worked harder than ever before, putting every ounce of pain and rejection into laser focus. When the project was successful and brought in record numbers, I was offered a permanent management job. My pay has doubled. My name began appearing in company newsletters. For the first time, I was not just surviving, but thriving. I moved into a modern new apartment with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the downtown skyline. I bought an automobile that would start on the first try every morning. When I walked into meetings, people listened. I was no longer invisible. That's when my mother's first text arrived. "Patrick, love, it has been too long. We'd love for you to stop over and see Noah. He's growing so quickly, sweetie." The same mother who told me I needed to apologize was now using her grandchild as bait. A week later, my father called. I didn't respond, but the message had that calm, controlling tone that I was too familiar with. "Patrick, it is time to let go of the past. Your family needs you. Noah needs his uncle." These words stayed with me. Your family needs you. For years I needed them. Yet they turned me down. The roles had suddenly reversed. And as much as it ached, it also ignited a fire within me because, for the first time in my life, I wasn't on the losing end. I was in a position of strength. They needed me. And that realization, that wonderful, dangerous realization, is when the concept of payback began to emerge. I didn't respond to their texts right away. In reality, I let weeks pass. Every day I kept my phone on mute. I ignored every text message and deleted every voicemail without listening. It was not about being petty. It was all about timing. They weren't in control for the first time, and I wanted them to feel it slowly and fully. Then one afternoon, I saw my cousin again. She smirked when she spotted me. "You know, Julia's been asking about you a lot. Apparently she and Derek are in a bad spot financially. Your parents are covering their rent now, and with the baby, they're drowning." She paused, dropping her voice. "They keep saying, if only Patrick would step up." Step up. That phrase stuck with me. For years I had been ignored, ridiculed, and mocked. Now that their golden girl was struggling, I was supposed to take responsibility. Not this time. That weekend, I dressed sharply. A sleek blue suit, polished shoes, the kind of style that made people sit up straight in their chairs when you went into a room. I drove my new automobile, which shined in the light, to my parents' house. I hadn't been back since the second baby shower, and when I drew up to the side of the same driveway where I'd earlier been assigned to haul boxes, I was blasted with a flashback. I rang the doorbell, and my mother's face lighted up. "Patrick, oh sweetheart, you came." She drew me into an embrace, but it felt overdone, too sweet, as if she had practiced it in the mirror. My father was in the living room with Noah in his arms, and Julia sitting on the couch. The baby gurgled cheerfully, the sole innocent in the room. "Look at you," my father exclaimed, admiring the outfit and the watch on my wrist. His voice was full of the pride and disdain I had grown up with. "Doing well, huh?" "Better than well," I said evenly, taking my seat. I paused for a bit before continuing. "I heard you've been having difficulties." Julia's jaw tightened at hearing the word. "If you're here to rub it in, don't bother." My mother rushed to smooth things over. "What your sister means is things have been difficult. Derek's hours were cut, and the baby's expenses are overwhelming. We thought maybe as family, you could help." There it was. The request. They hadn't even attempted to conceal it. I leaned back, folded my hands, and looked each one in the eyes. "You want my help?" I inquired slowly. The same family who skipped my graduation. The same family who told me I owed them an apology while I sat alone on the biggest day of my life. The same family who made me feel like I wasn't welcome in my own home. The room went silent. Julia's cheeks reddened, and my father's gaze narrowed. "That was the past," he stated firmly. "We need to move forward. Family is about sacrifice." "Funny," I replied with a slight smile. "Because I sacrificed for years, and all I ever got was silence. Now you want my support? Why? Because the golden child isn't shining so brightly anymore?" My mom let out a gasp. Julia shot to her feet. "How dare you?" she demanded. "You don't know what it's like to raise a child." "You're right," I responded, rising up. "But I do know what it's like to walk across a stage alone, because my family decided a baby shower was more important than my future. I know what it's like to be erased from every conversation because my sister needed all the attention, and I know what it's like to build a life from nothing, without a dime or an ounce of encouragement from any of you." Their expressions shifted, anger, embarrassment, and astonishment. I allowed the weight of my words sink in before administering the final blow. You made your choice that day. You chose who mattered, and now I'm making mine. I slid a card on the coffee table. Not a check, not cash. Just my business card, sleek and simple, with my new title imprinted on it. If you ever want to treat me like family again, start by acknowledging who I am now. Not the forgotten son, not the backup plan, but the person who stood on his own when you all turned away. Then I walked out. I did not yell. I did not bang the door. I just left in the same way I did years ago. However, this time I was not broken. I was in control. The following day, I checked my phone. Dozens of missed calls. Messages ranged from appealing to enraged. One from my mother stated, "Patrick, please. Your sister is in tears. We did not intend to hurt you. Can't you help us just once?" Another from my father remarked, "You're being selfish again." Family is about sharing and not harboring grudges. But I didn't respond. For the first time, their plight didn't feel like a burden I had to bear. It seemed like justice. The weeks after my visit to their house were among the oddest of my life. For years, I was the one pursuing scraps of attention. The person calling, apologizing, and pleading to be seen. My phone would not stop buzzing. My parents fluctuated between guilt and wrath. My mother's communications were filled with heartbreaking pleas. "Patrick, we just want to start over. Noah needs his uncle." Meanwhile, my father issued strong commands. "Enough games. Stand up for your family." Julia, on the other hand, was pure poison. One text read, "You think you're better than me now? Don't forget who sacrificed everything so you could live a regular life." I stared at that one for a long time, wondering what universe she was living in, because I couldn't recall her giving up anything for me. I disregarded them all. Not out of spite anymore, but because I knew I owed them nothing. Every call I declined, every message I left unanswered, was a silent statement. I was no longer theirs to control. Even I was surprised by how badly the fallout hit. My cousin contacted me one night, her voice full of secondhand drama. "Your parents are furious," she stated. "They informed everyone that you declined to aid, and now people are asking questions." Aunt Ruth just replied, "Well, maybe if you treated Patrick better, he'd want to help." She chuckled. "It's unraveling. Everyone is seeing it now." Then came the shocker. Derek, my sister's boyfriend, has packed everything and departed. There's no warning, not a long goodbye, just left. Word quickly spread. He'd been drowning under the pressure, resentful of the expectations. And one day, he just walked out, leaving Julia with a newborn and a stack of unpaid bills. My parents attempted to keep it secret at first, but something like that can only be hidden for so long. The whispers quickly transformed into pitying stares during church, and the pedestal Julia had been set on wobbled until it toppled to the floor. That was when the desperation peaked. My father showed up at my office. He didn't get past the lobby. Security called to let me know that a man was downstairs and insisted on speaking with me. I instructed them to send him away. Later, I discovered that he had stood there for nearly an hour, red-faced and pacing before storming away. That night, he left me a message that began with wrath and finished with a cracking voice. "Patrick, we only need your aid." But I didn't give in. Help wasn't what they wanted. They desired control. The old dynamic in which I was the neglected son, constantly grasping while they tugged the strings. And that individual ceased to exist. Months passed, and my life only grew steadier. I was promoted again, and my projects gained recognition beyond the organization. I traveled for the first time, standing in airports with a passport in hand, liberated in ways I never imagined possible. I filled my flat with laughter from friends who truly came out for me and praised my victories without envy. Every step forward seemed like retrieving another aspect of the boy they had worked so hard to forget. Meanwhile, the family that once mocked my hardships began to crumble. Julia moved back home with my parents, her independence gone, her idyllic life reduced to strained silence and financial distress. My parents, who used to brag about their united family, suddenly faced unpleasant inquiries about why their son seldom came over, why their daughter appeared so bitter, and why their lives looked so different from the rosy picture they'd painted. The final nail was my grandmother's birthday. She was the only one I consented to see, so I reserved a small private dining room at a restaurant she enjoyed. When I came, she grabbed me tightly, tears in her eyes, and whispered, "I'm so proud of you." That was enough for me. But as the evening progressed, I noticed my parents and Julia enter the restaurant. They had not been invited. They must have discovered out from someone else. They noticed me across the room, myself in a fitted suit, friends and coworkers at my side, and my grandma beaming with pride at the celebration I'd thrown. They attempted to approach, but the maitre d' stopped them at the door, telling them that it was a private occasion. My mother called out, her voice trembling. "Patrick, please let us in. We're family." The room became quiet. Everyone looked at me. I stood and proceeded to the doorway, looking at them one last time. Their expressions were desperate, begging, and devoid of the arrogance they had once worn so proudly. "Family," I replied gently. "Family doesn't abandon you when you need them most. Family doesn't erase you. You made your choice, and now I've made mine." I returned to the dining room, and the maitre d' closed the door behind me. My grandmother grabbed for my hand, her grin unwavering. The restaurant's noise vanished, leaving behind the warmth of people who actually cared. In that instant, I recognized the truth. I hadn't lost a family, I'd built one. And the old ones, the ones who demanded apologies and grinned as I stood alone, were left outside, banging on a door that would not open. I adopted my sister's kids after she vanished. Then she came back pregnant. Screaming my husband was the father. He said it was all blackmail. I was 28 when my doorbell rang. My husband Eric had left for a year-long business assignment in Europe, leaving me alone when Sabrina arrived, with Caleb, Leah, and Nora cowering behind her. Each child had a single black trash bag of clothes. Sabrina gave me a crumpled envelope. She said they were mine now and she needed a break. Then she turned and headed toward a waiting automobile. The children watched silently as their mother drove away. The envelope included unsigned guardianship documents that she had printed from a website. I knew they had no legal validity, but I was too surprised to think rationally that evening. I phoned the cops right away. They took a report but stated that because the children were not in immediate danger and were with family, this did not constitute legal abandonment. They recommended that I notify Child Protective Services, and I did. CPS opened a case immediately. A caseworker called Landry arrived to evaluate my one-bedroom apartment. He stated that I may file for emergency kinship care status while they searched for Sabrina. This would grant me temporary legal authority and financial aid. That first night, the 3 kids slept in my bed while I slept on the couch. Caleb did not sleep at all. He sat up, watching the door. Leah cried silently. Nora wet the bed. The CPS caseworker assisted me in obtaining emergency enrollment for the children at the local school. Despite the fact that birth certificates and legal documents were required by a specific deadline, Eric contacted that night, clearly shocked by what had happened. He volunteered to return home, but his contract imposed harsh penalties for early termination. We determined that he should stay. When the school counselor discovered Nora had been going to school unwashed for weeks before arriving at my house, she immediately reported it to CPS. Caleb hadn't turned in his schoolwork in months. Leah had been stealing food from other children's lunches. Despite the tiny compensation provided by the kinship care program, I drained my funds. I got a second job working nights while the kids were sleeping. Landry from CPS secured licensed child care as needed. I still only slept around 4 hours per night. I eventually found Sabrina's ex-boyfriend, Travis. He informed me she had met a 19-year-old in a bar. They had gone to Vegas. He stated that she believed the children were holding her back. Eric's calls grew less frequent. His project had issues. He would be remaining in Europe for longer than expected. After not hearing from Sabrina, I filed for permanent custody with the assistance of a pro bono lawyer from a family advocacy group. The first court date arrived. Sabrina did not show. The judge prolonged the case, requiring additional efforts to find her. The guardian ad litem reported her preliminary findings and recommended that I remain in temporary custody while the search continued. After the third missing hearing, the judge eventually awarded me complete legal custody. The entire process had taken several months. Caleb called me mom for the first time. The others followed. Nora eventually forgot what Sabrina looked like. When I showed her a photo, she exclaimed, "That's not my mommy, you're my mommy." Eric and I were drifting apart, scarcely communicating. When he called, he asked bizarre questions about whether I had heard from Sabrina. Then Sabrina arrived at the kids' school. She was inebriated and screamed at the front desk that I had abducted her babies. The school followed their safety protocol and notified both me and the police. She was arrested for public intoxication. I received a restraining order the next day. That night, she attempted to break into our apartment. The children woke up horrified. Caleb stood in front of his sisters wielding a baseball bat. I dialed 911. Sabrina was arrested again, but was freed the following morning. I tried calling Eric several times for help. He didn't pick up for several days. When he finally called back, he sounded odd and distant and stated he couldn't talk for long. Sabrina filed a petition to have my custody overturned, stating she had changed and deserved her children back. The court scheduled a hearing and ordered a supervised visitation evaluation. When the children saw her at the visitation center, all three suffered panic attacks. The supervisor ended the visit quickly. Sabrina filed a report with CPS alleging that I abused the children. Landry, our familiar caseworker, arrived to investigate alongside a new colleague. They interrogated each child, searched the apartment, and examined school and treatment documents. Although the complaint was immediately dismissed as unsubstantiated, the damage had already been done. The children were scared of being taken away. Then Sabrina confronted me in the parking lot after work. She was not intoxicated this time. She appeared pregnant. She told me she wanted her children back. Her lover had left her, and she needed them right now. I told her that the kids were finally stable, that they had been officially adopted by me, and that she couldn't just go and expect to return to their life. I observed her stomach and asked who the father was. She smiled. Your husband. I couldn't understand what Sabrina said. My spouse Eric. The father of her baby. Sabrina started giggling before I could even react. This terrible, condescending laugh made my blood boil. She took out her phone and showed me texts between herself and Eric dating back over a year. Apparently they had been in communication the entire time while I was staying up all night with her scared children. She was texting my spouse. I told her she was full of bullshit and that Eric would never do that, but my hands were shaking so severely that I could hardly get my keys out. Sabrina just kept talking about how Eric had been sending her money and how they'd meet up whenever he came back to the States for business trips I had no idea about. I just got into my car and shut the doors. Sabrina stood there, knocking on my glass and yelling that she was going to tell everyone how I stole her children and her husband. I drove away, still seeing her yelling in the rearview mirror. When I arrived home, the children were with our neighbor, who had been minding them while I worked. I managed to hold it together until she departed. Then I walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and sat on the floor, crying. How might Eric accomplish this? We had been together for years before this happened. After the kids were asleep, I called Eric. No response. Eric eventually phoned back after I texted, Sabrina says you're the father of her baby. Call me now. I did not even say hi. Is Sabrina pregnant with your baby? He was silent for so long that I assumed the call had been lost. Then he just apologized, saying it wasn't supposed to happen like this. I lost it. I was screaming so loudly that I had to bury my face in a pillow to avoid waking the children. How long was this going on? How could he do this to me while I was raising her children, whom she abandoned? Eric claimed it started before he departed for Europe. Sabrina had called him, saying she needed money. He caught up with her to offer her some money, and something happened. He swore it was simply a one-time affair, but they continued to chat. I inquired as to why his project in Europe was repeatedly prolonged. He admitted that there was no extension. He couldn't bear coming home after what he'd done. Then he had the audacity to inquire if the kids were okay, as if he cared. I hung up with him. I could not sleep. I kept thinking about all the nights I spent trying to console three terrified children as he texted their mother about how he had been lying to me for years. The next morning, Caleb discovered me at the kitchen table, still dressed from the day before. This youngster has been through so much, but he sat down beside me and asked if I was all right. I tried to grin and say I was simply weary. Caleb stared me right in the eyes and asked, Is she trying to take us away again? These kids are so perceptive, it kills my heart. I assured him that no one was taking them anywhere, that this was their home, and that I was their mother now, legally and in every manner that mattered. I called my lawyer as soon as the office opened and told him everything Sabrina had said about Eric. My lawyer was stunned, but he claimed it actually strengthened my case. It demonstrated Sabrina's ongoing instability and poor judgment. She urged that I file for divorce quickly and document everything. That afternoon, Sabrina returned to our apartment building. This time she was yelling in the parking lot, informing anybody who could hear that I had abducted her spouse. One of our neighbors contacted the building's security. When they attempted to escort her out, she began yelling that she was going to get her children back and there was nothing I could do about it. Caleb and the girls were at school, thank God, but the entire episode was captured on the building's security cameras. My lawyer stated that there was clear evidence of Sabrina's continuous unpredictable conduct. I chose to be proactive. I sent Eric an email including a list of demands. 1. Sign the divorce papers. 2. Give up all claims to the children. 3. Produce a documented statement proving his relationship with Sabrina and her desertion of the children. I informed him that if he didn't cooperate, I'd inform his employer about the type of person they had on staff. Maybe harsh, but I'd had enough of being kind. That night, I received a call from a number I did not know. It was Travis, Sabrina's ex. He had heard Sabrina was back and stirring problems. He wanted to tell me that whenever Sabrina was around him, she would talk about having her children back eventually. Not because she desired them, but because of the government perks that came with them. He offered to testify on this if necessary. I took a personal day from work to meet with my lawyer and file the divorce papers. Afterward, I went to the school and changed their emergency contact information, emphasizing that Sabrina was not authorized to pick up the children under any circumstances. The principal took me aside. Sabrina apparently called the school several times, seeking information about the children's schedules. They had declined to supply anything, but he wanted me to know they were serious about the matter. They had advised all employees to contact the police immediately if Sabrina appeared again. I was walking back to my car when Landry from CPS called. Sabrina had filed another report, accusing me of turning the children against her. Landry sounded weary. He stated that they were compelled to investigate, but he wanted to do so in a way that would cause minimal disruption to the children. Could he visit the apartment that evening? Landry arrived with his supervisor, Hale. They interrogated each child individually in their bedroom, while I waited anxiously in the living room. Afterward, Hale informed me that the case will be closed immediately. Not only were the claims patently incorrect, but Nora said she had no memory of Sabrina, and Caleb exhibited terror of her. Hale pulled me aside and said something off the record. CPS was preparing a case against Sabrina for harassment through false reporting. If she filed another false report, they would take action against her. That night, Leah experienced a nightmare. She got into bed with me, her small body trembling. She wondered whether the terrible lady was going to take her away. I held her and pledged not to let that happen. The next morning I received dozens of text messages from Eric. After initially consenting to my conditions, he changed his mind. He claimed Sabrina had been contacting him incessantly, threatening to tell his employer everything unless he helped her get the kids back. He was frightened of losing his job and reputation. I did not respond. Instead, I sent the messages to my lawyer. That afternoon, while the kids were in therapy, I visited with a financial advisor. Eric and I had joint accounts, so I needed to protect myself. The counsel assisted me in opening new accounts in my name only and recommended procedures to secure my finances prior to the divorce proceedings. When we returned home from therapy, we found a box on our doorstep. It was addressed to the children, with no return address. Inside were 3 fresh new tablets with a note that read, "For my babies. Mommy loves you. I will see you shortly." I was infuriated. I immediately contacted my lawyer, who instructed me to document everything but not give the medications to the children. This was an obvious breach of the restraining orders. I received a call from the courthouse. The judge requested an emergency hearing owing to the developing situation. It was scheduled immediately. I was putting the kids to bed when my phone rang. It was Eric again. This time, he sounded different. Afraid. He claimed Sabrina was growing increasingly unstable. She had come up at his company's European office and caused a commotion in the foyer. Security had let her out, but not before she informed numerous co-workers that Eric had abandoned his pregnant girlfriend. I asked Eric why Sabrina would fly all the way to Europe when she was reportedly struggling to get her children back home. He paused, then said something that made my blood run cold. Sabrina wasn't really pregnant. She'd also been lying about it, attempting to manipulate both of us. And there was more. Eric had never really slept with Sabrina. Yes, he had been sending her money, which was terrible enough, but Sabrina's description of their connection was a pure lie. I wasn't sure whether to believe him. Why would he admit to providing her money if he intended to deny the affair? It did not make sense. Then Eric said something that left me speechless. He hadn't been sending Sabrina money because they were having an affair. It was because she had blackmailed him. Eric claims Sabrina discovered him in a compromising scenario with a co-worker at a corporate party before he departed for Europe. Nothing had happened, but the images she took made it appear horrible. Really terrible. She had threatened to send them to me and his supervisor if he did not pay her. I was stunned. If this was correct, it meant Eric had been attempting to defend his work and our marriage in his own misguided way. But it also meant he'd been deceiving me for years as I battled to care for 3 traumatized children. I informed Eric that I needed proof. He promised to submit everything, including screenshots of threats and bank transfers. At the emergency hearing, my attorney provided all of the proof of Sabrina's harassment. The school scene, the attempted break-in, the gifts for the children, the bogus CPS reports, and the social media posts. The judge prolonged the restraining order and ordered Sabrina to get a psychiatric evaluation prior to any additional custody procedures. Sabrina was waiting in the parking lot when we left the courthouse. She began yelling that we were all liars, and that Eric had promised they would be together. A bailiff had to physically restrain her as she lunged at me. That night, Eric delivered everything he had promised. Sabrina had sent hundreds of threatening texts, kept track of money transactions, and even used the original blackmail photos. They showed Eric at a workplace party, inebriated, with his arm around a female co-worker. They were simply talking, but the angle made it appear intimate. Sabrina captioned them with lies about an affair that never occurred. I was shocked. Part of me was relieved that Thomas had not deceived me in the way I had expected. But I was also outraged that he had kept this a secret for so long. All those months of struggling alone, believing he was simply getting aloof, when in reality, he was being blackmailed. I showed everything to my attorney. She was as surprised as I was, but stated it changed everything. With this information, we might seek the entire loss of Sabrina's parental rights. We could also file criminal accusations for extortion. When I arrived home, Caleb was waiting for me. He'd overheard some of my phone chat with the lawyer. This 11-year-old boy, who is so mature in so many ways, asked me directly, "Is my real mom trying to take us away for money?" I sat down with him and attempted to explain the situation in terms he could comprehend, that grown-ups may make horrible decisions, and that his biological mother had done so. But I was his mother now, and I would never allow anyone to take him or his sisters away. That night I received an email from Thomas. Sabrina had been jailed for attempting to use a stolen credit card at a motel near our flat. I awoke to breaking news. Thomas was flying back. He had finally informed his firm everything, and they had placed him on emergency leave to cope with the matter. He'd be landing shortly. I wasn't sure how to feel about seeing him again. A part of me wanted to yell at him for lying so long. Another part of me recognized Dad was attempting to shield himself and us from Sabrina's blackmail, but one thing was crystal evident: these children were now mine. I'd been there for the nightmares, therapy appointments, school projects, and stomach illness. I had held them as they wailed for a mother who did not want them. I had created a family out of the fractured parts Sabrina had left behind. Nobody, not Sabrina, Thomas, or anybody else, was going to take that away from me. I really didn't know what Thomas was going to say when he arrived, what Sabrina was going to do next, or if I could ever trust my husband again after years of falsehoods. All I knew was that Thomas would soon come face to face with me and the children he'd been attempting to protect from a distance. And I had no idea what would come next. Update. Hello everyone. I cannot react to everyone, but I am reading all of your comments. And certainly, I will give Caleb a high five from each of you. I spent the entire night cleaning the flat like a crazy person. Not because I wanted lovely things for Thomas, but because I couldn't sleep and needed to vent my wrath. Even the baseboards were pristine, and I still wasn't sure whether I was going to let him explain himself or just serve him divorce papers at the door. When Caleb awoke, he discovered me scrubbing the inside of the refrigerator. The smart boy simply began quietly assisting, wiping down shelves without asking questions. After a while he asked, "So, Thomas is coming home today?" I couldn't lie to him. These children had been lied to enough. I told him, yes, and that we had some things to figure out as a family. Caleb just nodded and added, "We're still going to be okay though, right?" And I promised him we would be, no matter what happened to Thomas. The kids left for school, and I sat at the kitchen table staring at my phone. Thomas had texted his flight information. I did not answer, instead taking the day off work and waiting. Landry from CPS contacted to provide an update. Sabrina was still in jail, but she'd called our Aunt Evelyn, who was considering coming to help straighten things out. Landry cautioned me that Aunt Evelyn had never been in the picture before, but if she wanted to cause trouble, she could legally do so. Great. Exactly what we needed. Another family member became interested in these children after years of silence. When Thomas's Uber arrived outside our flat, I looked from the window. He looked awful. I allowed him to knock 3 times before opening the door. We simply gazed at each other for a time, neither of us knowing what to say. Then he began crying. Actual tears. I had never seen Thomas cry throughout our entire time together, not even during his father's burial. I did not welcome him in immediately. I told him we needed to talk, but not inside where the kids would see us fighting. So we sat on the steps outside the building, using Thomas's bag as a barrier. He showed me everything on his phone, including the blackmail messages from Sabrina. It had begun innocently enough. Sabrina had phoned him immediately after abandoning the children with me to seek financial assistance. He felt guilty, as if it were his responsibility that his sister-in-law was such a mess. So he handed her some money to help her get back on her feet. But Sabrina continued requesting more. When Thomas tried to cut her off, she confessed that she had the images from his company's holiday party. They weren't particularly incriminating, just him appearing intoxicated with his arm around a female coworker. But Sabrina had threatened to submit them to his boss with a fabricated story about an affair, as well as other rumors that could jeopardize his career. So he kept paying. Even after relocating to Europe, he continued to provide financial support to keep Sabrina quiet and away from the children. He was concerned that if she returned, she might take the children and go just to spite me. I questioned him why he hadn't just told me about the blackmail. He claimed he was humiliated, scared I would think worse of him for being so foolish. I was afraid I'd blame him for giving Sabrina money in the first place, when I was already trying to care for her abandoned children. I did blame him. For lying, for leading me to believe he was simply growing distant while in fact, he was being drained by my sister's extortion, and for not trusting me enough to tell me the truth. We could have fought Sabrina together instead of me going through this nightmare alone. After nearly an hour of talking outside, I finally invited Thomas inside. He looked around to see what had changed. The bunk beds visible through the children's bedroom door, the homework charts on the refrigerator, and the family portraits that did not include him. He selected a frame depicting me and the students at their school art show. His face dropped again as he realized how much he had missed. I told him he could sleep on the couch, that the kids would be home from school soon, and that we needed to show a united front for them, regardless of our marriage status. Thomas nodded, happy that I wasn't kicking him out right away. When the children returned home, their reactions to seeing Thomas were complicated. Nora, who was quite small when he departed, barely remembered him. She hid behind my legs, looking out suspiciously. Leah gave him an awkward wave but did not approach for a hug. And Caleb. Caleb merely stared at him, filled with a heartbreaking mix of fury and hope. Dinner was painfully tense. Thomas pushed too hard, asking about school and activities as if he had only been gone for a week rather than years. The children responded respectfully, but without enthusiasm. I noticed Caleb eyeing us, trying to figure out what was going on between the adults. After the kids went to bed, Thomas and I sat at the kitchen table and discussed what to do about Sabrina, our marriage, and the future. I told him I wasn't sure I could forgive the lying or understand why he did it. Years of dishonesty proved difficult to overcome. Thomas stated he'd do anything to regain my trust. Go to counseling, return to a work in the United States, whatever it takes. My phone started buzzing in the middle of our talk. A message from an unknown number. This is Evelyn, your aunt. I need to see Sabrina's children. Call me. I showed Thomas, and his expression darkened. He claimed Aunt Evelyn had never checked on the kids since Sabrina left them. No birthday card, no phone call, nothing. She wanted to see them. It was suspiciously timed. While Thomas drove the kids to school, an awkward but necessary step toward normalcy, I contacted Evelyn. She began with phony niceties before revealing her true objective. Sabrina had told her that I had abducted her children, and she wanted to help Sabrina reclaim them. I tried to explain the situation. Sabrina had abandoned the children, vanished, and was now in jail for various felonies. Evelyn refused to believe any of it. In her opinion, Sabrina was the victim, and I was the villain who had exploited the courts and CPS to kidnap her sister's children. When I hung up, I was shivering with rage. Thomas returned from the school drop-off looking concerned. He claimed Caleb had scarcely talked to him in the car, and when they arrived at school, Caleb jumped out without saying goodbye. I was not surprised. Caleb had been the person most touched by Thomas's absence. Old enough to understand desertion, yet too young to digest it properly. I had to work, so Thomas picked up the children from school and drove them to their therapy appointment. Dr. Kaplan, their therapist, agreed to visit with Thomas and examine how his return was affecting the children. When I arrived home from work, Thomas was preparing dinner with Leah and showing her how to make pasta sauce from scratch. It was the first time I had seen any of the kids interact with him willingly since his return. Nora was coloring at the table, periodically asking Thomas to look over her work. But Caleb was nowhere to be found. I discovered him in the bedroom, angrily playing a game on his iPad while wearing headphones. When I sat on the edge of his bed, he removed his headphones and asked me directly, "Is Thomas staying?" I told him honestly that I didn't know yet, that Thomas and I had a lot to work through, but that none of it was Caleb's fault or duty. Caleb simply put his headphones back on and looked away from me. Thomas proposed taking the kids to the park to restore some normalcy. It went well until we ran across one of Caleb's buddies and his mother. When she understood who Thomas was, she gave him the coldest stare I'd ever seen. Later she texted me, wondering if I truly wanted him back after what he did. People had formed their own opinions regarding Thomas's absence as word spread. When we arrived home, there was a voicemail. Sabrina wanted to talk with me. Sabrina sounded different on the phone. Muted. She stated that she wanted to apologize. That being in jail had made her realize she needed help, and that she intended to plead guilty and request rehabilitation rather than prison time. She stated she'd give up her parental rights if I just brought the kids to see her once before she went away for treatment. I could not believe her quick change of heart. I told her I will talk to my lawyer and hung up. Thomas, who had been listening to my side of the conversation, stated that it was clearly another manipulative ploy. Sabrina has never accepted responsibility for anything in her life. Caleb approached me in tears that night, while Thomas was in the shower. He questioned if we'd have to see her again, and if the court could order us to return to Sabrina. I hugged him tightly and promised him that it would never happen, that I was his legal and permanent mother. He clung to me like he was drowning, and I realized how afraid he was despite his tough facade. Landry called me. Sabrina was being freed. She had accepted a plea deal that included probation, rehab, and a restraining order that kept her away from us in the school, but she would be released and most likely residing with Aunt Evelyn. I felt nauseous. Thomas discovered me sitting on the bathroom floor, trying not to throw up from worry. He sat down next to me, not touching, just being present. He promised we'd get through it, that he'd never leave again, and that he'd do whatever it took to protect me and the children. I wasn't sure if I believed him yet, but I was too tired to resist longer. I leaned across his shoulder, allowing myself to cry for the first time since his return. I met with my lawyer to discuss the next steps. She stated that Sabrina's criminal background, history of abandonment, and the children's strong relationship to me made her prospects of recovering custody nearly non-existent. However, she warned that Sabrina and Evelyn could still cause issues. Showing up at school or events, harassing us on social media, and submitting frivolous reports with CPS. We explored the notion of moving, finding a larger place in a different school district, further away from Sabrina and Evelyn's home. It would be disruptive for the children, but maybe safer in the long term. When I conveyed this to Thomas, he instantly offered to cash out his retirement account to assist with a down payment on a property. It was the first practical, tangible offer of assistance he had made, and it threw me off guard. Caleb had a soccer game. Thomas and I took all of the kids, attempting to keep their typical schedules despite the pandemonium all around us. During the game, I spotted a woman watching from the far side of the field. She made an effort to blend in, but I knew her right away. Aunt Evelyn. I pointed her out to Thomas, who instantly approached her. I couldn't hear their talk, but I noticed her backing away as he approached, then hurrying to her car. When Thomas returned, he stated that if she or Sabrina came near the children again without court authority, we will file for a restraining order against her as well. That night, after the kids had fallen asleep, Thomas and I finally had the conversation we had been dreading. I told him I understood why he had paid Sabrina's extortion, and even why he had kept it a secret at first. But I couldn't comprehend why he had stayed away, leaving me to raise 3 traumatized children alone while he fled to Europe. Thomas broke down totally. He said that after a while, the deception had been too great to bear, that he had convinced himself that we were better off without him, and that each month he went away made it more difficult to face going home and exposing what he had done. I questioned if he had been with anybody else throughout those years. He swore he had not. Despite the distance and deception, he never stopped loving me or caring about his abandoned family. I wasn't sure I could forgive him, but I also wasn't sure I could raise 3 children on my own while fighting Sabrina and Evelyn. The practical reality was that we needed each other, whatever remained of our marriage. Caleb walked out of his room as I was preparing breakfast. Thomas had left for a run, so it was just the 2 of us. Caleb sat at the counter and inquired earnestly whether Thomas was staying for good this time. I told him the truth. Thomas and I were working on our relationship, and we both loved the kids a lot, but I couldn't predict what would happen. What I could guarantee was that Caleb, Leah, and Nora would remain with me no matter what. That I was their mother now, and nothing could change that. Caleb nodded before saying something that simultaneously devastated my heart and gave me hope. He remarked, "I want to call you Mom, but I don't know if I should call him Dad again yet." I told him he could call us anything he wanted, that feelings took time to heal, and that no one would hurry him. When Thomas returned from his run, Caleb spoke to him directly for the first time in days. I just asked if he wanted some cereal, but Thomas looked like he'd received the best present in the world. The principal called. Sabrina had returned to the school, asking to see the children. She was turned away, and the police were summoned, but she created a commotion, yelling that I had brainwashed her children and turned them against her. Sabrina's restraining order breach meant she would most certainly end up in jail, rather than going to rehab. My lawyer contacted me to confirm this, claiming that Sabrina's unpredictable behavior bolstered our case for the permanent termination of her parental rights. Then, just before midnight, I received a text from Travis of all people, informing me that Sabrina had been freed on bond again, and was telling people she had evidence that would destroy me and reclaim her children. Last update. I couldn't sleep after Travis's SMS. What proof could Sabrina possibly possess? Thomas and I remained up half the night discussing every possibility. Had he stated anything in their communications that could be misconstrued? Did I make any blunders during the custody process? Was she just faking it to create more chaos? By daybreak, we were fatigued, but no closer to finding answers. I got the kids ready for school while Thomas called our lawyer. Nobody had any new information. At drop-off, I saw an unfamiliar automobile idling across from the school. My paranoia was out of control, so I reported it to the main office. They told me that their security systems remained in place, but I couldn't shake the idea that Sabrina was watching and waiting. I was supposed to be at work but could not concentrate. Instead, I met Thomas at our lawyer's office to discuss the next steps. As we were discussing strategy, my phone rang. The school. Nora had vomited in class, which was not what I had anticipated. Nothing serious, but I had to pick her up. Thomas offered to go, but I wasn't ready to put him on the approved pickup list yet. Trust was still shaky. When I arrived, Nora was curled up in the nurse's office, looking unhappy, but not really ill. The secretary called me aside as I was signing her out. Sabrina had phoned the school again, this time claiming to have medical paperwork proving the children were taking meds I wasn't properly providing. It was an outright falsehood, but the school had to document it. I was infuriated. Even Sabrina found it unacceptable to use the children's health as a weapon. The principal assured me that they were not taking the charges seriously, but I could see doubt in the secretary's eyes. At home, I put Nora into bed and contacted the pediatrician to ensure that the kids weren't taking any daily meds. Then I called Landry at CPS to report Sabrina's latest tactic. He sighed and added it to the file, which was becoming rather thick. Thomas returned from the lawyer with news. They had filed an emergency application to suspend Sabrina's probation due to the ongoing harassment. The hearing was scheduled. It's just 2 days away. We received our answer regarding Sabrina's proof. Travis called again. He had met Sabrina for coffee and pretended to sympathize with her cause. She showed him what she had. Screenshots of messages between Thomas and Sabrina, expertly modified to make it appear as if they were having an affair. The messages were authentic. Thomas had been contacting her regarding the blackmail money. But Sabrina had removed her threats and changed the discussions, entirely changing the context. She also possessed bank records revealing Thomas's transfers, which she intended to offer as evidence of their relationship. I felt sick, but our lawyer wasn't concerned. The complete communication history on Thomas's phone would easily refute Sabrina's accusations. The issue was the damage she may cause in the meantime by showing these modified screenshots to individuals we knew. My greatest worries have been fulfilled. I awoke to dozens of notifications. Sabrina had started a public Facebook group where she shared her doctored evidence. She'd included neighbors, school parents, and even my co-workers. The comments were horrific. People I thought were friends expressed shock and sympathy for Sabrina. Others called Thomas horrible names. It was a nightmare. I showed Thomas, and he looked devastated. This was exactly what he'd paid Sabrina to avoid. Public humiliation and accusations. It was already occurring, and it was worse than he could have imagined. The children's school called again. The principal wanted to know if we needed any further assistance. Caleb had overheard other classmates' comments and got into a yelling match to defend me. I picked up all 3 kids early. Caleb remained silent during the drive home until we arrived at our parking area. Then he said, "Is what the students at school saying true? Is Thomas genuinely their father?" It took me a bit to figure out what he meant. Sabrina's modified messages had developed into rumors that Thomas was Sabrina's children's biological father. The ridiculousness would have been comical if not so sad. I sat in the car with them and explained everything as well as I could. Sabrina was making false statements because she was upset. Eric was not the biological father. I would not allow anyone to take them away. We were a family now, regardless of what anyone said. That night, as the kids slept, Eric and I sat at the kitchen table with our laptops, documenting each bogus allegation in Sabrina's Facebook group. It was exhausting, unpleasant labor to watch people we knew discuss our personal lives based on lies. Eric saw a post in which Sabrina said she had only left the children temporarily to receive treatment for cancer, an illness she had never had. We dropped the kids off at school despite their protests, and went to court. Sabrina sat on the opposite side of the room, looking smug. Aunt Evelyn was beside her, frowning at us. Our lawyer submitted the Facebook group, the ongoing harassment, the fraudulent CPS reports, and the school incidents as proof that Sabrina was breaching her probation and restraining order. Sabrina's court-appointed attorney attempted to claim that she was simply a mother battling for her children, but the judge would not have it. He had gone over our entire case file, including the absence and the children's therapy reports. When it was Sabrina's turn to speak, she took out her phone and told the judge she wanted to exhibit evidence of Eric's involvement with her. The judge promptly halted her, warning her that phones were not permitted in his courtroom. When she persisted, he sent the bailiff to seize it. The judge's decision was unambiguous. Sabrina had violated both her probation and the restraining order, her bail was cancelled and she was placed in custody immediately. The Facebook group was to be removed within 24 hours. Most crucially, the judge granted our request to accelerate the termination of Sabrina's parental rights and scheduled a final hearing shortly thereafter. She began shouting that I had taken her life, her children, and her future, that Eric had pledged to leave me for her, and that we would pay for what we had done. Moving, settling in, and preparing for the final hearing took up the most of the following period. The children started at their new school, where no one knew about our tangled background. Eric found a local job with a lower wage but regular hours, allowing him to be home for dinner. Caleb asked the night before the hearing if he might accompany us to court. He wanted to tell the judge directly that he wanted to stay with me. Our lawyer had advised that this could be useful, but only if Caleb sincerely wanted to do it. We decided that he may come, but Leah and Nora would stay with our neighbor at the new house. The judge started by analyzing the case history. He mentioned Sabrina's abandonment, her absence, the children's placement in my care, repeated restraining order violations, and a recent probation violation. He then asked Sabrina if she had anything to say before ruling. Sabrina's metamorphosis was stunning. She spoke calmly about her faults, struggles with addiction, and terrible decisions. She claimed she had been in treatment in jail and recognized she wasn't ready to be a mother. With tears running down her cheeks, she stated that she only wanted the best for her children. I could feel Caleb tighten next to me. This performance was exactly what he feared. That the judge would believe Sabrina had changed and return them to her. But Sabrina continued. She explained that she knew the best place for the children was with me. She was willingly terminating her parental rights because she loved them enough to let them go. She prayed that eventually, when they were older and she was truly better, they would find it in their hearts to reconnect with her. The judge questioned Sabrina whether she understood what she was saying, that terminating her rights was permanent and could not be reversed later. Sabrina nodded, indicating that she understood entirely. The judge then turned to Caleb and kindly asked him if he wanted to say anything. He claimed he wanted to stay with me, his mother, that he was content in our new house with his sisters and didn't want to be terrified anymore. The judge complimented him for his bravery, and then announced his decision. Sabrina's parental rights have been terminated permanently. My adoption of Caleb, Leah, and Nora was finalized. They were legally, forever, and irrevocably, my children. So, Reddit. That's all. That's how I fought off my evil sister, possibly rescued my marriage, the jury is still out on that one, and achieved my happy ending. Or at least as happy as actual life allows. Are you kidding me? Individuals who commented on my previous postings and said I should just hand the kids back to Sabrina when she returned? These youngsters are people, not library books that you can return once you've finished with them. And to everyone who DM'd me, stating I was breaking a mother's link with her children? She broke that link herself when she abandoned them to party with her adolescent boyfriend. Special thanks to the users who offered me fantastic advice on documents and custody proceedings. You have literally transformed our lives. I know some of you may argue that I should have divorced Eric immediately. Perhaps past me would have agreed. But real life is a chaos. People fuck up. Even decent folks. Sometimes you have to select what's most important and fight for it. For me, it was these 3 wonderful children who now call me mom. What about Sabrina's pregnancy claim? Complete falsehood. Surprised no one. Thank you for joining me on this wild voyage, Reddit.